The story begins with a slap. A guy named Damien, who is the Archduke, hit his fiancée Marine because of another girl, and he is in love with that girl instead of his fiancée. But now Orion don't care about anything. The only emotion she is left with is neither love, hatred, nor jealousy, but only annoyance. For years ago, she was fallen in love with Cain at first sight, and it was so deep that every day she chased after him like a fool. But Cain is not interested in her. In a rainy day she is following him. Cain said, "Are you not tired? Even on a bad day like this, you still choose to follow me." She replied, "Sorry, if this makes him uncomfortable." But she wanted to see him. He threw the umbrella in the air from her hand, but suddenly Damien fall on the ground due to an illness that had been tormenting him for a long time. She managed to catch his attention by curing the illness. She is from the Saoirse family, which is protected by the royal family. Those who are born in that family inherit the ability of healing. Upon witnessing her abilities, Damien immediately made a marriage proposal to her. She was very happy after hearing this, that he want to marry her. But deep inside she knew that this engagement is happening because Cain is seeing his benefit in this. But she thought he would look at her if she tried hard. But he is postponing the wedding every time, by making an excuse of his disease. And it was the only time she was able to touch his body. But one day he arrived with a woman named Lillian. She was in his arms, and he shouting for Orion, because of her healing abilities, and asking her to treat this woman. Orion treated her, and after taking some rest Lillian woke up, and Damien was very happy after seeing this. And after some days Orion was going to her room, but someone is there already. After opening the gate she found her fiancé Damien, and Lillian was doing something indecent. That was when Orion lost all of her feelings towards Damien, and thought that 3 years of hard work turned out to be a waste of time. But deep down she knows that this going to happen, but she denied it only because she loved the man in front of her. But now she made up his mind that if this is the way things are going to be, then let's end this engagement. Damien is very shocked and angry at the same time. She threw her ring on the ground and starting to move on the other direction, he grabbed her hand and asked, "What does she mean about breaking the engagement? Why are you acting like this all of a sudden?" She replied that she is no longer the foolish woman of the house Saoirse, and she is no more in love with him, so let's end this. And she started to move away from him. But Damien can't accept that he was rejected by a girl. So he pierced her heart by his sword, and said that he expected her to be an obedient girl, who would simply listen to what he say. And he can't allow others to use her healing abilities without his consent. At the last breath, she was regretting, why did she fall in love with him so foolishly? Someone who is even lower than trash. She wished that, if she could go back in time, she would never repeat that mistake again, and she will do the same to him. And then she woke up in her father's home. She is in shock because her father was passed away 2 years ago. He is wishing her happy birthday, and he was worried because she was sleeping as she is dead. She asked her father birthday, "What do you mean, father?" He replied with a laugh that, "You are still not full awake yet, come on get up." She is thinking then 'tis means all of that horrible memories are just dream. She asked her father that, "What year is it now?" He replied, "Aren't we in the 829th year of the imperial calendar?" Then she realized she came back to her birthday 4 years ago. She asked, "Is he really her father?" He replied, "Of course this is your father Orion." Her father was very kind and a gentle man. He is a father who always listens to what his only daughter has to say. He gave her many gifts before going to war, and then he disappeared like her mother. But now he is in front of him. She hugged him and started crying loudly. She is very happy that he is alive, and it is not a dream. Her father thought that maybe she saw a nightmare. He asked the chef to prepare food according to her preferences, so get ready and come to dining table. She thought, this is a chance she can never miss. And one good thing is that Damien now have a disease that even famous doctors can't cure. And she is the only one who can treat him. And she thought, perhaps she can use this opportunity against that bastard, and lead him to his demise. But if she goes without any preparation, he will surely destroy her first. So, first of all, she needs someone who can protect her family and fight for him. There is only a single person who is stronger than the man in this empire. A man who came from slavery but caught the attention of the crown prince, and became the leader of the knights in the empire. He was referred as the god of war. Crown Prince closest aide, God bless beauty, a genius swordsman who only appears once every 1,000 years. Cassadian is the person who can go to the battlefield and come back alive in one piece. In the entire continent, Cassidan is the only capable person. Currently Cassidan is a slave and a gladiator. But after a year, the crown prince will know him, and he will brought into the imperial family. So she need to find him before crown prince, and take care of him and feed him, and train him well, so that he becomes the sword that protects her family. For the sake of her father and himself, she is ready to exploit others. Next they are eating food, and there is too much food. Her asked her if she needs anything. He bought her some dresses and jewelry. She replied with a smile that she wants a younger brother. After hearing this, her father puke all of the food back cup. He is in a panic situation, and said, "Are you asking me to get married again?" She replied no, she is thinking of adopting a little brother, and asked if he trusts her. Her father replied in a calm state that she is the only one he trusts, but this sudden desire for younger brother is quite confusing. In the empire, whenever war breaks out, one man from each family must go to the battlefield, and who disobey this rule, they have to lose their property, title, and it could even result in the death penalty. So, she is thinking about Cassidan. They just have to keep him by her side, and treat him well, and whenever there is war, he can go and place her father as her younger brother, and Cassidan is the only person capable of defeating Damien, because in her past memories, he was the youngest warrior commander of the knights. Her father said that his only family is Orion. Then she starts to explain that it maybe sounds strange, but just think about it. If others came to know about their healing abilities, it would be dangerous for them. However, if they brought a strong person to their family, they can avoid any unfortunate events that might happen. So please, I will bring a child who is strong and obedient enough to protect family. And I'm sure you will love him too. He agreed to her request and said, "There must be a deep meaning behind your decision, because since childhood you've been smarter than anyone. So whoever it is, bring him to see Dad first. But remember, you need to bring a suitable man for us." Next, her servant Sasha is preparing her for her departure, and asked, "Today is the lady's birthday, so where do you plan on going?" She replied with smiling face there is something she needed to do. After some time she arrived at wrestling arena. But fortunately there is no one from the royal family. It is a good opportunity to take the initiative before the crown prince does. Next they asked for the seat with the best view, and gave some gold coins for that, and she apologized for cutting in line. In return, please let them pay for everyone else. The counterman was very shocked after hearing this. In mind she thought about having plenty money, because they are the healers of imperial family. Therefore the house Saoirse received protection and became wealthy for generations, and only the imperial family knows about their healing ability. The counterman welcoming her and clearing the way for them. In audience some people are talking about a guy with shiny silver hair, and he is very skilled at fighting. After some time she saw him, and Cassidan moved his head upward. Then they both are started to seeing each other. Orion was shocked after seeing Cassidan, because he is the prettiest man she have ever seen. Well, the status of being a slave fighter has nothing to do with appearance. Everyone in arena is shouting to get the match start. Next the referee is about to start the game. But before that he explained the game rules. They threw some weapons on the ground, and said that there is only one rule: just kill your opponents and survive until the end. Orion is thinking, it turns out that they don't see slaves as a human. Slavery is just a pastime. If they become useless, they will be thrown away. The match began, and every slave started to kill each other. But Cassidan stayed still. Everyone in the crowd was very happy by seeing them killing each other. Suddenly one of the slave moves towards Cassidan to kill him, but Cassidan dodged that attack, and killed that slave in one hit, and other remaining slaves are also dead, and the only person alive is Kassadin. Everyone is cheering for him, but Orion was sad after seeing that. The people in the arena enjoyed watching them killing each other. Next, referee announced him as a winner of this match, and said that they are giving a chance to the guest with the highest payment to spend a hot night with him. Orion was in shock after hearing this, but on the other hand everyone started to bid, and the highest bid was of 500,000 gold coins by an old man, but Orion bid 500 million gold coins for him, but not for a night. That is the price of buying all his life, and asked if 500 million is enough or not. Everyone is surprised. After hearing such high price for a slave, referee replied and he said yes, that's more than enough. Then Kassadin left with her, and she is telling him something. However, Kassadin started to remove his clothes. She asked him, what are you doing right now? He replied that didn't she buy him to do this, so he started to serve him. She said that she didn't bring him so that he could serve her at night. He is confused after hearing this, and asked what is she talking about, and why did you buy me then? She said because she can't pretend not to see those, which was begging for help, and she took his hand and said, no matter how strong he is, he still have scars on his hands. And she was going to him and let him live freely. But if she do that, then he will be dragged to the arena again. Next she healed his scars from his hand. He asked, what is this? She replied, this is secret magic which is passed down in her family. He asked, master, why would you use such a precious thing for him? With a smile she said, no matter how precious it is, it can't be compared to human life. He said that he killed a lot of people. She is comforting him that it was just your reluctant choice for you to live. It's not you killed people because you want to. But how did you end up as a slave fighter? What about your family? He said he have no family. They all died a long time ago. He wandered everywhere all alone, and in the end eventually drifted to the arena. Next he asked his master a question. What kind of person you are, master? She replied with a smile, that she is Serkia's only daughter. After she was born her mother died. She asked him his age. He was 18 years old, and Orion is 2 years older than him. Then after some time she asked, how would you feel if you become my younger brother? Kassadin didn't understand what is she trying to say by this. She said like, throw away your slave status and become a member of the Earl's house. If that's the case, then you won't have to live such a tragic life anymore. You don't have to kill anyone and no one will disrespect you again. So, will you be my family, Kassadin? He agreed with it by saying, if that's what master wants, then yes. Then they introduce each other again, and he accepts her as a sister by saying, thank you sister, you are truly a warm-hearted person. Orion thought that it is strange he accepted it very quickly. Could it be because he has the ability to adapt to new environments quickly? But in the end, the fact that she let Kassadin come to this family is only to protect her family. What he thinks is not important to her. He is just her sword and shield. Next she introduced him to her father, but he was very angry after hearing that he is a slave. Even if she let him be her bodyguard, it's crazy enough. But her brother, she apologized for doing this, but she explained him what is she thinking. If one day war broke out, isn't the only man in our family who his father will have to go to war. But if there is another man in our house, it can be avoided, and he was someone with outstanding ability, so he can return safely from the battlefield. He asked, so, this the reason you suddenly came up with a younger brother idea? He apologized for being angry. Now he understood what she is trying to do, but he needs some time alone to settle his thoughts on this matter. She came out from his father's room. She saw outside there as the sun turns red. At the same time when sun is red she was killed by Damien, and it always remind her about not forgetting who killed her. That's why she can't lose Kassadin, because he is the only one who is going to be stronger than him. Next Kassadin took a bath, and Orion asked to bring some food up to this room for them. Next, after wearing clothes, Kassadin said that he is definitely going to prove his worth. She asked him if he need anything else, so he asked her for a sword. Because he is living with a sword for a long time, it makes him comfortable, and a sword is enough for him. He don't need anything else. Whatever is happening to him is already like a dream to him. But he have something to tell her. Looks like he already like her. From the first time he met her, he couldn't take his eyes off from her. So, if it's a dream he never want to wake up, she thought it's only been a day since they met. But he already knows how to tease others with his tongue. As expected, there's a reason why he expected all of this so easily. She said there is no that she is going to leave him, and it would be better to just go along with him, and I will treat you tenderly and warmly, more than anyone. So just take a rest today and don't worry. Her room is next door, so you can come whenever you want. Orion was reading a book about herbs and potions that grow only in northern region, but without a doctor, it will be very difficult to find them. 19 years earlier, around this time last year, the emperor's illness was completely cured. As a result, her family became even richer. And everyone in the nobility whispers to each other that her family is hiding a mineral mine. And when she was 20 years old, at the crown's prince's birthday party, she met Damien, and after that all of her family's huge money flows into Damien's hands, and finally she had to suffer a tragic end. And currently it's time, exactly 1 month before the crown prince's birthday party. So, if the enemy is Damien, then she have to learn more things. Baku's the northern region was Damien's territory. That's why she can't lose even the smallest piece of information. Next her door was knocked. It was Cassidon, and he wanted to say something to her. She thought at this late time in the night, she gave him permission to enter. He said even though he know it's not allowed to come here late at night like this, but since he couldn't sleep, and he remembers that earlier she said he can come whenever he want, she said no problem, she is just reading a book, so, just anywhere you felt comfortable. He asked which book you are reading. She said it is the Medicines of the North, and she said it turns out, you know how to read. Reading and writing are the rituals of the nobility, so she had to memorize a lot of things in order to survive. But in the empire, slaves didn't have the opportunity to read, not even the chance to learn or read, and the more knowledgeable the slave, then harder it gets to manage them. But he reads it so naturally, so she guessed there is no need to ask him, because it looks like he can't trust her yet. She said you must have been very tired, so just take a rest, and nothing bad is going to happen with you, he said. He can't sleep because he was restless, but if you are okay then, can we sleep together? She thought maybe he is testing her. Then she just have to prove to him that she don't worry of him, that's all, and said if that's what you want, so be it, come here. It seems that because you changed your sleeping place, you fell uneasy. He replied that might be a case, but mostly every night the people he killed appeared in his dreams. They crawled to his side with blood all over their bodies and whispered, why did he kill them? She comforted him by saying it is not his fault. You only did this to survive in this world. At least you feel sorry for the dead, right? He said however killing is still killing. She said that it wasn't called slaughter. It was just an action of you using a sword to help you protect yourself. This is the first time in her own life about hearing something like this. And she wants to know what kind of life he lived until now. He said with a bright smile that there's only one person in the arena, and that's you, the only one who shines so brightly. So seeing you up close like this makes his day even more brighter, so thank you for bringing me here. After some time, she is acting of being in sleep, but she felt eyes on herself. Cassidon was watching him consistently. He is moving his hand in her iron hair, and said I hope you have a nice dream, sister. But it turns out he was a liar. Just like how she pretended to be a gentle person, same goes for Cassidon. Since he had encountered so many dangerous things in the arena, it was only natural for him to act like that. And she also don't expect him to believe her in the first place. She is just waiting for him to naturally become part of her family, and she is definitely going to meet Damien at the birthday party. Until then she have Tio officially put Cassidon in her family and tame him. But she don't know anything about Cassidon, even if she tried to search through the memories of her past life. But at that time he was just quietly standing behind him, so she needs to investigate Cassidon, and after that he can do anything she will put in his hand. Next morning Sasha came to tell Orion that his father asked her to see Orion. She said, "Okay, I will get there. But where is Cassidon? He is not in his room." Next Orion goes to meet her father, and saw that Cassidon is covered all over in blood. Her father gave him a task to complete. Only after he completes several tests, he allowed to be the young master. So the first task he gave his to bring a herb from northern region. He checked it, and there's no mistake. This smell is really the smell of the northern shank that he talked about. Orion said, "Isn't it a herb that grows only in caves on the steep cliffs of the west?" And there were rumors that those caves were inhabited by monsters. Orion asked, why would Cassidon found this thing back? Her father replied that he was thinking all night about Cassidon, and finally came up with decision that if he passes his few challenges, he can join our family. So, he passed the first challenge. Orion said that she thinks there's no need for the next challenge. Bacchus, no matter what challenge you give Cassidon, he is going to pass them, because he also brought the herbs back, and he proven his worth enough. So please allow Cassidon to enter this family as her younger brother. He will surely become the pride of our family. And she was the one who brought Cassidon back, and if only because of his status as a slave, you wouldn't accept him, then, please also drive me out of this family. Both of them are in shock. After hearing that, he asked, "Why do you value a slave so much?" She replied that humans are not just faces. You like to drink herbal tea, but the place where the herbs are grown is the slave farm. And most of the slaves are just nobles from other countries. They were trampled by the empire and stripped of their titles overnight. They don't only have to leave all of their property behind, but all had to live like slaves. So the title is just a useless thing. And Cassidon is just a human just like us. So please allow him to enter our family. Next, after hearing all of this, he allowed him to join their family. And she asked Cassidon to help her in the future, and Cassidon said that he also hoped her to take care of her too, and father also. After hearing father from Cassidon's mouth, Orion's father feels uneasy. But in the end he accepted him. After some time, Cassidon is taking a bath, and thinking about earlier, that what Orion said about him to her father, about if he don't accept him then she also wants to drive out from the family. And thought that his sister is truly a strange woman. And thinking about his sister, when they were both in the bad, and he knows that she was clearly up that time, but because of him she had turned into a grumpy kid. But whatever the case, he just wants to take advantage of her, and for that he is ready to do whatever it takes. Next day Orion goes to market, to buy a sword for Cassidon. Shop owner welcomes her, and she is thinking that, since Cassidon said he likes swords, so she will buy one as an anniversary gift to mark him becoming a member of this family. She found one sword which seems convenient to hold, and looks very convenient to use too, and the shopkeeper tells her about the origin of the sword, and there is so many to say about it. This sword is used to be the sword that was used by the late Prince of Kingdom Hiron, which was perished. She asked how could such a good sword be unsold and covered in dust like this. She bought the sword because it seems to fit Cassidon quite well. Next she returned to home, and entered into Cassidon's room, and he is drying himself after taking a bath. She said that she was a bit worried because she didn't hear his voice. He apologized to her for not replying earlier. Next she gave him the box. He asked what is this and opened it, and found a sword. But after seeing the sword he asked with a serious face, where did she found it? She replied she bought it from the nearby store, and thought that it might suit him. He asked where is the sheath of this sword. Apparently there is a cover that comes with it. She asked that how did he know that. He said normally daggers like this would come with their sheaths. Furthermore, it was strange that a sword as good as this had no outer sheath. After hearing all of this she said according to the shop owner, its sheath had been lost for a long time. And the shop owner also said that this sword was once used by a perished kingdom's prince. And it's Kingdom Hiron that he mentioned. She asked how about if she gets someone to make a sheath for it. But he said that she don't need to do that. He used to try all of the swords back then at the arena, so he think it's fine if a sword has no sheath. Moreover, isn't this as a gift from her, so he already like this as it is. She once again welcomed him to be a part of her family. He said thank you and that this is too much for him. And meeting her is the luckiest thing he have experienced in his whole life. If it weren't for her, he would probably still be in the arena right now. And he don't want to forget this warmth. She was like an angel to him who fell from the sky. She again thanked him for becoming a part of her family, but normally sister and brother won't be having such a tight hug. He said seems like he have made a mistake. She comforted him by saying, if he feel tired, he can rely on her whenever he want. But she knows that he was doing acting of becoming a good brother, and all he is telling her was lies, and thinking in his eyes how stupid she is. But she want to protect her family, and Cassidy is the only one who can protect them, so she decided to continue the act of a gentle and stupid girl for him, and she said if he can't sleep at night, she will sing him a lullaby, and during the day. Let's go to the garden full of flowers, so, in the coming days you will only going to live in happiness. And she is going to fill his life with colors. After that he asked, if that's the case then can he come to her room again? She said with smile, of course he can. She will hold his hand until he fell asleep. Cassidy asked, but that's not what a normal sister and brother does? Orion said if that's the case then let's make an unusual pair of siblings. So, what will be the end of this strange sister-brother relationship? In the night he asked why would she bring him here in this family, if she knew that she could be kicked out. Orion replied that she promised to him that she will never throwing him away. That's why she did that, and the other reason is that she don't want to see the scene where he was thrown away, and you are crying. And no matter how, Orion want him to be happy. After hearing that Cassidy said he is very happy, so just sleep tight sister. Orion was again doing an acting of falling asleep, and he continuously stared towards her. After some time she fall asleep, and saw a dream in which Damien appeared and killed her. And next she woke up in the morning. Her mood is really bad after seeing that dream, and Cassidy had left at midnight, but why is there a book missing? Next Sasha came to the room and told her that she did some investigation, and found something strange, that maybe Cassidy is not originally a slave. Shockingly she asked, what do you mean explain this properly? Sasha said she met a merchant who told her that the one who was said to have owned Cassidy for the first time a few years ago, he found Cassidy lying on the solitary street wearing expensive clothes. So they thought he came from a prestigious family. And his first impression was very nervous when they first met him. And it doesn't seem like a lie. Orion also thought that she is right, because Cassidy know how to read and write, and literature is not something that can be forced to learn. Unless you were born noble from the beginning. So she thought maybe his family was dead, and he is all alone now, so she must be kinder to him from now on. She thanked Sasha and gave her a necklace as a present, but she declined the present, and said that she didn't do it to get something in return. And it's enough for her that she was able to help her. Orion thanked Sasha for her kindness, and said you must be tired Sasha, so just take a break for today, and she gave her the full accessories box. She was not accepting that box in the starting, but at the end she accepted it. Orion thought that Sasha was the first one who noticed some change in her behavior, and it would be strange not to change after coming back alive from the edge of death. Sasha is nice, and thought if there was even one decent maid in Damien's house, would the situation change a little? But she knows that would not be the case, because he didn't even listen to her. Then what could a maid even do? She remembered that she was just like a trapped bird inside a cage, and Damien would whisper all kinds of sweet swords only when she treat him. And all the other time he ignored her, so she is thinking what kind of expression should she show on the Crown Prince's birthday, when she meet Damien? After some time Cassidy and Orion are walking into garden, and Cassidy said it's very beautiful, especially the blue flowers that resemble his sister, because unlike red roses, blue roses are extremely rare, that's why blue flowers are called impossible in the language of flowers. It's the first time he have seen them in person. He said they are so beautiful just like you my sister. Orion said even if the flower is rare, what's the point if you are going to lose it? From the moment it withers, it becomes a problem for the gardener only. He said he didn't mean it in that way. Orion replied, yes, I know that. I just wanted to tell you. Comparing people to flowers can make them feel insulted. It all depends on the listener. He said he will keep that in mind. Orion asked Cassidy if he knows about a book that was missing from her bookshelf. He asked, a missing book? She said while looking sharply towards him that maybe someone has stolen it. He replied, well, it wasn't even a very important book. She asked, do you remember? It was the book she last read. Its title was about northern herbs. Cassidy said, if you allow me, I can help you find it. She said that you're the only one who can sneak into my room while I'm asleep. She is thinking he comes to my room every night and whisper lies with that bright smile. And the words he spoke when he saw the blue rose, they were all lies. And he has been pretending from the moment they first met. But she could not understand why he was so devoted to the crown prince. In her past memories? After that few days passes, Orion's father was recorded him officially. And her father told him that, not to tell anyone that he was once a slave. Everyone in the crowd was looking at him. He is looking so handsome to everyone. Everyone thought that he must belong to a noble family. And is it a human face or a work of art? Orion thought that no one would even believe that he was once a slave. She asked him what was his father like? He said his father was very kind and his mother was stronger than anyone else. They were good people, and he don't have any siblings. And he was truly happy to be able to go out with his sister like this. She asked, is there anything he want or need? After holding her hand, he said, all he wants is to stay happy with his sister like this. After some time, she told him about a crown prince birthday banquet, which is just a week ahead. And their family is invited every year for any event held at the imperial palace. This time, her father said he can't attend because of his palace duties. So, if you decide to go instead of him. By holding her in his hands, he said, please take me with you too, sister. And if it's the imperial palace, how will many other people attend? But he feared that someone else might steal his sister away from him. She comforted him by saying she would take him with her no matter what, and don't worry, no one else will steal her away. Everyone from the crowd is watching them with blushy faces. And he said, sister, you don't realize how charming you are. She said she will do whatever he want, unless he keep testing him. Cassidy surprisingly said he didn't testing her. It's the first time he have felt this warmth, and he did all of this because he loves her. And I didn't tested you even once, she asked. Then why did you steal the book? The book that disappeared 3 weeks ago. She knows that he stole that book and returned it to her bookshelf. And you are the only one entered into my room that night. So, it's clear that it was you? At that time she thought he had his reasons behind this, and what matters to her isn't that he stole the book. But he lied to her. He asked if she knew everything from the beginning. Why didn't she punish him for that? She said with a gentle smile, because you're a precious member of our family. He held her hand very tightly and said, for him, sister is like a ray of light that saved him. So, he is not going to lie to her again. She said she can lend him any book he want. And also suggest something useful for him. He thanked her for that and asked. He was wondering what kind of book his sister was reading. If he knew this would happen, he would have told her the truth from the beginning. She said, choose what you want from this market, and tell her everything he needs. He said there is one thing he want. She asked, what is it? He said, it was you, my sister. For a while after that day, Cassidy didn't come to her room at night. 2 days before the crown prince's birthday, she was reading an article about Damien, in that he won the 829 imperial tournament. She can't believe that he won the tournament with that body. The beast remains the beast. Who from the depths would believe he's ailing from heart disease? Earlier, she was chasing him for a year, and she only noticed his disease when he collapsed in front of her. Suddenly she noticed someone is standing at the door. I was Cassidy. She asked him, why haven't you been coming here at night lately? He asked with a smile, were you waiting for me? She said yes. He was glad after hearing that she was waiting for him. Earlier you said you can't sleep, is your worry gone now? He said yes, thanks to his sister, but he still preferred to be with his sister. She said if others find out that you are coming to my room at night, you will get into trouble. Cassidy replied that's why he come back before dawn. But Orion said if you don't want me to get into trouble, don't come here like this at night. He said with flirty sound that it's good to see my sister during the day, but he also loves seeing her at night. It's always nice to see her reflection in the faint moonlight. And your blue eyes that look like a calm lake. When I look into your deep violet eyes, I also think a lot. Especially when you're frowning and staring into space. It makes him wonder what she is thinking, so, all I can think about is you, my sister. She said she saw someone leaving the palace in the middle of the night a few days ago. And it was you. What are you doing at that time? He said he just needed some fresh air. She knows that he was lying because Sasha told her that he didn't return before dawn. But she said to him that if you say so, then it must be true. After that night of lies, morning finally came. Next day everyone is in hurry for the preparation of Crown Prince's birthday. All the maids are preparing Orion for the birthday party, and all the maids are very happy, because she is looking extremely beautiful. And they said, certainly, Our Lady is the main character of today's banquet. Everyone will envy the person you dance with. But she said it seems that the main character of the day will be Cassidy. He said for a moment he thought he saw an angel. Then they both left for the banquet. He sit aside of Orion. She said the other seat is empty, Cassidy, and you can let go of my hand now. Cassidy said he want to sit like this. My sister's scent is very pleasant. I hope time stops here. If others in the Imperial Palace look at you, I will feel extremely uncomfortable. She asked, why do you keep doing this, little brother? She really wondered why he continued to lie to her. But she hopes that one day he will tell her. Would that be too much to ask? He asked Orion, you don't believe me? She said that when he lie, one corner of his mouth lifts slightly, and your right eyelash trembles gently. You are really bad at lying. He asked, what kind of person are you, my sister? Next they arrived at the Imperial Palace. It is a place where Orion is used to frequent when she was little. Because of their healing abilities, whenever there is need they arrange the path in that way, so that they can quickly come to the aid of the Imperial family when necessary. And because of that there was a strange and mistaken belief that she was a candidate to marry the Crown Prince. When they are coming down from the chariot, Cassidy was looking at her. She asked him if he have something to say, or is it just that my sister looks very beautiful? You are complimenting a lot today, but you are beautiful too. He said that he should be grateful if she said he was wonderful. After some time at the entrance she shows invitation card to the Imperial Guard. He asked, who is accompanying you? Everyone is looking at Cassidy, and wondering who is this gentleman, and he is really handsome. She replied he is her younger brother Cassidy. The guard confirmed their invitation card. They both entered into the Imperial Palace, the glass room. It still remains same as Orion remembers it. And last time Damien came late for the dinner, there is no difference from the past. She was thinking that the only change here from the past is, this time she came with Cassidy. Next the beautiful lady approached Orion, and said, Madam Circia. It's been a long time. Orion said she is happy to see her again. That lady said it's an honor for me that you remember me. Orion said of course she remembers her. Her name is Evelyn Kristen. She is the daughter of Count Kristen, who earned his fortune through diamond mining. And because of them hundreds of slaves died in the mines. Because Orion possessed jewels that they don't have. The lady asked who is the gentleman next to her. Cassidy introduced himself to them, and said, pleased to meet you, my name is Cassidy. She asked with a blushy face, how can your voice be so beautiful? Orion said that he is her younger brother. After hearing that he is her younger brother, all of them approached like a pack of dogs chasing their prey. They thought that she was the only daughter of Count Circia. They asked then what is the reason for not revealing himself. Is it because the young lady wanted to monopolize her handsome younger brother? Orion was thinking that she don't want to waste her mental energy on such a conversation. the lady asked. So how can someone as beautiful as him hide? They asked Cassidon if he have a girlfriend. All of them are attracted toward him. He replied that he don't have any girlfriend. But he have someone in his heart. All of them are shockingly watching him. One of the girl asks, "Who might that be?" He replied with a bright smile that, on the first day when they met, she was wearing a beautiful light blue dress with bare shoulders. And she was wearing a necklace of blue sapphires around her neck. She was looking so beautiful that avoiding her gaze made him feel guilty. That's why he couldn't take his eyes off her. There is no doubt that his heart belongs entirely to her. Someone from the crowd asked what is her name. But before he tells the name of that girl, the crown prince entered into the hall. Everyone is greeting the crown prince. His name is Leon de Craspel. He thanked everyone for attending the ceremony despite their busy schedules. Orion was thinking that originally, Cassidon was supposed to stand behind the crown prince as his closest aides. But for her, it was the best choice to protect her family. Crown Prince said today, "Let's forget about hard work and have fun." Everyone congratulated Crown Prince and said they hope His Highness's future will be filled with glory. But next Orion was looking at Cassidon. And he was smiling very weirdly. She was thinking why he is smiling like that. Suddenly Crown Prince drops his glass of wine on the ground. And started coughing and fall on the ground. The Imperial Guard asking who did this. And shouting it's poison, someone must have poisoned his drink. Some women are also fainted after seeing that scene. Erin was shockingly thinking that in her previous life, there was no fall of the prince. Originally the banquet lasted until the late at night. And Damien was also late. The only difference from that time was that this time Cassidon was with her. And he was smiling after Crown Prince fell on the ground. She is thinking that it was Cassidon who did that, but why did Cassidon do that? Because Cassidon, who is in her previous life favored the Crown Prince over everyone else. She was thinking about her previous conversation with the sword shopkeeper. He told her that this sword may be used by Crown Prince of the extinct Kingdom of Highland. The Kingdom of Highland, which has been completely wiped out of the map. If he was the prince of that kingdom, then that explains his action. But in her previous life memories, he was closer to the prince. For at least 3 years. If her predictions are correct, then he wants revenge. She asked him that it was you, the Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Highland. After hearing all of this, Cassidon looked at her with a very serious look. He asked her, "What are you trying to say?" The Imperial Guards announced that the attendees here cannot leave until the interrogation is over. The Emperor issued a decree indicating that possibility of a comet in the banquet hall. And anyone who exhibits suspicious behavior or attempts to leave is immediately considered guilty. The pupil from the crowd asked, "Are you saying one of us is guilty? How dare someone commit such an act against the Emperor's heir? I swear on my rank and title that I am not guilty." But the guard said, "If an interrogation is conducted, the truth will be revealed. If you are not guilty, then why are you fearing? But they keep saying it's not me, it's not me." On the other hand, Cassidon was trembling not from fear, but from anger towards Orion. He was looking like a beast at that time. She comforted him and said, "It's all right, Cassidon. But don't do something like this again in the future." She is saying this for his own good, and said that she will protect him from any danger. But suddenly a door opens, and an Imperial Guard asked Lady Circia, "His Majesty is requesting your presence." Everyone in the crowd started gossiping about it, and said it seems that the rumors about the Crown Prince will spread once again. Or Mary Lady Circia was right. Cassidon was thinking why they asked for Orion presence. She entered into the room, and said greetings to the son of the Empire. The Empire rushed toward Miss Circia, and asked please hurry and treat my son. She replied, "Yes, I understand your majesty." Next, she removed her gloves, and started treating him, and said he looks pale. It seems that the poison has indeed spread throughout his body. The poison had no smell, no taste. She started focusing on his veins, and sensed that the poison has attached itself to the bloodstream throughout the body. And it is a highly toxic, fast-acting, colorless and odorless poison. And then she realized that it is a poisonous plant that only grows in the northern regions. And it was written on the book stolen by Cassidon, which contains a recipe that combines pro powder, aiming to neutralize the whole order of the toxins. If she had been a little late, his condition would have ended in bed for the rest of his life. And it is a deadly poison. And she was thinking that Cassidon was truly mad. Next she opened the button off the Crown Prince's clothes, and started treating him. After some time, she said, "Everything is fine, Your Majesty." She had completely removed the traces of the poison. He thanked her, and said, "Thanks to your power, the poison has been eliminated. I will especially grateful to you, and I am willing to fulfill any request you may have with just a word." She declined that offer, and said, "There is no need. Your Majesty, I have done what I should have done." The Emperor was thinking, who can do this on the birthday event? But even if he don't know who they are, they must be clearly insane and ready to die. Orion was thinking that she was fortunate to be the one treating him, and said that she also learned about the components of the poison that spread in his body, Your Majesty. And thinking that the Emperor's trust in her will work on her favor, and she have to use that trust to save Cassidon. The Emperor asked what was it? She said she apologized for informing him, but it was a hemlock plant, a poisonous plant that only grows in the northern regions. She said it because she knows that the younger brother of the Emperor, who was the ruler of the northern regions, he left his only son Damien behind when he departed this world. He asked, "Did you just mention the northern region?" She said yes, and hemlock is highly toxic and its smell can be easily detected. However, when mixed with pearl powder, the smell is completely eliminated. After saying this, she was thinking that a little doubt is enough. Although Damien's father was not interested in the throne, he was different. She was thinking that although the Crown Prince allowed Damien to reach this extent, he never looked at him in the face. And Damien is more qualified than anyone else to represent a threat to the throne. And ever since the Majesty had become the Emperor, he loved his son dearly, so, even if he escaped the suspicion of poisoning, it will be difficult to avoid what happened to the Crown Prince. Next, Orion said that she had finished her work, so she will take her leave. The Emperor said that he would like to make a request for the young lady. She said yes, it's an honor for her. He said, "Please stay until my son fully recovers." And he said that it is impossible to keep the nobles in the hole for a longer period. She was thinking with a relaxed face that Cassidon is no longer a suspect, and said, "I will do what His Majesty deems appropriate." He left his son in her care, and said thank you very much for the help. After all of this, she was thinking that His Majesty don't trust her too much, and she don't think that they really see her as a candidate for the Crown Prince. Then she looked at Crown Prince, and thought that he still hasn't woken up. And what is Cassidon doing now? She hoped that no other incident occurs. Next she started closing the button off the Crown Prince's shirt with a blushy face. And then he woke up, and asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here? And how dare you touch my body?" She replied that she is Lady Orion Circia, and she was the one who healed him from the poison that spread in his body. If it took them longer, it would have been a big problem. He said, "Treatment?" She said yes. "Didn't you hear from His Majesty?" He said yes, he remembered hearing something like this before, that the Sarika family was the only family that possessed healing abilities in the empire. And the best healer of all was their son, the Count. And you must be his daughter. So, can you demonstrate this great skill to me? She replied, "That would not be possible. Because you have already been healed, and there is no one else here in need of healing." So, she asked to leave, but suddenly Crown Prince started coughing and felt sick. She immediately started to treat him again and said, "It seems that the poison has been completely eliminated. There is nothing wrong. Your heart is also stable. You are fine, he said. It seems you truly are a healer. She was thinking that she know he's someone superior to her. But do you like to test others, because you were raised in the imperial family? She said she's done with her work, so she is leaving. But he grabbed her hand and stopped her. And said that he's a little worried, so can you stay with me a little longer? She said she can contact someone else. And then after hearing this, he said unbelievable, because till now other people feel excited to talk to him, but she is different than other. Instead, she seemed annoyed by it. She was thinking that in her previous life, she never spoke to him. So she didn't know that he had this kind of personality. And then she said that not everyone is the same. She wants to leave the room quickly, so she have to come up with an excuse. She said that maybe the other girls are eager to talk to you, but not all the ladies you will meet in the future will have these aspirations. He asked, "Why do you think so?" She replied, "That's because people have different inclinations." He said that he want to ask her a question. "What do you think of me?" He came closer to her. She said that she believed His Highness is the Crown Prince. After hearing this, he started laughing. He said, "Your name was Orion, right? So if you need a healer, I have to rely on your resistance." She said yes. He said, "Now you can leave and see you soon, Lady Orion." She was thinking that can't she just hit him? What does he mean by see you soon? She hoped that he doesn't find her again. After that, she entered into the hallway and asked one of the maid, "What happened to the guest?" She replied, "His Majesty dismissed the other guest." After hearing that, she is in relief. And thinking that now Cassidon will be safe. She was searching for him everywhere. And thinking he's late. But suddenly she saw he was talking to someone else. Then she goes toward him and asks, "Have you waited so long?" He replied, "Not at all." She was thinking that this pretty face of my little brother, who would dare to get him into trouble, and even thought that he was the one who caused all of the commotion. Then she looked toward the person to whom Cassidon is talking. And he's none other than Damien. She knows that sound very well. She was trembling from fear and anger, and remembered her past life in a second. After that, Damien introduced himself to her, and said, "My name is Damien Syndix." But Orion was feeling uncomfortable after seeing him. She's trying to calm herself down, and thinking that they have finally faced each other, and she is trained for this moment. Damien asked her that your skin looks pale, are you okay? She said yes and thanked him for his concern. She introduced herself to him that, "I am Mrs. Arnie Sarika." He replied he will remember that. She asked him, "What were you talking about with my brother?" He said, "So that person is your little brother?" She said yes, and thinking about Damien thoughts that they don't look like siblings at all. He said he was late for the party, but it seems it has been cancelled. He was considering returning when he met her brother and heard what happened. He heard that someone messed with the prince's drink. He said that this situation is hard to believe because he did not expect something unfortunate like this to happen on his birthday. But Orion was sure that he's enjoying this secretly, because he's aiming for the throne. That's why he don't care about the person involved. Instead, she replied that she also believed that it's very unfortunate to something like this happened on Prince's birthday. "Your Grace, the Duke?" He asked her, "How did you know that I am a Duke?" She replied, "Who doesn't know the Duke?" She said the Duke's story caused an uproar just by reading the newspapers. "And did you win the fencing championship again?" He said he was just lucky. Then she remembers in her past memories. Damien was no match for Cassidon, even though it was Cassidon's first participation in the fencing championship. And his brave appearance is still vivid in her memory, as if it were yesterday. Currently, Damien was behaving very humble and he asked her that, "Why are you still at the palace until now?" "Because everyone has left." She was about to reply this question, but suddenly Royal Palace Guard arrested Damien. He was asking, "What the hell are you doing?" They replied that you must come with us. And it is an order from the Emperor. She was acting worriedly in front of him, but from inside she was very happy. Then after, when the Imperial Guards took Damien into the custody, she told Tuka Sudden that she know there is a lot he want to say. But time is running out, so let's return to the palace first. In the chariot she asked him why did he do that. Don't tell me anything, and I am not trying to blame you. But then she put her hand on his cheek. And thinking that currently Cassidy's face shows a lot of emotion and feeling, and he could not hide his trembling gaze. And if today's events are revealed, it would not only be Cassidy whose life at stake, but their entire family will be completely lost. So she said to him that whether you were the crown prince of the kingdom of Eren in the past, or even a servant, and if there is something you want to protect, so protect your life first. After hearing all of this, Cassidy was very angry, and he grabbed her hand. He said that if I kill you, no one will know my identity here. So with your delicate lips, tell me your last words about how you knew all of this. She said that you were lying to yourself. He said you are aware of your situation now, but you are still saying that. She said you are foolish, Cassidy. You are unaware even of who your true enemy is, but you tried to deceive and threaten the wrong person. Because 8 years ago, the person who led the world to invade Iran was Damien's biological father. And the reason behind all of the destruction is an unknown prophecy by the great prophet of the empire. She also learned something new while gathering information about Damien. That Cassidy has no allies. He said, are you trying to deceive me now? She said, listen to what you are saying. You know that everything I've said and say is a lie. But all the moments with you were real. And now you think my words are just lies. He asked her that if she regret bringing him here even for a moment. She said she never regretted it because she bought him, and now he is her brother. This time, she don't intend to give him the answer he want. Then she hugged him and said, regardless of what others say, and you are my dear family. And you will be fine in future, so just don't worry and relax. Then with the gentle and soothing voice, Cassidy calms down. He is under her influence. She was thinking that this is amusing that she's using him. After some time they reached to their palace. And she asked Sasha to fetch her some bathing water. And also bring her a book about the kingdom of Eren. Because she want to investigate and gather information or rumors. So just find me all the information about the kingdom of Eren. Sasha said okay. Orion asked her if she wanted more jewelry. She said she don't want any new jewelry because she gave her a whole jewelry box last time. And then she left after saying that she will go get the bath water now. She looked everywhere if anyone is looking at her. And then she knocked into Cassidy's room. He opened the door and then she asked why don't we talk a little before sleep. She entered into her room and both of them are drinking tea. She was saying that the tea leaves that seem to resist, at some point it will give up and melt. And it would not end here. No matter how hard you get. One day it will all end for sure. He was thinking that he is with someone who can dump him at any moment. What a contradiction. She was thinking that. Damien has been arrested in the past, but she did not speak. She wanted him to grant all of her desires. But now she will use Cassidy until she reach her goal. She said to him to don't worry about anything. Because even if you lie as usual it's okay. And whatever your past it's your past, and don't forget that you are my family. So use me anytime, and if there is anything you want me to do, I will do it even if it's getting blood on my hands. I will fulfill your wish. Cassidy was very shocked and angry after hearing all of this. He asked her what is she thinking about. And do you know what you are talking about yourself? You should better curse me than say that. Tell me that I am just an ungrateful slave who does not appreciate the blessing that was given to him. So why did not you scold me? And there is no guarantee that I would not do this again. She said if we wanted to hurt me, you could have done that before. She was thinking about the 1 month time she spent it with him. And thinking about a human being who have become a beast. It is normal for him to give up easily. She said what she did is no different than what he did. She brought him and accepted him. And if someone is wrong, it's me. Instead of tending to his wounds, she opened them up more. She apologized to him. After hearing that, Cassidy was going to his bedroom. After entering into his room, he removed his shirt. And thinking about Orion, that this woman has a terrible expression at times. And it was not a sad expression, as if she was thinking deeply. It was a face without a smile. She is the one who made him look like a wonderful slave. But no one cares about the bleeding wound inside him. And she also only cares about her strong looks. He was saying to himself that he vehemently concealed his former identity, so he could not bear to live with that shame. But what is she's hesitating about? He remembered the hug in the chariot with Orion. And now he feels like his mind is a mess. His feelings are so confused it makes his head hurt. So he decided to check on her. Because he feels like he is admitting defeat like that. He wear his robe. And leaving for Orion room. He is saying a name Nona instead of Orion. He said he want to know more about her. And he wanted to hear her voice. He feels like his body was burning when he hear her voice. She asked him if he is sick. But he grabbed her hand and said he feels the increase in heat. And his body react like this to only her. He grabbed her into his arms. And said that the fever seems to be getting worse. He wonder what's making his body burn up like this, dear sister. He complimented her that she is very beautiful. And she amazed him every time he see her. He is moving her hand on his chest. And saying that your hand is soft on my skin. But then she said that these are wounds from swords and axes. And these cards would not be so deep if they were not neglected for long periods of time. She thought it was because he was a gladiator, but these scars were made on purpose. Because they are not from fighting in the arena. She asked him if he was being tortured in the past. He said yes. She asked him to sit for a moment, then she closed his eyes. And started to use her healing magic. And after some time, she said she's done. And then he looked at his body. However, there is not a single scar left on his body. Cassidy was shocked after seeing all of this. She asked him if he is surprised. She said that she just used the same ointment she mentioned last time. And if she had known it was this bad, she would have treated all your wounds the first time we met. She asked him that it must have hurt a lot. But you could not say anything. And it must have been difficult for him, was not it? My dear brother. So don't worry about that anymore and get a good night's sleep. Then she fell asleep. And he was thinking that it seems that he have fallen into the trap. Next day in the morning, Sasha was in very hurry and asking for mistress. She entered into her room and said that, my lady, you need to get ready. Orion asked her what is the reason to cause such a commotion this early in the morning. She replied that His Royal Highness is here in the mansion. She asked the Crown Prince, but for what reason he have come? That he came personally just to see her. And he is in the salon right now. He's waiting for her. Adding asked her that, did he say anything else? She replied he didn't, said not a single word more. She was thinking that why he have come here. Because the accusation against Cassidy opposing the Crown Prince must not have been proven. Sasha said that maybe His Royal Highness fell in love with her at first sight? She said of course not, Sasha. That would not be the case. She was thinking that he must have come out of curiosity. And she is sure his interest will fade over time. And it looks like the Crown Prince has too much time on his hand. And she was also thinking that Cassidy's patience in enduring this for years is truly admirable. Even if it's for revenge. Next slide had reported him that the empire is turned absolutely upside down. Because there is a rumor going around that it was Duke Damien who poisoned the Crown Prince. And now he is held in the imperial prison. But she was wondering that a duke could not lack anything which make him do this. And everyone is saying that he might be released soon since there is not enough evidence to prove it. Orion was thinking that about no clear evidence. because they cannot rely on yesterday's situation alone. Even if Damien were the real culprit, he would still find a way to get out of it. But right now he is not the culprit, and once he's out of prison, he will surely look for the real culprit. And if he finds out the truth, he will use it as an excuse to convince Cassidy to join him. So she was thinking that in this meantime, she need to gather more evidence about Damien. So she was thinking about meeting the Crown Prince in a very colorful way. Sasha asked her, "What would you like to wear, my lady?" She replied, "It needs to be as elegant as possible. So please bring me something colorful." Cassidy was waiting outside of her room. And then she also came outside after wearing a red and white dress. He asked her, "Where are you going in such a hurry?" She replied that there is a guest in the salon. He asked her if he can join her. She said that might be a bit difficult because you poisoned him the last time you saw him. He sarcastically asked her that he must be a pretty important guest, right? She was thinking that now Cassidy is not hesitating to reveal its true nature. But she's very happy. After all of this and thinking that why does this fact make her so happy? After some time, she entered into the salon. The Crown Prince is waiting for her. He said that he almost died from boredom while waiting. She apologized to the Royal Highness for the delay, and said greetings to the little son of the Empire. He said that she don't have to be so formal, because it's not like it's the first time they have met each other anyway. She was thinking that why is he acting like they are very close? She only wants that the Crown Prince to meet Damien. So she can't lose her composure now. He said that you must be wondering why I came here this morning. I will speak plainly with you. The Crown Prince asked Orion that what do you think about becoming the Crown Princess? She was shocked after hearing this and said what kind of nonsense is this? He is explaining her that His Majesty has already given his permission. So there is no need to worry about anything. And he is very grateful that you saved my life. On a different subject, is not there a false rumor that your family amassed their wealth through mining? Up until now the imperial family has provided protection to the Circaeus. But we can't continue doing that with so many rumors circulating, when you have no actual ties to the throne. And His Majesty was also thinking for some time to make you my wife. Orion said that this is all so sudden. I am quite happy with the life I have now. He asked her in a very doubtful voice. Are you telling me that you want to give up the chance to become the highest-ranked noble woman in the entire empire? She said, I appreciate your concern for me, but I must decline this offer. With a smile, Crown Prince said that you are not at all what I expected about you. You are an interesting person, my lady. During their conversation, someone entered into the room. Orion was thinking who would be so rude as to enter without knocking? It was none other than Cassidy. He apologized for the interruption. But to Orion, he does not seem sorry at all. He dropped the cookies plate on the table forcefully. He said while looking at the Crown Prince, I thought you might be hungry, so I prepared some snacks. Orion was in panic situation and thinking about Sasha. Where are you? Crown Prince said, excellent work, you may leave now. But Cassidy ignored him. He again said that you may go. But he is not listening at all. After some time of silence, Orion introduced him by saying, this is my younger brother Cassidy, so please forgive his rudeness. Crown Prince said, you two don't look alike at all. Because one of you has blonde hair and the other has silver hair. Even your eye colors are completely different, you don't appear to share the same blood. Orion said, although we may not share the same bloodline, but he is still my precious brother. Crown Prince said about Cassidy that not only does he have a good temperament, but he's way much handsome on top of that. So I can understand with a younger brother like this, no wonder your standards are so high. Orion said, you are right, he is attractive in many ways. After hearing this from Aaron, Crown Prince coughed the food he was eating. He laughed and said, it should be nice if your handsome brother left now. We were discussing something very important. Cassidy asked, am I not allowed to hear what was said? With a very comfort state, Crown Prince said, if you want to know, I will tell you. He told him that he planned on making his sister the crown princess in the near future. Orion was in panic situation after the crown prince told Cassidon what he was talking about. On the other hand, Cassidon became very serious after hearing this. She said, "I clearly refused your proposal earlier." The crown prince replied, "To officially decline the offer, you must come to the imperial palace. So meet me tomorrow at noon in front of the palace fountain, and also come alone." After some time, the crown prince leave the palace. Cassidon asked to Orion that, "Is what he said earlier the truth?" She replied yes, he did not lie. He asked her if she's planning to go to the imperial palace tomorrow. But she had no choice, so she have to go. Cassidon recommended her to don't go. She asked, "Why are you saying this?" He said it might be a trap. "And I feel especially uneasy with his last request. It's suspicious for him to ask you to come alone. And he don't think anything good can come out of this." She asked him, "Can you predict the future?" He told her that the eyes give away a lot about a person, as does the rest of their face. And just looking at him, it's clear that he is not a good person. Orion was thinking that. Look at what he's saying now, questioning the morals of the crown prince. She said, "That's too bad. I don't like the crown prince when I first met him either." Cassidon said, "It seems that you have the same opinion as me." They both are laughing together while talking or criticizing about crown prince. She was thinking that it's very entertaining to listen to someone criticize the crown prince. Besides, he's not just an ordinary brother. Cassidon asked her, "What was your first impression of me?" She said, "I thought you seemed a lot like me." He asked, "Why is that? What is similar between us?" She said, "Well, if you were to ask me why, I would say that it just felt that way. But the truth, that is what caught my attention more than his beautiful appearance. Were his eyes, which told a profound story within them. In his eyes was a sadness like the light of dawn. There was also an empty void." After that she asked him, "What about you, Cassidon? What was your first impression of me?" He said, "That's a secret." After hearing this she laughed in front of him. However, Orion knew that it is pointless to expect an answer from a liar. She asked him to tell her that, "Did you think I was a good person or a bad person?" He said, "I don't recall," and moved his head against her. She reminded him by saying, "They say you can tell the type of person by just looking into their eyes." She pulled his hand and asked, "So what kind of person am I to you?" He removed his hand from her grip. He apologized to her, and said he just don't know about that. He said, "Don't you despise me?" She asked, "What reason is there for me to hate you?" Cassidon said, "To be honest, rather than being a good or bad person, you are just strange." She was shocked after hearing this, and asked him if he thinks she is odd. And she was wondering if he's really telling the truth. And she is blushing very hardly because she thinks this is the first time, Cassidon said, "to be honest with me." He's also blushing. She asked him, "Why is your face so red? You said you had a fever last night, is it still not better?" He said, "This is all your fault, and it's nothing." At the night in the library, Orion was wondering, would it still be like this if they were blood-related siblings? She was searching the book about Kingdom of Hiren. But only the chapter on the Kingdom of Hiren has been cut out from all of the books. She thinks she can learn anything from here. And knowing Cassidon, he would not have left any evidence behind when he broke into the palace. And there is another problem. How should I handle Damien when I meet him? Exposing all of Damien's evil deeds will be much harder than simply making him fall. Because he is not an idiot. So she was thinking it should be best if she act the part of the fool. She also thinks she understood how Cassidon feels. She remembered the pain of that day. The day that she died. Next day, she reached near the Empire Palace fountain. After seeing her crown prince said, "You are here." She said, "Greetings to the little son of the empire. As I said, I am here to reject your proposal." He asked, "Why are you in such a hurry? Let's sit and talk." The crown prince is looking around. If she have brought someone with her. She said, "You don't have to worry. I have not brought anyone." He complimented her by saying your hair looks very beautiful. Is that because you possess healing power? In a concerning way, she said, what if someone overhears you? He said, if you're so concerned about it, why don't you become the successor? She said, firstly, you don't even like me. I will heal you, but I would not be your plaything. He asked, does marriage require love? Aristocrats don't sit with random people in love whenever they want, do they? And you will have a lot of power if you are with me. All that matters is that your power will belong to the imperial family. She believed it's a good deal between them. She said, I'm happy with my current life. Orion asked the permission of your highness. Because she wanted to ask him about an interest? How can we make another deal? He said, please tell me the details about the deal. Orion said, was the Duke Damien really arrested on suspicion of poisoning you? You told me he is currently in the imperial prison. So can you create an opportunity for me to meet him? He asked, do you need permission to visit the Duke? She said, if you allow me, I will show you my healing power right here, right now. He said, did not you said to me that you could not heal someone unless they were injured? She replied, when did I say my abilities were limited to humans? I can also make the garden you are stepping on right now bloom again. He stepped up his foot from the flower. And then she started healing it. The flower became as healthy as new. He said, that's impossible. And came close to her, then asked, are you a saint? How does your healing power work? She said, I'm not a saint, I'm just a healer. He plucked that flower and said, if you stay here, you might get trampled by someone else's shoes. So I will put this flower in my room. She asked, why do you care if it gets stepped on again? He said, allow me to ask you a question. Why do you want to see the Duke? I thought there was no reason for you to go all the way to the prison to meet him. Orion was waiting for him to ask why. But now she was wondering, what should she say? She can say, do I believe in love at first sight? But it's strange to confess to someone in prison. She can either say, I thought I should see a beautiful face after all that distance. But it's also not good, it's strange even for her. He asked her, why don't you answer me? She was thinking, can't this person wait for me for more than 3 seconds? After finalizing her answer, she said, Your Highness, are you sure the Duke is guilty? He said, no, I don't think so. Why would someone in such a high position as the Duke do something like this? There is no solid evidence anywhere. It could be someone else with a grudge against the palace. She said the reason he fell under suspicion is his late arrival at the party. Plus the poison that only grows in the northern lands. And I was the one who discovered the poison you consumed. As I told His Majesty, it's a toxic herb that grows abundantly in the north. So I was guilty of blaming the Duke due to the lack of concrete evidence. That's why I'm worried about him, and wanted to see how he is treated in the prison. Crown Prince asked her, why do you think he's innocent? Would it be more dangerous if I told the truth? She said, what is true for one person may be false for another. After hearing this, the Crown Prince put his hand forward and said, ever since I understood your words well, I will lead you directly to the prison. She was thinking that was a brilliant success. But there is a guard watching them all of the time. She was thinking, is that a man wearing a helmet in this weather? It's very hot. And then after some time of travel, they reached to the prison. She asked, is this tower the imperial prison? Crown Prince said, I bet you have not seen it before, since the imperial record is far away from the royal palace. But then the Crown Prince noticed that someone is following them. He asked, why are you following us like this? The knight did not reply anything. However, Orion noticed that his eyes are purple. The knight asked, would you like to kindly tell me everything you want to do in this place, madam? Crown Prince appreciated him by saying, you are making a great effort, knight. The Crown Prince asked Orion, do you know why I asked you to come alone to this place? Because your brother's gaze is unusual. Orion was thinking, of course, he's the person who tried to assassinate you, and now his life is in danger because of that. She said, my little brother, you can be a bit selective, he's quite different. The prince said, it is not about the gaze he casts on anyone, but the distinctive gaze he casts on you. because normally that's not the gaze that any person casts on their own sister. And don't you think your bloodline is also a little bit mixed? Orion was thinking that if this conversation will go any further, then the crown prince will become suspicious of Cassidon, so she needs to stop it. She said, His Majesty, Cassidon is part of my family. He's one of the people I greatly appreciate. If you talk about my only brother in this way, I will feel embarrassed and ashamed. With a smile, the crown prince said, The feelings of affection towards your brother are also exceptional. She replied with a smile, He is the most precious person to me in this world. I believe you have shown me the way sufficiently. He asked her, Will you stay alone in this terrible prison? She replied, I cannot continue to cause trouble for you. And the Archduke is also in prison because I made him appear suspicious in poisoning your highness. It might be difficult to have a peaceful conversation with him. If your highness is with us in prison. Crown Prince was thinking about it. And after I thought, he said, I understand now. He looked at the knight and said, I'm done here, so stay by the lady's side until she meets the Archduke. And if anything happens to her, it will be entirely your fault. The Archduke is on the 8th floor. He asked the knight rank and name. But Orion interfered them and said, I will only speak with the Archduke and return immediately. So there is no need to be worried about me? Crown Prince said, Do you know I could not properly celebrate my birthday, so I will organize another feast very soon. I will send you an invitation so we will meet again soon. And for your information, you don't have a chance to refuse. He came close to her and said, Until then I will cherish the flower you gave me in the garden. And then the crown prince left both of them. She asked the knight, Cassidon, why are you here? He said, Did you know it was me? She replied, How could I not recognize you? He have no words to say on this, and how could you steal a royal knight's shield? He said, I did not steal it, I merely borrowed it. The owner of this shield will be unconscious all day, so there will not be a problem. She said, You speak of it as it is a minor matter. But what will you do if you get caught? He said, I have great confidence in myself. I have fully grasped the movements and steps of the palace knights. She said, That's not a problem at all. Your luck was good the last time. With a sparkling eyes, he came close to her and asked, Are you worried about me? She said, Do you know what's happening, Cassidon? I have not stopped worrying since I woke up in the morning, even before going to bed at night. With a smile he said, It's nice to hear that you care about me to this extent. She asked him, Did you come to the palace because you were worried about me? He was thinking about it, and after some time he said yes. Otherwise, why should I do something so foolish? Should we continue advancing in this prison? They both started to move towards 8th floor. Orion was thinking about the stinky smell which was coming from the prison. Cassidon said, This floor seems like a maze. Escaping from here is completely impossible. The people in charge of distributing food to the prisoners know how to get out. It seems this prison is working well despite the lack of fearful guards. He asked her who comes to visit him in a prison like this. She said, You will know when you see him. Both of them reached at the 8th floor. Damien was sitting on the chair. He was reading a book in a very elegant way. Orion was remembering the time when she loved his black hair, his emerald eyes. But at that time she did not know what was hiding beneath this beautiful mask. She asked him, Do you remember me? Damien replied, You are Miss Orion, the daughter of Count Serica. I have met you once, but I can remember you. I think I have also seen this guard before. Cassidon moved his head into another direction. Orion said, He's a royal guard assigned to accompany me here. Damien said, It seems I mistook him for someone else. He came close to her and asked, So what brings you here alongside this royal guard? This place is restricted to anyone other than the prisoners here. She said, His Highness the Prince gave me his permission. He was confused after hearing that, and said, Did the prince allow you to do that? She said, He guided me to the entrance to the tower as well. He asked, Did His Highness guide you here personally too? She said, Yes, he did. Damien was thinking about something and said, Can I know the reason for your presence here? She said with a sad voice that, Archduke, actually I know that you are not guilty. I know that you did not did this. He asked why you are sure I'm not the culprit? And what is the reason that the young lady came to this prison to visit me? She said, what do you think is the reason I came here? Damien said, at least I don't think you came here to playing with words like this. Orion was thinking that I guess I am estimating my usefulness. You arrogant human being, you are just a devil with only a colorful shell. And then she said with her very pretty smile, the Duke, you are the person I fell in love with at first sight. After hearing this, Damien sarcastically laughed and said, let's hear the true reason for which you came to this prison. She asked, don't you believe me? He said, no one will believe you if he or she is in this situation. She started to cry and said, oh my God, I took a risk coming to this prison to see you. How could you do this to me? If I knew I would hear this from the beginning, I would not have come. Damien was confused after seeing her in this state. He asked, did you really love me at first sight? She came close to him and said, of course. What kind of crazy person would come to this prison if not for this reason? I did not believe in love at first sight, until when I met you. She said, I saw your slightly open lips and your blushing cheeks, the dark black hair, and the bright eyes like stars in the sky. Damien was in confused state, and was not able to reply at all. Cassidy was shocked after hearing all of this. She was continuously praising him by saying, you have such a sharp jawline, calm voice. She was thinking that currently she had to endure embarrassment for her own sake. She said, do you know how sad I was when they took you suddenly? Even before we could have a decent conversation. She was thinking that instead of showing him as something small and trivial, it's better to consider herself as a bright and clear woman. She said, I managed to convince His Highness to come here and meet you, the Archduke. He asked, you must be very close to His Majesty. She was thinking that it seems he's interested in that too. Even in his previous life, the Crown Prince and Damien were never on good terms. Damien intensely tried to get close to him, but the Crown Prince always broke his promise of meeting. In that sense, the Crown Prince's proposal was very unconventional. And it's much better this way. Because there will be many limitations on her practical authority beyond the position offered to her. If she agreed to marry the Crown Prince. If the Crown Prince approaches her openly, he will definitely be bossed for her presence. Also because of the Prince's personality, if she suddenly accepts his offer, he will lose all interest he has in her. More than that, it's best to keep our distance, attract his attention and thus reach Damien. She said the Crown Prince even sent a knight from the palace to accompany her here. And if you don't believe me, you can ask His Majesty. If you tell me why you arrived late for the banquet, I will assure His Highness that you are not the culprit. Damien turned around and started to move away from her. He said, okay, if that's the case, then let's do this. If you tell me more details about what you do and how you came to know His Highness, I would also inform you about the reason for my late arrival. He said with a smile that he also wanted to know more about her. Orion was thinking that he does not want to lose against her, even if he's on the brink of death. She asked, do you want me to talk about His Highness in front of a royal knight? It seems you still don't trust me. With a serious face she said, I think I should be a fool to fall in love with you. Damien came into little panic after hearing all of this. She said she can't believe she have come all this way just to help the Archduke. So how can you shatter my pure heart like this? Thanks to you, I can truly see what kind of person the Duke is. Damien ran towards her in a panic state, and said, my lady, it ended up with me being very rude to the young lady. I will tell you the reason for my late arrival. Just don't leave like this. In fact, I was preparing a special gift for the prince. She said you had plenty of time before the performance to prepare the gift. He said it was a gift that required a lot of preparation, and for that reason I had to take care of it on my own. She asked, what on earth is the gift? After a thought, he said, all right, I will tell you, because I want you to know. And then he said the gift was a slave. He bought him from a distant country because he had exceptional physical abilities. He's a very strong man, and because of that I had to go through tough times to keep him from biting his tongue and dying." She asked, "A slave?" He said, "Miss, I think you misunderstood something. Slaves often have excellent physical abilities, and they are rarely sold at a high price. Just a month ago, there was a real case where a wrestler slave was sold for billions of gold pieces." Jessica was thinking that it seems he is talking about Cassidon. But no matter how poorly slaves are treated, and how they are not considered humans within the empire, how could you give something like this to the crown prince on his birthday? And this was your excuse to hide your delay due to your heart condition. But if that's the case, we must use this as a reason. With a smile she said, "Well done, Archduke, send this slave with me." He asked, "What do you mean by that?" She said, "Do you know the poison consumed by the crown prince is a very deadly poison which only grows in the north? And that was the crucial reason why you ended up in prison." He asked, "What do you mean it was poison from the north?" She said she discovered the poison and by chance the Archduke arrived late that night. "Somebody told me while we were talking about the crown prince. So, that's what it was all about." He said, "There is no doubt I arrived late, but I found it strange that they were so certain I was the culprit." She said, "If you send me the servant, I will tell His Highness everything. And I will be able to prove your innocence. I will show them all the evidence, and they will believe me. And I only said that because I was upset that you did not trust me. It's impossible for me to leave you in this situation, right?" He said, "Well, this is good. I will send it to you. And if I leave from here, I want you to offer me a little of your time, because of eternal love that you claim." With a blushy face she said, "Oh God, are you asking me out on a date?" But inside her head she was thinking that you fell into that trap, Damien. He said with a smile that I will tell you the details of my schedule when I leave this place. So please talk to His Highness. Orion was thinking that he believes it's a good opportunity to gather information about the prince. She said, "Of course, I will look forward to meeting you again." And then Damien said, "I sincerely hope we can spend enjoyable time together soon." Orion was thinking that if that's the case, then I will use all of this against you. Cassidine was looking at her. At night Orion was on her mansion. Sasha entered into the room, and put a paper on the table. Orion asked, "What is this?" She said, "It is related to the kingdom you mentioned that day." In fact, she could not find any information for ages, so she came across an information dealer. Orion was worried about it, and said, "Sasha, it can't be. It's dangerous to walk in those alleys alone." Sasha said there was someone she used to buy some necessity from, and she found what she wanted. Sasha said, "I covered my face when I bought the necessary items. I asked for help from that person. Of course it would be difficult to do something like this alone. So she was thinking of how to make things more efficient by using the jewelry Orion gave to her. She heard that there is someone who knows a lot about the kingdom of Heron there." With a smile Orion said it would be helpful to talk to him, so let's go together to that place tomorrow morning. After some time Orion was opening the windows. And then she noticed that someone came into the room. It was none other than Cassidon. She said, "I managed to retrieve in one piece." But Cassidon was looking very serious and sad. She asked Cassidon, "Don't make me worried, what's happening? Did you get caught while returning to the Knight's Shield?" He said no, he didn't get caught. She asked him, "Then can you tell me why you look so upset?" Cassidon asked, "Do you like man with green eyes?" She looked towards him. He asked, "Do you dislike me because I don't have green eyes?" She stood up and said, "Cassidon, of course not. Why would I dislike you because you don't have green eyes?" He asked, "Then why did you say that in front of me earlier? And you said jet black hair and eyes that resemble the star in the sky, a sharp chin and a quiet voice that holds a serene timbre." In an awkward way she was thinking that he memorized it word for word. She said, "Cassidine, I like you more than anybody, so please don't think that. I don't like you because you don't have green eyes." With a smile she said, "Whatever you look like, I will love you the most in the world." In an angry way he threw the cup of tea and asked, "How many men have you fooled? This way?" While saying this he grabbed her. She said, "Cassidon, what are you doing?" He said, my sister, I asked you a question. How many men have there been before me? She said, you are the first one. He was touching her hair. She was thinking that how can he be so strong? I can't breathe. He said, please don't look away from me. You must look into my eyes when you speak to me. She asked, why are you doing this? With a scary smile he was grabbing her neck and said, sister, I don't know you were able to make a face like this. She pushed him away. He said, if someone saw all of this mess, they are going to think like I did something terrible to you, even though I have not done anything to you yet. She said, I'm ready to endure anything you wish to do to me, since you are my one and only brother. If this makes you feel better, go right ahead. But do you feel better at all? Because I'm certain that you are not that kind of a man. Cassidy said, you better not anger me any more than you already have. She was thinking that it was such a poor thing. He has become so distrustful of people that anger is the only emotion he knows how to show. And I know that beneath that tough exterior he is tender-hearted. She said, I am always on your side. He replied, I don't like you, Orion. She came close to him and grabbed her cheeks. She said, it's okay even if you don't like me. It's okay if you use me. I just pray that you will stop torturing yourself. After hearing all of this, he turned back and started to go away from her. She was thinking that I agree with the Cassidy to a certain extent. After all, I have taken him in as my family in order to use him. But he lied to me too, didn't he? The crown prince of a perished kingdom must have many stories to tell. Yet he refuses to tell me anything about his past. The kingdom of Hiren, a place that was destroyed under the pretense of a prophecy and Cassidy's homeland. She had no choice but to find out about it herself. On the next day, she and Sasha were going to a place. Her maid Sasha said, Milady, are you sure we will be okay without an escort? Perhaps we should have come with Lord Cassidy. What if something happens to you? Orion said, it's not like I'm alone, so I will be fine, you are with me. She was thinking that after all, I am looking into Cassidy past, so I can't bring along the man himself. Orion said, more importantly, I don't think you call this a path, Sasha. Are you sure someone really lives in a mountain like this? Perhaps the map is wrong? In an angry look, Sasha said, if I was given the wrong information, I'm going to break that information broker's third leg, so he can never use it again. Orion said, let's just keep going. And then suddenly both of them found a small house. Orion knocked at the door and said hello, but no one replied. Sasha said, maybe whoever used to live here moved away. It looks like a haunted house. Orion said, let's wait a while longer just in case. But then suddenly an old man opened the door. He said, what brings you to the humble abode of this old man? Orion said, I heard that you know a lot about the kingdom of Hiren. I know we have come uninvited, but I was hoping to find out about how this kingdom perished. So could you tell me your name? The old man said, I am called Nocius. He said, I can see that you are receiving God's love. I may be a blind old man, but I can feel God's touch on you, my lady. After listening all of this, she was shocked and said, could it be that you are the great prophet Nocius? The old man said, I was called by that nickname once, but now I'm just an old hermit. Orion said, the world believes that you have passed away. The old man said, I am paying for my sin of revealing the future and taking away many lives. I am living as quietly as a mouse. But it must be God's will that you found me here. The peaceful kingdom of Hiren perished because of this foolish old man's mistake. Orion said, may I ask about the content of your prophecy? He said, since you are beloved by God, I'm sure I can tell you. He said, the greatest overlord in history, who will have all of the kingdoms including the empire, kneel before him, and rule all living things from above, shall be born in the kingdom of Hiren. After hearing this, both of them were shocked. She asked, is the person in your prophecy still alive? The old man said, yes, he is still alive. But this prophecy is now facing a completely new conjuncture. He said, the hook with a broken wing has found the nest it belongs to, and the black crow of arrogance will burn to death, while coveting the hawk's nest. This is as much as I can tell you. She asked, could you tell me the true meaning of this prophecy in detail? He said, you already know the answer to that question, milady. After a moment she said, then may I ask you one last question? She asked, what did you mean that I was beloved by God? He said, it's just as it sounds. After all, in this world everything does happen for a reason indeed. After hearing all of this, both of them started to move away from him. Sasha were saying I'm disappointed that he is going to find another place to live. I can't believe the person we found was the great prophet Notius. At that time I was so shocked. But of course I could not understand most of the things he said. Orion said, this is all thanks to you, Sasha. We learned a lot today. In her mind she was thinking, since how can Deus has already passed away. The black crow Notius mentioned must be Damien. He pretended not to be interested in the throne, yet he destroyed Hiron in order to eliminate the greatest ruler in history. She was thinking that did he really mean to put his son on the throne? If Cassadine finds out that the man who trampled his kingdom is already dead, how will he react? She wondered that after suddenly becoming a slave in the blink of an eye, what allowed him to endure those miserable and horrible years? He must have been his burning rage for revenge. Then if he discovers that the son of the man who destroyed his kingdom is alive, will that make him happy? With a smile she said, my poor brother, I'm happy. And then she burnt the map, where she found the prophet. She was thinking, the fact that you and I have a common enemy. How could I have received God's love when I have become so twisted? I don't deserve it. In the evening she knocked at the door of Cassadin's room. Cassadin asked, what brought you to my room? He was standing behind her, and he said, looks like you have some business with me. With a smile she said, should I have a specific reason for meeting you? He said, this is impossible. He opened the door and said, come in. I think it's too cold outside to stay here and talk. With a sharp look he looked towards her and said, sister. After entering into the room, he moved his hand towards her neck. But he stopped his hand, and started to play with her hair. He said, where are you all the day? She put his hand on her cheek and said, if you were curious about it you should have followed me. She said, you never tell me the truth. What the hell are you afraid of? Are you afraid to tell me who you really are? She said, you want me to take you back to this damn wrestling arena? Or maybe I am scared. She grabbed his hand and said, Cassadin, how good would that be if I could make you feel better? Suddenly she put his hand on her neck and said, you can strangle me with more force. Do it as often as you like. In a shocking way he was looking towards her. She said, as much as you don't trust me you can strangle me. He removed his hand from her neck. He shouts, are not you afraid of death? Or maybe you are crazy? He asked, why do you show up? And then suddenly he grabbed her in his arm and apologized to her. He said, all of this was my fault. I will not do this again. So please forgive me. After hearing this she started to cry and, in her mind she was thinking, my cute little brother Cassadine had never asked me for anything before. She thought she cried all the tears she had in her past life. She said, I love you, Cassadine. And then at the night Cassadin was staring at his hand and thinking that I'm tired. I have not slept since last night because I could not get her out of my head. Although I knew Orion would leave in the morning, I stayed here on purpose. It was upsetting to see that, but I thought it would be best not to keep seeing her. However, it was even more upsetting that she was not here with me. He was thinking that why the hell I went to that mansion. Because I wanted information. But why did I feel the world collapsing around me when I heard that she had fallen in love at first sight with the Archduke? He was remembering a moment when she put his hand on her neck and said, how good it would be if I could make you feel better. He was thinking that at that moment, what he felt from her was fear, perhaps deep inside sadness, and somehow it drove him crazy. But what's even crazier is that he knows he's falling too deep. So I can't let it go because I think if I do it may disappear like the brightest star that would fly in the midst of a foggy night. After some days, both of them were sitting on the chairs and eating their breakfast. Orion was looking towards him and thinking that Cassadin has been kinder since that day. He does not feel the need to lie, and he doesn't visit her room every night. She was thinking that maybe she went too far. She do not regret taking the risk. She understands if he does not trust her very much, but she wanted to see him with Kenny's mom. She really did not intend to die. Cassadin has spent more time observing what I do. She asked, what's the problem? With a smiley face he was looking towards her and said, it's not a big deal. After some time she was reading a newspaper, and in the newspaper she read about the judge of a royal family. Sasha said once released the Archduke submitted a lawsuit for defamation without clear evidence. After hearing this Orion was thinking that he is such a weak person. She put the newspaper on the table, and thought it did not matter if Damien won the trial. The people who have the most to lose are the most miserable, they think. She thought she could finally rest in peace. But it would take to meet face to face soon. She was thinking that when I meet him, I'm sure he will recognize me right away. She looked outside of the window and asked, "Why is there so much noise outside?" But then suddenly someone opened the door and said, "Madam, someone sent you a gift." She asked, "What gift?" The maid said, "I know who sent it, but they said you will know right away that it is Slave." After hearing this, she was thinking that looks like Damien's waist has just arrived. She go outside to see the slave and found that he was all dirty and wearing torn clothes. After seeing him, she covered her nose and started to think, was he really going to give this slave to the crown prince as a birthday present? One of the person who came here with him said that the slave is so violent that it is difficult to deal with him. I wonder if it will be okay with him. Orion said, "It doesn't matter, please get him off the card." One of the men said, "The Archduke asked us to deliver a message with the slave. He said he wants to meet you as soon as possible. He put down something and said the Archduke sends this to. They are sedatives. They turn any wild beast into a docile worm. Of course it doesn't have any effect on his body, so you don't have to worry." And in just an instant they would calm his fierce temper. In a fiery way she was looking at the sedatives. The person said, "If you are satisfied with these medicine, do not hesitate to visit His Excellency's residence to obtain more." And then all of that man leave the mansion. She opened the cage of that slave and started to look towards him. She thought that they drugged him. But then suddenly Cassidy came towards her, and in her ear, he said, "Sister," she said, "Cassidy, you scared me. Can you move around and make some noise?" He said, "I can't do that. I would not be able to see the expression of surprise on your face when you get scared." With a serious look he looked towards the cage and asked, "Is this the slave?" She said, "Yes, this is correct." She was thinking that Damien is such a bad guy that she struggled to stop him from biting his tongue to that. She was thinking that how painful was the slave life for making such an extreme decision. Just looking at those needles and the cage he's locked up in, she feel it must have been horrible. Cassidy asked, "What are you going to do with it?" She said, "It is a gift, so you need to clean him and change his clothes." Cassidy called 3 powerful people to clean it up. And Orion said, "Make sure you give him something to eat and give him a bedroom." The person said, "Yes, miss, we will do this right away." She was looking at Cassidy and thought, perhaps he is afraid that someone else will take his place. She put her hand on his back and said, "You are the only brother I have, so don't make such an expression." He said, "Yes, I understand." At the Empire someone said, "Leon, have you really lost your mind? Did you lose it completely?" Leon said, "Stop screaming, my ear is hurting." The king said, "People will think that the place of the crown princess could be anyone. Do you think that's why I introduce you to Miss Orion?" With a smile he said, "Your Majesty, you know what? Miss Orion refused to take the position of crown princess. She's a really funny woman, isn't she? If she had accepted the offer quickly, my interest in her would have completely disappeared." He came close to the king and said, "My imperial palace in ruins after the assassination attempt. In addition, Archduke Damien failed a lawsuit against us, so your Majesty is very wise. And yet you made the mistake of not being able to find the real culprit. So for this reason the royal family has become a mockery of everyone. So what would I really care about?" After hearing this, his father grabbed his clothes and said, "How dare you, Leon?" The prince said, "Your Highness, what would you do if someone saw you like that?" In an anger the king said, "The crown prince of this empire would say something like that. I have prepared the throne for you." The prince said, "By saying that make you feel less guilty about what happened to my late mother." He said, "I never wanted this. I never wanted any position, not a crown prince nor your love." After hearing this the king was trembling, and he removed his hand from the prince. The prince started to move away and said, "I don't want you to contact me for any other matter, so I will leave now." After some time he was laying on his bed, and looking towards the flower which was treated by Orion. With a smiley face he was saying her name. On the other side Orion was confused. Her servant said, "Miss, we simply cannot take any measures against this servant. What should I do?" Orion said, "That's right. There could not be any clothes that fit him in this place either. She thought that this room is so small it looks like a mess. His body is almost perfect, like the perfect combination of a bear and a black panther. Damien did not intend to give this slave to the crown prince without any reason. Someone said we should order some clothes. What should you do if he stayed in this state, and in this place? Another maid apologized to her. Orion said it doesn't matter, I watch it by myself. She asked what is your name? But the slave did not reply to her. One of the servants said why don't you say anything? Orion said it's okay, you must be tired. You don't have to tell me now, the servant said, but miss, this food is so precious, even the clothes you want to give him. You honor this servant too much. But Orion looked towards the servant. After the look, the servant apologized to her. Orion said there is no problem with that, so leave this place. She said to the slave that you must be tired after a long journey, so you can eat as much as you want. I will prepare more food if that is not enough. Still he did not reply to anything. She said don't worry about what others said earlier, it's okay to eat comfortably. But he again did not reply. She said does this food not satisfy you? You must be thirsty because it's so hot outside. But still there is not a single reply. She was thinking that Damien would not have sent such a disobedient slave to the crown prince. It cannot be, she said, can you move that couch over here? After hearing this command, he stood up and grabbed the couch in his hand. She was thinking that it takes 3 servants to lift this thing. And he did this alone. He doesn't eat, he does not talk. He just follows order. He is such a creepy. It's like a person who is born only for physical labor. She touched his body and thought that he also has some strange wounds. Some look like bites, but if you check them out on books, they don't look like they were made by humans or animals. She used her holy magic, and thought that his heart rate is irregular due to the sedative. It just increases his energy without any additional supplementation. But on the contrary, the inside of his body was completely destroyed. She checked his mouth, and she was shocked. She found that this slave don't have tongue. In a shocking way, she was thinking that who cut it? Orion was checking the sedatives. She released some of that on herbs. And among the herbs that interact with that sedatives formed the poison. It has intentionally made it impossible to know what ingredients it was combined with. She thought that it is a poison disguised as a nerve relaxant. She looked toward the slave, and thought poisoning a slave as a gift to gain the favor of the crown prince. A powerful slave who should not stay at the crown prince's sight for long. So Damien must eliminate and advance those who will later become obstacles in his path. And she thought that did not my previous life and like this too. She ordered the slave to lie down on the bed and said it's in order. He followed the order. She was thinking that even when Cassidon arrived, there were not many times where it seemed tight. So currently let's get rid of the poison that has spread in his head. And even bring back his voice. She touched his chest and said, it would be nice to have a normal conversation. So if you come to your senses, can you tell me what happened in the Duke's office? She started to use her holy magic. And she can feel it in her fingertips. Poison devoured his powerful body. She was thinking that it is so dangerous that it cannot be compared to the poison that the prince ate. It will not be enough to heal your damaged body from the inside out. So I must focus more. She put all of her strength in healing. After some time he opened his eyes and said, who are you? But Orion was thinking that until now I should try not to. But I did it. Then she suddenly fell on his chest. Outside of the room someone was saying, every time I go on patrol, Miss Gift piled up like a mountain. The count waited 3 hours under the hot sun to buy the time honey. One of the maids said he kept this precious thing. So let me see. But then Orion's father came and told them I said I would deliver it directly. He picked the gifts and reached to the Orion room. He knocked the door and said, can I come in? You have just arrived at the palace, are you in your room, my daughter? But there was not a single voice coming out from the room. He opened the door and found that Erin was laying on a slave chest. Her father dropped the gifts and said, you beast, what are you doing? On the other hand, Cassidine walking on the palace. He was thinking about when Orion met the slave. He said, I'm being childish. But then he heard a sound. Someone said, you fucking crazy. After hearing this, Cassidine rushed towards the room. In the room, Orion's father was about to kill the slave with his sword. He was saying, "How dare you touch my daughter?" Cassadine said, "My dad, what are you doing?" But then he found that Orion was unconsciously laying on the slave. Cassadine became angry after seeing this. He rushed towards the slave and punched him. Cassadine said, "I will kill this man." Orion's father said, "How did you say, Cassadine? For today I will let you kill." The slave was confused. In an angry mood, Cassadine said, "How dare you touch? And take advantage of the time when I'm not here to play." The slave said, "What is this? Who are you? Leave me." But then the slave was shocked. He thought, "My words, do they come out? But they cut out my tongue." Cassadine said, "Do you want me to tell you your name?" He said, "It doesn't matter, you will die anyway." All of the maids were shocked, and one of them asked, "What the hell is going on?" After some time, Orion opened her eyes. Her father asked, "Have you regained consciousness?" She said, "Dad, when did you come back?" Her father said, "I am so sorry, I don't seem to care about you lately." With a sad face he said, "This rich dad did not even know that a colored man had broken into your room." After saying this, she started to worrying about the slave. She rushed towards the room. Cassadine said to Orion that you must be tired of not being able to sleep well. You slept on that man's chest. She smiled and explained him all of the story. Cassadine said, "If my sister says that's it." She said, "That's it." She asked, "What is your name?" The slave replied, "My name is Toll." She said, "When you got to my palace you looked so bad. Could you tell me what the hell happened to you?" He said, "I'm sorry, I don't remember anything." She was thinking that if the sedatives affect Toll's memory, he replied, "Someone had painted my memories in black, or as if they were cut off." Orion said, "It's okay, even if it's something small. Tell me what you remember." After a thought he said, "Indeed, before I lose my burden for the last time, I remember hearing this. Someone said we need more blood." After hearing that he fainted. He said, "I know this may sound silly, but this person must have cut out of my tongue. After I regained my senses, my tongue had already been cut off, so what the hell happened? I could not say it properly because I don't know." Orion said, "Do you remember who was the person who cut out your tongue?" He replied, "My eyes were covered with a bandage, so I don't know." His voice was raspy and clearly male. It sounded like an old man. A strong smell of blood also emanated from him. She said, "More blood," and started to think about an old man who was able to tear out a tongue without being killed. She came to a conclusion and thought it must be Kindle Butler, the closest person to Damien, who has been supporting him since he was a child. It must be that old man who got rid of my body. "I still don't know anything about this." She said, "It must be difficult for you to remember this, but thank you to tell me." She came close to him and said this would not happen again. "Now stay in the palace and rest." With a bright smile she said, "I will bring you new clothes, so wait a little." Toll replied, "I don't want to bother you anymore for me. I'm just a slave." She said, "You are not going out like this, are you?" With a blushy face he covered his body. She said, "Follow the assistant and he will take you to your room." With a shivering body he stood up and said, "Thanks." She looked towards Cassadine and said, "You should go too." After hearing this he fiercely go away from her. She was trying to stop him, but he didn't listen. She thought, what happened? After some time, in a low voice, Orion's father said, "My daughter, I can't leave you with Cassadine. And even if that were a case, who the hell is that slave who entered the palace?" She apologized to him. He said, "We can't get that slave out because he's the size of a door, right? And his father is already trapped with Cassadine." He told her that he heard Cassadine being escorted to the imperial palace, that it said that our family hides an old man. There is so much noise everywhere. It is not surprising that Cassadine is a former slave. But I can't believe you took on another slave. She said, "Don't worry, Dad, it will soon be sent to His Highness the Prince." He asked, "What are you talking about? Why slave to His Highness?" She said, "In fact, at the banquet a friend of mine asked me to give him a present. I also know His Majesty, so I wanted to give the slave to him. He asked to meet him." She said, "My father was not present during the poisoning attempt, so I treated him. When he recovered he personally visited our palace. Her father said His Highness the Prince came here. Then this invitation should be for you." She held the invitation and said, "It is an invitation to the imperial banquet." In her mind she was thinking that I thought writing would be easy. But with writing all I can say is, Because of the lawsuit with the Grand Duke, time period family would lose its prestige. It's time to show that His Highness the Crown Prince is fair and well. So I will bring it to you once the banquet is over, and the imperial family has settled down. With a smile she said. Because of the lawsuit filed with the Grand Duke, the imperial family will lose face, so as not to lose a little bit of truth about Damien. In the night she was eating her dinner while Cassadine was emitting a very different aura. She asked what happened. But then she thought that I'd better pretend that there is nothing wrong. But then suddenly Cassadine stood up and said, "You need a slave in the bedroom." She thought, what did he say? She said, "What?" He said, "If you need a slave for a bedroom, you should have told me. Even if you look at me as a dirty man, I'm sure of my success." She said, "Do you think about what you are saying?" He replied, "I am very rational, so do not bring another person." She was thinking, how can you say that directly? She stood up and moved her hands towards his cheeks. She said she didn't like that. The hell are you talking about? What is your criteria for determining who is filthy? Do not talk to me as if you were to. And when she was thinking that she was the one who tried to take advantage of Cassadine's slavery, so utter these words without hesitation at time. When Cassadine lived like a tool instead of a human is still spending. At this rate I'm no different from Damien. She said, "If I kiss you will I be dirty?" And then she kissed him on his forehead. He grabbed her hand and said, "If you are dirty, everything in this world will be dirty." She replied, "I will repeat myself, never underestimate yourself. You are the most noble person ever." She thought that he is like a hawk with broken wings. He could not take any more wounds. "So if I will be your nest," Cassadine said, "I was lying when I said I hated you, from the moment we met so far. I never hated you, not for a moment." He looked towards her in a very attractive way. He was about to say something, but then he stopped. After that Cassadine did not say anything. On next day, Orion was thinking that he did not say it. So I did not ask either. In order not to do what Damien did to me, she thought I must go back to my place. After some time Damien arrived. She said, "I have been waiting for you, Duke." Both of them were sitting on the chairs. She said, "I heard you were released. Why did not you tell me? I was worried about your condition while in prison." With a smile he said, "How could that be possible? I have been busy preparing for the lawsuit." She replied, "I did not mean anything bad, Duke." She was holding his hand and said, "I am glad to see you again." And at the time she checked his condition, she found that as expected he has a severe heart condition. He was hiding his chronic disease. There is a time where his seizure happened frequent enough to make him collapse in front of me. I am supposed to treat it around this time. I have heard about the cure for the condition. One of the many causes of his seizures is emotional agitation such as anger and excitement. She said, "You did not get an invitation from the Crown Prince, did you? I'm going to deliver the slave to him at this party. I want to let you know about it, so why don't you go with me?" Damien said, "That's a good idea." She said, "All right, see you again soon." And then she left his palace. Damien butler came and gave him some document. Damien laughed and said, "It's funny." He was reading a document. It was a slave selling certificate in which Orion bought a slave for 5 billion. At the palace, Toll came towards her and asked, "Are you home?" She said, "I'm back, Toll, and the cloth is very suitable for you. Do you like it?" He replied, "Of course, the size is just right. I can't believe you are treating a slave like me so generously." With a smiley face he said, "Thank you very much." She said, "Come to think of it, I have something important to tell you. Do you have time?" And after that they were both sitting on the sofa. She said, "I wanted you to come with me to the royal banquet in a few days. But then you will run into the Archduke who help you like this. Are you going to be okay?" With a joyful face he said, "Of course, I really wanted to return the favor." When she leaves the room, Cassadine asked, "Are you going to the banquet?" She found it Cassadine was standing there. He said, "I should like you to take me to the party." She replied, "You know I can't." He came close to her and said, "I would not cause any trouble. I will be quiet and would not do anything, so please take me with you." She was thinking about the reason she can't take Cassadine to the banquet is because he thinks his real enemy is the Crown Prince. She really want to trust him. She said, "If I take you with me, will you tell me the things you are hiding from me?" She said, "I will tell you my secret too." After hearing this he stopped talking. She said, I'm not forcing you if you don't want to talk. I will be going to the banquet by myself. In her mind she was thinking the feeling that you can't easily tell others, she can fully understand it. But the choice is yours. At the evening she was leaving for the palace. Sasha was saying, take care lady. I'm sure you will be the most beautiful woman at the party today. Orion then thanked him. Sasha asked, Cassadine is not going with you this time. She said yes, he is not going. But then suddenly Cassadine rushed towards the chariot. He said, wait for me. He asked, can I still join you? With a smile she said, okay, come in. At the party Cassadine said, there are so many people compared to the last birthday party. Orion was thinking that did he invite all the novels in the empire? Except for one person, and then Damien also came. He said, Lady Circia. She turned back. He said, I could see the young lady from afar. So today would you give me the honor of escorting you, lady? One of the guests were started to talk that they heard the Duke suing the royal family. So why is he coming to this banquet? Is he the Lady Circia acquaintance? She said, of course, Grand Duke. But then Cassadine grabbed her hand and said, excuse me, my sister already promised to me to be my partner. Damien said, I think I have met you at last birthday party. Orion was thinking that you said you should be quiet and would not do anything. With a bright smile he said, don't tell me you forgot your promise with me. Damien asked, are you the young lady brother? Cassadine asked, do you remember me? He replied, of course, you have purple eyes that are hard to be forget. I think this was our third time meeting, and come to think of it, you always coming together with the young lady. Both of them remembered the scene when Damien was in the prison, and Orion came to meet him. At that time he said, I think I have seen you before while looking at the guard. Orion was thinking that he is such a surprising person. She said, this is the second time the Grand Duke meeting my brother. Damien asked, are you sure about that young lady? I think I have seen your brother somewhere. She said, what are you talking about? I think you are mistaking him for someone else. Damien said, is he the brother who deceives his sister? The young lady supposed to accompany me today. I want you to let me escort the lady. Cassadine said, if my sister don't want to, I would not let go of her hand. Damien said, you must be in trouble, young lady. And he come towards her. He said, it's so arrogant of you to treat something like slavery as undignified things. After hearing this, Orion was shocked and Cassadine became serious. Damien came close to her and said, it is not good to be kind to slaves. After hearing this she moved back from him. She said, oh my God, do you insult my brother? How dare you do that? Someone said that the prince has arrived. Everyone started to salute him and said, we salute the crown prince. Thanks for inviting us to your party. With a bright smile the prince spoke Orion's name. She also looked towards him. He came close to her and said, you came to my party. She replied, how can I refuse your invitation? He smiled and said, yes, you can't. The prince noticed that someone is standing beside her. He looked towards that person and Damien said, I'm so happy to see you. The prince replied, I don't remember inviting you, Duke. The Duke said, since you mistreated me without proof, should not I come here? He said, the moment I filed my case against the emperor. The prince showed his character. All of the guests at the party were looking at them very shockingly. Damien said, if the imperial family trust me, your majesty doesn't do that. In the meantime Cassadine grabbed Orion's hand and said, Prince and Duke, you should not do that here. Many people are looking at us. The prince said, the Archduke's son is here too. I see a lot of desirable people here. With a cute face Orion said, even if he was my brother. The prince said, I can ignore it because of you. But why are you still holding her hands? Cassadine replied, because she will be my partner today. I will not let her hand, if that will not annoy her. After seeing both of them the prince said, I have been feeling the same as the last time. You don't look at Sarah as her brother. I think you see her as your girlfriend. Because if I have a sister I will not look at her like that, as you did with Sarah. Orion was shocked, and she suddenly came close to the prince. She said, can I be your partner on this night, your majesty? After hearing this the prince laughed very loudly. Orion was thinking, that is he nuts? What was this idiot going to say in front of everyone at the party? The prince said, your reaction always exceeds my expectation. It makes me crazy. With a blushy and awkward face, she was thinking that I can't believe I'm listening to these idiot shit. The prince said, when it comes to dancing, it is as usually the man who asks for it. He forwarded his hand towards her and asked, "Sarah, can you be my partner?" On the other side, Cassadine was also holding her hand. He said he was also asking to be her partner. With sparkling eyes he looked her. In response, Orion said, "Don't worry." Prince said, "Before we start, I want to ask the person whom I don't invite to leave now." But Damien replied, "Sorry, I can't leave. I can't leave because I have to deal with Miss Sarah." He said, "Isn't it you want Majesty to witness it?" With a smile she said, "Sure," and then she invited the slave Toll. He came forward and then she introduced him that this is the slave. She told him that Damien was going to send him as a birthday gift to the Crown Prince. "Before I tell you why he is with me, I want to ensure my safety. I fear from Duke if he knows the whole truth." The Duke was shocked, and in an angry voice he asked, "Why do you think I will hurt you?" And he shouted that she's playing tricks on me. The prince said, "I don't care about your opinion. You are known in the Empire as a super elite knight. It would not be difficult for you to assassinate someone." In an angry way the Duke said, "You are so impudent, how can you insult me like that in front of people? I did not deserve to be imprisoned in the first place. But I'm treated like this." The prince said, "In the first place you should have behaved better. If what you said was true, she would not be asking for help now." The prince said, "I promise you will be safe." She was thinking that's what I would be able to handle it. I had made Duke to reach a limit so quickly. He asked, "Tell me, Sarah, what happened?" She was thinking that it is not a good result for me. My revenge just appeared. She said, "I adore the Duke, so I used to visit him in prison." After hearing this, both of them were shocked. She said, "The Duke is trying to take advantage of my friendship with the Crown Prince. So he has tried to send this man to help him escape from prison." After hearing this, the Duke started to came forward and said, "Don't believe Her Majesty." But the prince stopped him. He said, "Despite the suspicious circumstances, I decided to release him because there was no evidence, and now you accuse him. Why are you telling me that at this particular time?" She said, "It's hard to explain this. I have told you of my feelings for that, but I can't make him explore the benefits of our friendship. The reason for this is that he does not like his status and always aspire to the status of others. No one would dare to do that. No one else but you." In an angry way Damien shouted her name. But then suddenly Cassadine came forward and said, "Stay away from my sister." In a moment Damien came forward and held Cassadine close. He said, "You are so brave. How dare you meddle in my affairs? You are just a slave, used to crawling in the gladiatorial arenas." After hearing that he was a slave, all of the guests at the party were started talking about him. Cassadine removed Damien's hand from his clothes and said, "The Duke is really a great man. He seems to know me well. And he also filed a lawsuit. You claim integrity even though you are the suspect in the poisoning case? However, you are still trying to brag." Cassadine smiled and said, "I will not do things like that." Damien was very angry and suddenly, he started to feel pain from his heart disease. He sit on the ground. Someone asked, "What is wrong with you, Duke?" Orion smiled because she knows what is happening to him. Orion rushed towards him and asked, "Is there anything wrong with you, Duke? You look pale, are you alright? Is there something wrong with your heart?" In an angry way he looked towards her. All of the guests were talking about the disease. The prince asked, "What is wrong with you, Duke?" Orion said he clutches his chest, called the doctor now. But Damien said, "No, I'm fine. Don't worry, please call my servant." She looked at Toll and said, "Help me." Damien said, "This is not necessary." Toll came close to him and asked, "Are you okay, former sir?" After hearing that he can speak, Damien was shocked. Toll said, "This is my first time meeting you, right, Duke Damien?" Damien asked, "How can you speak?" But then his chest again started to hurt very badly. Orion said, "I know who can heal you." Damien said, "I'm good, I don't need that." And then he fell on the ground unconsciously. After some time Orion was standing on the garden, and she looked back and found that Your Majesty is there. She said, "You must have put a lot of effort into organizing this party. I'm sorry because it ended this way. I can't continue the party after the Duke collapses." The prince said, "This will create a lot of rumors and this is not a good time for that. But why do you ask me to stay?" She said, "Looks like you want to leave quickly." The prince replied, "Basically I wanted us to enjoy the place and then tell you. No one can access here unless he is from the royal family." He asked, "Don't you want to enjoy watching this garden? Do you want to see the rare flower?" There are many in this garden. She said, no, my brother is waiting for me. He said you should more think about your brother's strange behavior. He came close to her and said, did you know I organized this party just for you? She asked, what did you say? There was something strange about my brother. The prince said, no, but you have to be careful. She said, I was very upset with you when you said that my brother looked at me strangely. The prince replied, I was just telling the truth. What's wrong with that? He said, I should be helpless if you looked at me like that. It was hard to throw a banquet like that. Archduke Damien hid his illness for a long time. There seemed to be no improvement in his health. Earlier the Damien's servant said that it is just a disease. That was a fever. We must not trouble His Majesty with it. The Duke's servant's loyalty is incredible. He did everything about his illness. The prince said, if you have a disease, why don't you say that to others? I can't understand that. Why did he decide to give a slave as a gift? In her mind, Orion was thinking that this is the reaction I expected from you. I know I had to discuss it with the crown prince. Even though Cassadine was a slave, the prince was generous enough to make him his assistant. But dukes send a toll in this case. I don't think things will be good for him. She thinks he will suffer a lot because of that. It is really unfortunate that there is no one you can resort to. And she knows this feeling. She looked towards him and said, what are you going to do, prince, about that slave? He replied, I don't care about him. I can return it to Duke. Orion said, he's a good man, I want to take it if you don't have a problem. He replied, it was a gift sent to me. But you can do whatever you want. We should observe the Duke's reaction. I can't trust him, but don't worry. I will make sure about your safety. Orion laughed and thanked him. She was thinking that she can't let Toll return to Damien. It is like sending him to hell. But if she do that, she will break her promise to her father. And then suddenly someone said, my sister, you are here. It was Cassadine. The prince said, I did not want your brother to come. How can you come here? Only the royal family can pass. Cassadine said, I'm here for my sister. It had been a long time, so I was worried about her. He said, sister, it's too late now, let's go home. The prince said, you love your sister very much? He asked, will you still love her like this, even if she marries someone? After hearing this, Cassadine stopped and looked back towards the prince. He replied, that will not happen. And then he held her close to him and said, because she will be with me forever. She will not marry anyone, right, my sister? He again asked. She said, yes, that's right. The prince said she took much time to respond. You are putting too much pressure on her. She looked towards the Majesty and said, your Majesty, I will leave now. We will see each other later. The prince said, it looks like you are really planning to leave. She said, yes, can I come again to the castle? The prince said, no, you are always welcome here. And then both of them started to leave. Orion asked, why did you look at me like that way? He said, how do you think I look at you? She looked towards him. But then suddenly Cassadine grabbed her in his arms and started to hug her. He said, you are my sister, the only person I have in this world. Cassadine was thinking that I can hear the sound of your heartbeat. I like this sound. He wondered that if she really sees him as her brother, he want to ask her about this. But after hearing her answer, it will be the end of everything. After some time, both of them reached to the palace. Orion was seeing a dream in which Damien's servant was burning her, and there was fire everywhere in the palace. Everyone is shouting for help, and the Imperial Knight Commander has rebelled. All of the person are begging to let them live. His Majesty has already passed away. Everyone thinking that has heaven really abandoned them? The old sun has completely fallen. But at last the true sun will rise, and it was Cassadine. And then Orion woke up from her dream. There was a sweat all over her body. She was thinking, was it a dream? But then she found Cassadine was standing there. He asked, sister, why are you sweating so much? Did you have a nightmare? She replied, yes, I have a nightmare. He put his hand on her cheek and said, do not worry, I'm here. He kissed her on the forehead and said, I have been by your side the whole time. She asked, when did we arrive at the mansion? He replied, it has not been long. My sister was fast asleep, so I did not want to wake you up. So please forgive me for carrying you to your room without permission. She said, it's okay, yesterday I was asleep. So how did you untie my hair and change my clothes? But then she realized with the blushy face. She said, you were with me the whole time. He replied, no, I was not. I was out while Sasha was changing your clothes. With the relief sound she said, I see. He said, sister, don't you trust me? She replied, I believe in you. Cassadine also said, so do I. She was thinking that it should be lying if I said that. Cassadine's smile did not make me weak. But I will have to clear about what needs to be said. She said, I'm saying this because I trust you. Do you remember the conversation we had? That you were supposed to tell me the things you were hiding from me. If you went to the banquet, and I said I also have something to say to you, Cassadine replied, of course I remember. With a serious look he said, where should I start our conversation? He said there was a kingdom called Hiran. The king was a pacifist. He advocated a neutral country. Due to weak military power and tactics, shall we start by saying that we had no choice but to collapse due to the invasion of a powerful country? Or maybe all the royal blood relatives are dead. Let's start by saying that only the powerless crown prince has survived. He said the crown prince lost everything and became a slave. The only reason why I could not let go of this filthy life that was not worth living, there was only just one reason. In her mind Orion was thinking that the reason is revenge. Cassadine said, thus come that destroyed Hiran lives in this empire. I want to kill them all and tear them apart. I wanted to make them feel the pain I felt. Orion said, Cassadine, I have something to tell you about that. She said, actually my family has been around for generations, and we have maintained a close relationship with the imperial family and are protected by them. And as mentioned at the banquet, the Duke is aiming for the throne, in preparation for the threat the Archduke will bring to our family. So I needed more information about the Grand Duke. Everything I said about loving him was a lie. Cassadine asked, so you approached the Grand Duke for a reason? While you were visiting him in prison? She said, there is something I found out in the process. His father was the main culprit who brought destruction to Hiran. There was a great prophet in the civil empire who is now deceased. When he made a prophecy that a great king would be born in Hiran, the Duke family that was aiming for the throne felt threatened, and it became a good justification for conquest. After hearing this, Cassadine became very serious, and he said, I see. Orion told him that the man who trampled your kingdom is already dead. Damien is the only bloodline. I know that doesn't change what this empire has done. And then she stopped talking. In her mind she was thinking that it's not that I don't understand how Cassadine feels. Rather, I was glad that we had the same enemy. I was glad that he decided to be honest with me about everything. But why am I so afraid of hearing Cassadine's answer? She was worried about what she saw in her dream. She was calming herself by saying that it's just a nightmare. But why do I keep thinking about that dream? And then Cassadine put his hand on her hand and said, one day when I came to my sister's room early in the morning, you treated my scar, and I was not happy at all. In a life full of resentment and hatred towards this country, I was confused and torn when you kept twisting your way inside my heart. At the time I was thinking that if I do this, you would not touch me anymore, but since I have done this, you will be definitely give up on me. I kept being stubborn, but even though you knew it, you embraced me, sister. With a bright smile he said, it seems like what I want to achieve has changed. Now I have another reason to live. He sit on her knees and said, because you have brought me out of hell where there was no light. After hearing this, Orion started to cry and both of them started to hug each other. He said, you are my salvation. On the other side at Damien Mansion, his servant was asking that, are you okay, master? What on earth happened at the banquet hall? Did not you hide it well? Damien said, a lot of things happened. He smiled and said, Orion, she's completely crazy. The lawsuit against the imperial family should be withdrawn. In a shocking way the servant asked, what are you saying? Damien was holding a potion bottle and said, because my position became very unstable. I am in trouble if there is a rumor that I am rebelling against the imperial family. Since when did the Circean family have a close relationship with the imperial family? The servant said, Count Circia frequently visit the imperial family. In particular, the daughter often visited with the count even before her debutante. Because there were rumors that she had been designated as the crown princess at that time, he was wondering that why on earth would a mere count's daughter be in and out of the imperial family? But he thought about this and said, no, there might be a reason. Is there something that comes to your mind? Damien stood up and said the woman said she knew a doctor who could cure an illness or any wound. It is either a family-level connections or it could be a talent discovered by the Count family. His servant said we researched every way to cure your heart disease. If there is such a person, there is no way we would not know about it. Damien said I saw that the slave who was sent to the Count had his tongue intact. He even spoke perfectly. As if it was never been cut, the servant was shocked. Damien said I need to meet that woman again. On the next day Toll was sitting on the sofa and he was thinking that it's relaxing, comfortable clothes and a spacious warm room. Quality meals are served generously. I don't have long memories of being a slave. But I know it's not the usual treatment. On the last night Miss Orion said thanks for helping me. And at that time that's what she said. On the other hand, all I did was speak with the Duke. He was wondering, did that really help? And how long can I stay here? And after leaving you will I become a slave to the imperial family, or perhaps of the Duke? But then suddenly someone opened that door. Toll asked who are you and then he found it was Mr. Cassadine. He stood up and said, is something the matter, Mr. Cassadine? Why did you came here to see me and to come alone? In a serious way Cassadine said, I will be the one to ask questions and you will be answering them. Cassadine said, you must have clearly seen Duke Damien threaten my sister at the banquet. Cassadine kicked on the sofa. He said, how am I supposed to trust you if you keep your lips sealed about what happened in the middle of that night? So tell me the truth. Toll said, I have lost my memory. If I can I should love remember it to so I can be of help you. Orion has given me more than what I deserve. But after hearing this in an angry way Cassadine grabbed his neck and said, don't say my sister's name recklessly. And then suddenly Orion opened the door and asked, what are you doing? On the other side Damien was looking at the portrait of his father in him. He remembered when his father said, this father of yours have failed. You must ascend to the throne. The only one worthy of that position is you. Damien was thinking that of course that's true, but before that, if we don't do something about this damn heart disease, I should love to rip it off if I could. Damien's servant came and said, yes, master. Damien said, did you get the decent ones? The servant replied, I have carefully selected only healthy ones. And master, the slave we sent still remains at the Count's house. I used someone to check quietly. They found that he was able to walk around with his tongue and body intact. It appears that she left without giving any tranquilizers. It's amazing that such a beast can be treated without medicine, so I have a bad feeling about this, master. It is dangerous for a slave to fall into that woman's hand. It's also suspicious that the unidentified person who the detective could not find is in the possession of the Count. It's as advisable to refrain contacting that woman immediately. Damien said at best he is just a servant beast taken good care of by a noble woman. It's disappointing to see you rely on your instincts without any proper evidence. He ordered him to dispose the materials quietly without posing any trouble. The servant said, yes, master, I will do as you say. And on the other side Orion and Toll was sitting on the chair. Orion asked what happened with Cassadine. Tell me the truth. Toll hesitated and said nothing happened. Orion said, I'm not blaming you, answer me at all. He said, actually I confirmed that it was true that I had lost the memories. Cassadine's feelings are completely understandable. I would be suspicious if a slave sent such a scary person like an uninvited guest, even though you are not related by blood. But you are siblings who get along better than anyone else. He said, because of me I'm afraid your sibling love may be shaken. I'm just a slave who will soon leave. Orion asked, Toll, you want to stay here? After hearing this he was shocked and said, pardon, how could I? Orion said, you must have been very anxious during this time. I have no intention of sending you back to the Duke. His Majesty the Crown Prince has already given permission. Toll started to cry and said, is that really okay? As much as I could tell, I will definitely return the favor. And then he thanked her. After some time Orion came out in the garden. While touching the rose she said, there you are, Cassadine. Cassadine asked, you were trying to bring that guy in. Am I not enough? She said, you know that's not the problem. He said, sister, you once told me you loved me. Why don't you say that these days? Orion was thinking about that. She realized it's too late, the weight of those words. And then suddenly Cassadine came very close to her. Orion said, isn't it something that lovers would do, not siblings? Cassadine said, after all we are not blood related. He was looking at her eyes and said, "Not even once. I never thought of you as a family." He was holding her hand and found that her finger was pierced by rose. He said, "You have been pierced by rose thorn." He started to lick her finger. After that she pushed him away and said, "Stop that." In her mind she was thinking that I am angry, but to whom? To Cassidon, who ruined the family relationship? She had worked so hard to maintain it even on the surface. To her, who hesitated to purchase him away even for a moment. But either way, what's the point? This strange singing's play have already completely ended. Cassidon said, "I have liked you from the moment I made eye contact with you at the bloody gladiatorial arena. I tried to draw a line so as not to let others into my heart, but your touch, your sweet smile, I've come to realize how much they mean to me." Cassidon was standing very close to Orion. She asked, "What do you want?" He replied, "I will become a sword, just only for you." And then he started to touch her lips and said, "But the thing is, I want you to only look at me." She was totally shocked after hearing this and said, "Cassidon, you are absolutely insane." She pushed him away and shouted, "I didn't ask you to see me as your younger sister. It was our promise. And you should not have said that. We are siblings who went through formal introductory procedures. And I'm just your sister." She was about to say something, but then she stopped. She was thinking that, "Your smile is as beautiful as the sunlight. I already knew it, that this relationship was formed for revenge, but whenever I am close to you I feel happy." She was thinking that, "I literally didn't know when did I start shedding tears sincerely in front of you." And then at the current time she was looking on the ground, and was about to say something. But then suddenly he said, "Get me out of the family." Orion was shocked after hearing this. She asked, "What? Why are you saying this?" He asked, "Don't you think I'm weird? If you don't like me you can expel me." In a worried state, Orion asked, "Anything like this all of a sudden? Want me to kick you out?" He replied, "I don't want to be your weakness." And then with a serious look he said, "Please throw me out." On the other side, Orion's father was very angry after reading something. He pushed down the newspaper on the table and shouted, "It's outrageous. Who on earth dares to publish an article like this?" In the article it was written that Cassidon is not Count's son, but a gladiator's slave. The maids were also talking about this. They were saying, "Did you hear the news? There is an article about Cassidon in the newspaper, and Count is very angry." Another maid said, "Of course, the prestige of the family is at stake." Someone asked, "What is young lady doing?" One of the maid looked towards the door and said, "First we have to close the door and lock it, then we can talk about this after closing the door." She told them that the lady has not come out of her room since yesterday. In the room she was sitting alone on the chair, and in a tensed and worried state she was thinking that, "What shall I do? I could not give Cassidon any answer. Even I don't know what I want, and what things go wrong." She was thinking that, like paint spreading in water, I wish for me to slowly soak into you. But ironically I am gradually immersing myself in Cassidon, and why did not I know about this? She was touching her feet and wondering that, what kind of relationship do we have? I never thought about it. But then suddenly someone knocked on the door and said, "Miss, I'm sorry for interrupting you while you were taking a rest, but the Lord asked you to join him for a cup of tea." Orion was sitting silently and not saying anything. The maid said, "I'm sure he has something to say." So Orion put down her feet and replied, "I will be right there." On the outside in the garden, both Orion and her father was sitting together. Her father said, "What, His Highness? The Crown Prince gave you that big guy toll." Orion replied, "I promised to send him soon. But I'm sorry it ended up like this. And it's all because of the incident that occurred at the Imperial banquet. And now he had nowhere to go, so please allow him to stay in the mansion." After hearing this with a serious look, her father asked, "Are you not going to let him in?" She said, "Of course, it's not like that at all." He asked, "So you are not even going to let him be a palace guard, but just keep him in a mansion as a slave?" Is that right?" She replied yes. After hearing this, her father took a deep breath and said, "I will allow it again." With a smile, Orion said, "I can't believe you will allow something like that again." Her father asked, "You know, once is difficult, would not twice be even harder? But I know you are stubborn when you set your mind to something." Orion looked at the tea and said, "Sorry, father." He said, "I did not know I would make such a fuss about it. I did not think he should be able to get away with it, because this guy really stands out. At first, every little thing about Cassidy bothered me. When I looked at him, I thought, if I could, I would have kicked him out right away. But when our eyes met each other, suddenly Cassidy came towards me and said, 'Count, I will also help you a little.' At that time I was a bit surprised. And the more I saw him, the more I thought he was not just an ordinary slave. He has got a lot of dignity. He was more than capable of reading and writing. And even he can thoroughly review and improve the documents in one day, which I would have spent days looking at. He have got a great skill." Firstly, I was shocked at that because a person who lived as a slave can figure out the financial status of a count with a few documents. It is hard to be naturally elegant. I thought he might have been sold by a fallen nobleman from another country. With a sweaty face, Orion was looking downward, and she was thinking that, in the end, my father noticed too. But it's normal because I also felt something strange from the first day I met him. But I wonder, when my father finds out about Cassidy's origin, at that time, will you sympathize with him or try to kick him out? I don't know. Her father closed his eyes and said, "Actually, I have something to tell you, Orion." He said, "This morning Cassidy came to see me, and asked me to throw him out. He said he could not cause any more trouble to our family because of this incident." Her father gave her a letter and said, "Cassidy asked me to give you that letter." She took the letter and started to read it and asked, "Father, what did you say?" Her father said, "I refuse," saying, "Why are you telling me this now? I will handle it well on my own, so there is no need for that." The count looked at the bird who was sitting on the tree branch and said, in his own word he said, it was his job to put an end to this matter. He wanted to repay the favor he owed you. Her father said, "Cassidy is no longer here, he left." Orion was shocked after hearing this. On the other side, at night, someone was beating Damien's butler. The butler was sitting down on his knees and he was unable to move. The guy who beat him take out something from the servant's cloth, and the guy is none other than Cassidy. He opened the bottle cap and smelt it. After smelling it, he realized something and said, "Oh, so it is true." He remembered the earlier memory when Toll said, "I remember hearing this, that more blood is needed." Cassidy poured out the fluid from the bottle, and the fluid is none other than blood. The blood came out from the bottle. Cassidy said, "That guy did not lie to us." At the palace, Orion was looking at the letter, and with shivering hands she asked, "Did he really leave us?" The count touched her hand and said, "Orion, my daughter, there is a white bird living in a tree near my office, but it flew away sooner than expected. But when the season changes, it returns to that place again. It's adorable to even hear him chirp so loudly that I could hear him from my office. I came to feel some affection for him. And do you know what it reminds me of? It's Cassidy, who reminds me of that bird." He closed his eyes and said, "If I am honest, at first I thought him being with us was unfortunate. But very soon I realized that I did not dislike him. He only called me father in front of you. But it was different when it was just the two of us alone. Cassidy always respected me. He always bowed in front of me, and when I looked at him I was feeling angry. I said, 'How dare a slave like you seduce and take advantage of my sweet daughter?' At the current time," he said, "at first I was really furious. But do you know what his reply was to me back then? At that time he said, 'Thank you.' I did not know that the count would even acknowledge me first, despite my being just a slave. After hearing that reply, I was shocked, so I said, "Do you have no pride? I have just insulted you." Cassidy replied, "How could I have pride when I am not in a position to have it?" He smiled while looking at him and said, "I'm just so happy to be able to be around my sister." Orion was thinking that, so that's what happened. She was thinking that earlier. I was wondering what he was thinking when he would stand next to me. Perhaps everything that happened was a lie. Earlier Cassidy told her that, "I wonder if you are going to hate me when you find out about my true self." She tightened her fist and clenching her clothes. She was thinking that I just wanted to know his past, but I did not force him to tell me anything. She was totally lost in these thoughts. But then suddenly she heard a voice of her father. He came close to her and sat down on his knees. He was holding her hand and said, "Orion, don't worry, this was Cassidy's choice, but he will be back. And I know this because I know his weakness. He was the one who left you this letter, so you have to trust him." In the letter he wrote, "Forgive me for leaving without saying anything. I will definitely come back to you when I have organized everything." Her father said, "So don't allow yourself to be saddened because of this." And at the same time, at the Duchy of the North, Damien was sitting on a sofa. He said, "I did not expect you to come to see me," and it was Cassidy who was sitting in front of him. Damien said, "I can't believe that, Kindle. My butler's disappearance was the result of the Count's adopted slave." Cassidy took out the specs of that butler and put it down on the table. "It was covered in blood," Damien said. "How dare you turn your back on the duchy?" Cassidy replied, "This is an important matter, Your Excellency. It no longer has anything to do with the Count or his family, as I was recently officially removed from their records." With a smile, Damien asked, "Were you kicked out?" "But that's a fitting end for a slave who was extremely lucky." In a relaxed tone, Cassidy said, "It's all thanks to you, Your Excellency." With a sharp look, Damien looked at him and asked, "So are you going to take revenge on me?" With the same sharp look, Cassidy looked at him and said, "I have come to offer you a deal." After hearing this from a slave, Damien laughed, but then with an anger he asked, "How dare a slave offer me a deal?" He looked down on him and said, "You must have gone crazy enough to want to die, you dirty slave. It was a big mistake to think that I was going to deal with you just for a simple butler. But it seems that not only were you born dirty, but you are also foolish. Could it be that you became a gladiator because you were lower class? Because I heard you played pretty dirty. You're just a lowly slave who should be eliminated." Cassidy was listening all of this very seriously, and then he said, "Well, there is something," and then he took out the bottle which he took from the butler, and said, "Well, I had to sell my body to live." After saying this he smiled and said, "But it is not worse to have to drink blood, the blood of commoners, to live yourself." Damien was shocked after seeing the bottle. He was thinking that how did he find out about this? Cassidy said, "The butler carried many of these bottles, and I noticed it when you collapsed with chest pain. But you refused the help of the royal physician, and sought only for your butler." Damien laughed and asked, "Do you think this just because of what he gave me at that time? My condition has been handled by Kindle for a long time, and that's why I was looking for him." While touching the bottle, Cassidy said, "For a fairly old butler, he had a lot of work to do to serve his master, like to handle his drugs. He was your right-hand man, and he took care of everything. It was easy to get close to him as he was looking for new servants for the Duke. Young, healthy people, without a history of medical conditions, and had no connection to anyone. But still, it seems that the Duke has few servants. I wonder where the rest have disappeared to." After hearing all of this, Damien became angry. He took out his sword and pointed it towards Cassidy's neck. While pointing it, he shouted, "How dare a common slave threaten me? but Cassidon is totally relaxed even in this situation. In the past, Damien pointed the sword at one of the renowned physicians and said, "I don't have much patience. I already know that this heart disease was able to improve significantly, so I will give you a hefty reward if you tell me about the cure. But why are you hesitating? Tell me, otherwise we will have no choice but to finish you off." The physician came into fear, and in a shivering voice he said, "I will tell you, but please don't tell anyone else. For the cure you must drink blood. That is the cure of this disease." The physician said, "While I was reviewing medical ingredients, I accidentally found a recipe made from human blood. That I confirmed that this was how you could reduce the pain." Damien said, "Only human blood has an effect in reducing pain. That's what you are saying, right? If that's the case, then we should experiment with your blood." The physician came into fear and shouted, "No, don't do this, please." And then at the current time, Damien attacked Cassidon to kill him. But Cassidon is also an experienced warrior, so he dodged it very easily. But that attack broke the bottle and pierced the robe of Cassidon. With a smiley face, Cassidon said, "Your Excellency, perhaps you should calm down. I have no intention of becoming your enemy. I will forget the secret you hide." Damien was surprised and said, "What?" Because after revealing such a secret, Cassidon can harm him in any way. But now he is saying he will forget about that secret. Cassidon came close to him and said, "I will send your butler back only if you do me a small favor." Damien was looking at him patiently and thinking that what the hell is this dirty slave doing? But then he realized something, that it is quite irritating, but he has a pretty sharp eye. He is also quite fast. He was able to avoid being touched by my sword with minimal effort. It would be helpful if my butler Kindle could give jobs to this guy. So Damien removed his sword and said, "Well, I will listen to the deal you have to propose to me." Cassidon said, "I hear that it will soon be the festival for the founding of the empire. I am participating in the fencing competition, and your Excellency has never participated before, so please participate with me in the competition. My request is that you compete against me in the tournament. I think it would be good. Among all the events that are held during the anniversary of the founding of the Civil Empire, the public eagerly anticipates the tournament, which is organized by the Emperor himself. Since weapons are allowed, there have been many deaths during the annual event. Origin of the participants are not important, and the winner receives a grand prize awarded by the Emperor. In the case of commoners, they can even get the noble titles as well as riches and wealth." Damien was thinking that, "I have never participated in this event because I had no need or reason to enter into an event like this, but this is new." Damien asked, "My participation in the tournament, is that your only request? Does it matter if I lose?" Cassidon shook his head and said, "Your Excellence agrees to compete with me during the competition. That is more than sufficient for me. I don't want you to go easy on me, so please give it your best." On the next day at the mansion, Orion was sitting on the chair and looking at the letter given by Cassidon. She was thinking about him again and again, and don't doing anything else. But then suddenly something came into her mind, and she wear her robe. She said, "Sasha, get ready to go. There is a place I want us to go together." The maid said, "Yes, my lady, but right now?" Orion said, "There is someone I need to meet." She smiled while looking at Sasha and said, "I can't just stand here and wait. I have a lot of work to do. But before that, we need to bring someone else." The maid asked, "Who would that be, my lady?" Orion said, "That person is Tol. I'm going to brush my hair, so why don't you help him with his hair before we leave?" Tol was working outside. He was totally in sweat, and the maid were looking at him with a blushy face and a bright smile. One of the maids said, "Excuse me, you are very strong." He looked at them and said thank you. Sasha was standing on the door and wondering that, why are they making such a fuss? She closed her eyes and said, "Told the lady is waiting for you." After hearing this with a smile, Toll said, "Yes, I will be right there." And while saying this, he came very close to Sasha. Sasha was a bit surprised due to this sudden closeness. She was looking away from him and said, "Before that, wait a minute." She was thinking that he is so much bigger than me, and then she told him, "You have to come with me." After a while he was sitting on the chair and Sasha was cutting his hair. She complimented him and said, "You have been helping out quite a bit inside the mansion." He replied, "Like I own Lady Orion my life, so I want to be of help here as much as I am able to." With a bright smile she said, "Of course, there is no one sweeter than our young lady. I was worried about her because these last few days she has seemed quite tired, but I am happy to see that she's looking a little more lively." Toll was looking at her and then Sasha said, "It's all done. How does it look? Is it better?" He touched his hair and said, "It's good, thank you, Sasha." With a blushy face Sasha was looking at him. But then suddenly someone opened the door, and it is Orion. She entered into the room. Sasha said, "My lady, we have finished getting ready." Orion complimented her, and said, "You did a good job, and the chariot is already waiting for us, so, let's go." Sasha asked, "By the way, who are you suddenly going to meet with today?" On the other side at the Imperial Palace, the prince, but also checking his fit, he was looking at the flower given by Orion. He was thinking that this flower Orion saved, eventually it was going to dry out. Earlier when I was a child, and Orion's mother died, her father came to the mansion and he was sitting in front of my mother, the Empress. At that time he said, "A person's mind cannot be cured like a bodily disease, Your Majesty. My wife passed away and I have only my daughter left who is the same age as the Crown Prince. So I know very well how it feels to be alone." The Empress said, "Please have someone check your mental state, because nowadays you are going through a critical phase of your life." The young prince was hearing all of this. He was standing outside of the door. And then they talked about our political marriage. The prince was thinking that my mother was not a person who desired this marriage. She felt that her heart was less important than the emperor's power. And I always remember my mother's face back then. At the current time, from behind of him his father the emperor came. He said, "Leon, why do you go out without telling anyone?" The prince replied, "What I do is not something your majesty cares about anyway. You are just too busy with political affairs." The emperor said, "I can't believe my only son is acting like this." The prince asked, "Why did not you have any concubines? Then you would have been able to have at least one child to whom you are grateful for." After hearing this his father became very angry and he shouted, "Leon, how dare you say that to me?" The prince glared at him and said, "Your marriage was not something you wanted, so what difference would it have made if you had a child with my mother or some concubine?" While he was walking away from him he said, "I'm not going to live like your majesty did." The emperor said, "I just want you to tell me where you are going." The prince stopped at the door and said, "I'm not going anywhere. I have a guest which is coming to meet me," and then he walked outside. After a while at the meeting place he saw Orion, and then suddenly his face bloomed like a flower. Orion looked at him with a smile and then, the maid was pouring the tea for both of them. The prince said, "I have been waiting for you." The prince asked, "You said you were coming back to the palace, but I did not hear anything from you, so I was planning to visit you." Orion said, "It is thanks to you that I am able to visit you without any issues." With a smile and glowing face he said, "You seem to be in good health." He asked, "Did something else happen?" Orion replied, "I am fine thanks to your majesty, thanks for your help. The guy you gave me, he has been able to adapt well and has been helping me with some work." The prince asked, "Do you mean that slave sent by the Archduke? I am glad that he has been helpful to you." Orion looked downwards and said, "Actually, I would like to ask the prince for another favor." She made an eye contact and said, "I was thinking of visiting the Archduke in the north." After hearing this, the prince asked, "What? Why do you want my help to visit the Archduke?" She replied, "It's not a big deal. It's just that your majesty gave me permission to have him. But Toll is still a slave owned by the Archduke, according to his papers. So I would like to pay him a visit to make sure there will be no future issues with him." The prince said, "I wonder if you really have to go in person. Damien has always been a rather dark person, but lately he's been particularly." After hearing this, Orion smiled and said, "Your Majesty could guarantee my safety. That way I would not have to worry about anything. However, the request is quiet at the last minute, so I'm not expecting that you would be prepared." The prince leaned forward and said, "That is what I was trying to say." Orion said, "I had no intention of asking you for such a shameless favor." The prince was thinking about it while putting his hand on his face. And then he said, "Honestly, I would prefer it if I could go with you. But as much as I would like to, but I can't do it since I'm currently in a legal battle with the Archduke over the attempt of poisoning." Orion said, "True, it is very likely that your visit will be seen as political." He said, "Yes, unfortunately this is not up to M." But then he tapped his finger on the table and said, "However, you could prove that." The prince said, "Orion, you could prove that the imperial family protects you." After hearing this, Orion smiled and thinking that, now we can finally leave, because everything is ready. After some time at the Duchy of North, the Archduke Damien was looking outside from the window. He became confused after seeing something. It was the imperial chariot. And the person who came out from it is none other than Orion. She was thinking that let's see if the fish takes the bait. Damien was flustered and confused after seeing her. And then Damien came down to greet them. She said, "It's a pleasure to see you again, Archduke." He looked at them and asked, "What brings you here with these imperial knights? It's a bit embarrassing that you have shown up unannounced." She looked towards the imperial knights and said, "His Majesty sent them with me as my escorts. And I am not here to fight you." She looked towards Damien and asked, "You know that, don't you?" Damien paused for a moment and thinking that, I was actually planning to get in touch with this woman. But their action seems deliberate. Although she came on her own accord, she brought protection with her. I'm not sure what you are thinking. And then Orion asked, "Are you feeling better?" He was thinking that she has no reason to feel sorry for me. I'm sure she has other reasons, but this opportunity is one I can't waste. And then he said, "Let's go inside and talk first." All of them entered into the palace. Orion and Damien were sitting in front of each other. She said, "Thank you for welcoming me here despite my coming unannounced." He said, "It's nothing. There are many things we need to talk about." With a smile he asked, "Did not your younger brother come with you?" She was looking at him and thinking that, "Don't you know that Cassadine is no longer part of our family?" I was trying to find out if Cassadine had been in the Archduke's mansion. However, Damien doesn't seem to know where he is either, or he will not tell me. She closed her eyes and said, "My younger brother went on a trip for a while." While touching the cup of tea, she said, "I must admit, I was angry at your excellency for insulting my younger brother. But then I felt bad after seeing you suddenly collapse." But then she stopped talking and looked towards Toll and said, "Could you leave us alone for a moment?" He leaned forward and said, "I will stand by the door. Call me if you need anything." She replied, "Yes, thank you." And then he glared at Damien. Damien was also looking at him. When Toll was leaving, Damien said, "Both are just slaves. Looks like you have been able to tame that violent beast within him." She replied, "He does this out of sheer gratitude for having all his wounds healed." he said. Yes, I should like to hear more about that. So what is the real reason you came to visit me? And who is the doctor talented enough to give him back the tongue that was cut off? Orion looked at him very sharply and thinking that, he fell for the bait. She replied that truth is, it's more than a doctor, he is a person who was born with healing powers. And what I am going to tell you now is very confidential information. The only people who are allowed to be healed are members of the royal family, that is the emperor and his family. Damien was a bit surprised after hearing this. He asked, what? She said the existence of these healers should never be revealed with people outside the realm. Toll doesn't know how his wounds were healed either. And if I get caught talking to you about this, I could be punished by the royal family, so you must keep this a secret. After hearing this, he covered his face by his hand, and said external people. And then he was feeling the pain, but then he controlled it. In a serious look he said, if you are lying, you should better be prepared to take responsibility for the consequences. She said, in my position, I could not lie to you, because I can't stop thinking about your suffering from chronic disease. I can't guarantee you a cure, but this person was able to cure His Majesty when he was poisoned. Damien was a bit confused and surprised. He asked, does the lady know this person? In an impatient state he asked, tell me, who is this healer? She closed her eyes and said, that healer is me, Archduke. I cured Toll's severed tongue. Damien was shocked after hearing this. Orion was thinking that right now, Damien is desperate to find a cure for his heart disease. I cured him immediately in my past life, but I have no intention of making the same mistake again. I will leave your illness like this, and just control the pain you feel frequently. I will let you cling to a vain hope. You would not even know you are just taking a chance that will lead you to an abyss. She said, I have been summoned by the imperial family since I was a little girl, even His Majesty the Crown Prince knows, but it was the Emperor I healed first. Damien asked, so the reason that you are so close to His Majesty the Crown Prince is because of your powers? She replied, yes, it's because of my healing power. She stood up and said, if you show me something that needs to be addressed, I will demonstrate it right now. I can treat your heart condition in a couple of days. She came close to him and said, if you think you can believe what I'm saying, we can forget about what happened in the past and make peace. Damien said, it's okay, and then he grabbed her hand and said, let's test your healing skills, right now. And then all three of them left for a secure and safe place for the treatment. But in a midway, Orion saw something which reminded a very tragic memory of her. She was thinking that this hallway is the one where I died at Damien's hand. Her heartbeat increased rapidly. She was remembering the moment when her father died in past life. That there is something I could not ask when I heard about my father's death. Damien and my father were together on the battlefield, so why could not he protect my father? Back then, I did not know Damien was a man who was capable of murdering my own father. At that time, Damien said, his body was barely recognizable due to the damage he received. The funeral will only hurt your feelings, so I hope you can clear your mind now. With a crying face, Orion said, I'm fine. Please allow me to see my father. Allow me to see him for the last time, please. However, he said, you know how I don't like to repeat things? You can't leave my mansion unless you have my permission. He came close to her and said, poor Orion, I am the only person you have left now. At the current time, Orion was thinking that, why did not I know then? But now I received a miraculous second chance. But I will never be able to trust or love anyone else again. If I can't rid myself of the anxiety he generates in me, it will become dangerous for me, so I'm going to have to deal with this somehow. Because I will never be happy living under the same sky as him. Damien opened the door and said, "Hurry up and come in here." And then suddenly Cassidy's face came into her mind. She came back to her senses and thinking that, I miss him so much right now. I miss his smile, his warm arms. I should not have let him leave like that. I did not know until we got to this point. But if I am capable of loving someone again, it would only be with just him. So where the hell are you, Cassidy? There is only a day left before National Foundation Festival. On the other side, Cassidy was living in an old hut, and Damien's butler was also present there. He was totally tied up. Cassidy was looking at the butler and thinking that, this is not just about revenge anymore, this is for Orion and me. He looked at the sword which was given by Orion and thinking that, I miss you. I am going crazy because I miss you, sister. And then he started to kiss the sword. In the mansion, Damien was lighting up the candles by a matchstick, and Orion was looking around herself. Suddenly, she said, this book is also here, the boundaries between right and wrong. After hearing this, Damien looked at her. However, she was looking at the book, and said it's a book of philosophy from Ilya. I also enjoy reading a lot, this is my favorite book. Damien sat down on the sofa and said, that's interesting, my favorite activity is reading books. Orion was smiling and thinking that, I remember all your likes and dislikes. I've worked really hard so you would love me. Damien closed his eyes and said, there is a quote in this book that is, nothing can be completely distinguished between good and bad, and what some may call evil might be deemed good for others. Orion came towards the chair and said, that's from chapter 3 and 4, it's a good quote, and it makes me think of a lot of things. Damien was totally surprised after hearing the chapter's number, and she remembered it correctly. Orion asked, what's the matter, Archduke? He said, it's just a little unexpected. She sat down in the chair and said, I will take that as a compliment. So, could you remove your jacket first? It's necessary to be able to treat you. He started to remove his clothes and Orion said, I understand that this question may sound rude, but you don't seem to have many servants around to assist you. Like to turn on the lights or to change your clothes. It bothers me to think that you have to do all of this by yourself. Damien said you'd get used to it when you do it often, and it's been quite a long time. Orion said, I see. She was thinking that Kindle is always at Damien's side. It's a little strange. But right now he is not here. After unbuttoning his shirt, he lay down on the sofa, and Orion started to check him. While checking, she said, there is a reason why even the most famous doctors have not been able to cure this. And your illness is already very advanced. I don't think it's possible to deal with it all at once. Damien said, it's okay, but I want you to show me your healing skills now if possible. And then she started to heal him, but in a limited range so that he can't become healthy completely. When she was using her power, a bright light was coming out. She was thinking that I will leave the deceased inside your body as it is. I will just relieve your pain temporarily. If he feels any more pain, I will have to go in and out of the archduchy. And then she removed her hand after completing the spell. Damien was totally shocked. He said this, it's not possible. I can't believe it. The pain is completely gone. You spoke the truth that you have healing powers. She smiled while looking at him and said, why would I lie after coming all this way to see you? With a sweaty face, Damien said, I can't believe it. He moved his hand forward. Orion asked, so things between us have been resolved, right? He said, that's right. Why don't we shake hands to celebrate our reconciliation? Both of them shake hands and Damien said, I apologize for the misunderstanding. I have been very rude to you. She replied, it's fine. With a smiley face he asked, what is your favorite quote from the Boundary Between Good and Bad book? She looked away from him and said, my favorite quote is, the evil ones don't know they are evil, as the good ones don't know they are good either. But when the time comes, both shall weigh their sins, and pay for what they have done. It's chapter 9, verse 11. He said yes, it is one of my favorite passages as well. He tightened his hand grip and said, we seem to have a lot in common, so why not you stay here and we could talk all night. Even when he was this close, she has not feeling anything for him. She stood up and said, I'm afraid it is already too late, and if I were to stay and talk to you, rumors may spread about us, just for spending the night at your house. Damien said, I had not thought about it that way, and it's late so I could escort you to another mansion inside the estate. She said, my father might be worried, so I will accept your excellency's kindness. As I mentioned earlier, your illness will not be cured with one treatment. The pain will continue to appear until you finish treating it. With a smile, Damien said, we can come up with a plan when the pain comes. She laughed and said, of course, that's what good friends do. But then suddenly she stopped and said, oh, I'm sorry, how could I dare to say something so casual to His Excellency? I should not have said that. Damien asked, what do you mean? And then he started to touch her hand and said, no, let's become better acquainted. He kissed on her hand and said it would be nice if we started out as friends. Toll was standing outside, and then when both of them came out, he said, Lady Orion? She asked, you haven't been waiting for too long, have you? But then Damien made a coughing sound. Orion looked at him and said, Toll, could you go and get everything ready to go? I will be there shortly, he replied. As you wish, Lady Orion. After a while, Damien and Orion were going there. He said, I'm planning to attend the National Founding Festival. The county is close to the capital. Are you also going? Orion replied, I have not discussed it with my father yet. He said, I hope you do. That day I will show you something interesting in return, my lady. That's why I should really like you to be there. She asked, something interesting? What could it be? He said, if I tell you ahead of time, it would not be as much fun. It's better to enjoy the entertainment on that day. Orion said, that's what makes me more curious. He said, you know, most people are unable to make eye contact with me, but you are not afraid at all. While making an eye contact, she asked, is that so? Damien said, I'm often misunderstood because my gaze is cold. Many people think I'm a scary person for that reason. She said, the first time I saw it, I thought it was beautiful. He said, I'm glad you said that. She is about to open the door, and then he touched her hand and came behind her. He asked, do you know what the boundaries between good and bad means? She looked towards him and said, you must not give up your heart easily, and don't doubt the person who delivers his heart with difficulty. He said, I will no longer doubt you after curing my heart disease. So Orion, I hope you can trust me too. She looked at him and thinking that trust you, she said, of course. But she was thinking that he's telling me in his own words to enter this hell on my own. With a smile she said, I trust you. Damien said, then I will see you at the festival, my lady. And then all of them left the palace. Damien was looking outside from the window of his palace and thinking that, the power of God, I thought that girl had gone crazy, but actually she is a golden goose. Damien was touching his chest and thinking that, even when I drank blood it did not stop the pain, and my chest, which always feels tight and heavy, is now in total peace, as if the disease has disappeared. In an anger he was thinking that, I can't believe the imperial family has had a monopoly on this. But then with a tricky smile he was thinking, now that ability is mine, and no one can stop me. After a while Orion returned to the imperial palace. With a smile the prince greeted her and said, welcome back. He asked, did you finish your conversation with Duke Damien? Did it went well? She said, thanks for your help, I was able to finish it safely. He said it would be nice if even the count had an escort tomorrow, because I would not come. She said, it is a short walk from the imperial palace to the mansion, and you might be worried, so I wanted to tell you as soon as possible." The prince said, "Yes, I was worried. I wish could at least offer you a cup of tea. But if I do so, it will be very late." She said, "Thank you for the offer, Your Highness, but I should not bother you more than this." He asked, "What's the bother?" And then she didn't said anything. He asked, "What's the matter?" In a soft voice she asked, "Your Highness, why are you so nice to me?" Firstly he paused for a moment, but then suddenly he started to laugh. He came close to her and said, "Well, I don't know either." With a sweaty face and confused state, she was looking at him. He was touching her hair, but then suddenly, he shook her head. She became angry after this. She shouted, "Your Highness." With a smile the prince turned away and said, "See you later, Orion." With the messy hair she was looking at him, and then she said, "The prince is really a strange person." On the next day, she arrived at the mansion, and she was talking to her father. Her father asked, "So did His Highness the Crown Prince give you much help?" She replied, "Yes, father." The count said, "His Highness is a big problem." Orion asked, "What?" Her father said, "From what I remember, he was the person who had no interest in other people's affairs. He was thinking that it's been this way since Her Majesty passed away. He said, anyway, I'm grateful he helped you." Orion replied, "I see." She was thinking that the prince doesn't seem like a person who has no interest in those around him. Even in my past life he and I did not have much contact. If it were not for Cassidon, we would never have had a face-to-face conversation, and there must be something I don't know. While eating the food she asked, "Is there any news about Cassidon while I was away?" Her father replied, "I couldn't find a single clue. But it has not been that long since he left. He will come back eventually." After hearing this she asked, "Father, can I leave first today?" Her father replied, "Of course, is something the matter?" She replied, "I have to go out again today." He asked, "Where else do you need to go in the morning?" With a smile she said, "I'm going to go catch the guy who escaped, without being brave enough to talk to me." After a while in her room, she took out several newspaper and notices, and thinking that, I need to make a move for myself, in the letter Cassidon said that he would return when everything is settled. And what we can conclude is that it was revealed he was a gladiator slave, or about the fall of the kingdom of Highland. And the exact purpose of Cassidon is unknown, but it's clear that Damien is involved in both of the cases. She was looking at the paper and notices very carefully and thinking that Damien was convinced that Cassidon was a slave. So, there is no way to harm the reputation of a noble family without solid evidence. And I am sure they did a background check, so what would I do if I were Cassidon? While looking at the newspaper she was thinking that, first we will start by finding out where and how much Damien found out. And the true proof that Cassidon was a gladiator slave is the bill of sale. And I have the one copy of it. The one who was the other is the person who sold him to me. And then she went to meet the person who organizes gladiator fighting? In a soft voice the man said, "Are not you Lady Serica? If I had known you were coming, I would have made tea in advance." She was looking at him very seriously and asked, "Is there anything else you want to tell me?" In a bit fear he said, "Sorry. I told Cassidon everything I know, so why are you asking me about this again?" She was confused after hearing this and thinking that Cassidon was also here. The men asked, "Did not you hear everything from Cassidon?" She was thinking that I still don't know if Cassidon was excommunicated, so I will have to leave the conversation like this. She asked, "Is that really all there to tell? How can I trust you?" The man asked, "What would I have to hide from the lady?" He told her that, from the voice of the person who came to bought that bill, I could say that he was an older man covered in a cloak. He took the certificate and left immediately. Orion were looking at him very sharply and thinking that, If it was an old man, then it would be Kindle. He does all of Damien's dirty work. In a pleasing posture, the man said, was not Cassidy famous because he was very popular? I really had no idea that giving him a certificate would be such a hassle for the lady. I was also surprised when I read the newspaper. Orion was thinking that, such a liar, he even sold the certificate. He is a person who only cares about money and moves without thinking. He probably had no interest or feeling of guilt about what Cassidy's life would be like after leaving this infernal graduate gladiator arena. And the only thing these people can understand is money. Suddenly she stood up and slammed her hand on the table. She said, most likely you are already aware that I did pay $5 billion for him. The men said, of course, I'm so sorry. She said, compared to what Cassidy means to me, it's nothing. And just because you have enslaved Cassidy in front of so many spectators, it doesn't mean you can do it again in the future. Cassidy is mine, and if something comes out about Cassidy again in the future, know that it will not be a problem to have this gladiator arena shut down. And then she left from the arena. With a sweaty face, the man was standing outside. He said, although they are not real siblings, but they do the same things. Because earlier when Cassidy came, the man was totally shocked after seeing him. Cassidy looked down on him and said, I'm not here to chat, so I will just get to the point. It would be better for you to just answer my question. He was holding the short sword and asked, has anyone recently confirmed that I was a gladiator slave? The man told him about selling the certificate. Cassidy said, you sold the certificate to an old man wearing a robe, and he came to visit a week ago. In a fear, the man said, I really did not know it would be a problem. While looking at Cassidy's gaze, the man said, the person who came for that certificate is definitely a member of the Serica family. And then suddenly Cassidy grabbed his neck. He said, my business is over, and if Count Serica's family is harmed once again. In a villainous smile he said, I will cut off your hands that touches the money you like so much. So I suggest that you behave yourself, so you don't get into trouble again. At the current time he was remembering that smile, he was feeling fear and creepiness, and then while entering into the arena he was thinking that, I don't know who he is, but he is a damn old man. I got involved for no reason, just to get some extra money. Orion reached back to the mansion. The servant said, Miss, we are here. She came out from the chariot and thinking that, I don't know where Cassidy is now, but he must be in contact with Damien. And then she thanked the person who helped her. She was thinking that first of all I should go to the National Foundation Festival. The more I get in contact with Damien, the easier it will be to find clues about Cassidy. She noticed that Sasha was standing outside. She said, Sasha, why a chariot is here? Do we have guests? Sasha said you should go inside and see it for yourself. When she entered she found that there are several necklaces and dresses were present in front of her. A person who came with it said, Lady Serica, these are gifts from Archduke Damien. Both Orion and Sasha were surprised after seeing this. And then the flood of gifts from Damien continued for days. After some days the men who came with those gems and dresses said, these are gems and other valuable materials sent as gifts by Archduke Damien, and this is a dress sent by the Archduke. Orion's father said, oh my God, this has been going on for days. He asked Orion, when did you become so close to the Archduke? The person who came with the gifts said, if there is anything else you want, let me know. Orion said, please tell him, he doesn't need to give these to me. The person said, Lord Damien said he was giving it to you as a sign of friendship, so please accept. And when you arrive tomorrow at the National Foundation Festival, he will also escort you from the Capitol Square. Orion's father said, I see, please tell him that we will see him tomorrow. The man said, then we will take our leave. When both of them left, Orion's father looked at her and asked, Orion, do you have feelings for the Archduke? She replied, it's not like that. Her father said, so it seems that the Archduke has feelings for you. While looking downward she was thinking that, he seems simply changes his attitude because I have the ability to heal. His nature of seducing and using people as his tool, who opened their hearts to him is still there. But he don't know that. Now it is his turn to fall into that beautiful trap. At the night, Orion was laying on her bed and she was thinking that, I can't sleep. It's been 10 days since I have seen Cassidy. She was looking at the moon and thinking that, there was a full moon when Cassidy first came to my room. She stood up and opened the window, and thinking that as time passes, Cassidy became clearer in my memories. And you resemble me in many ways. While looking at the moon she said, there are so many things I want to tell you and ask you about, even if we are not family, so please come back to me, Cassidy. And then she closed her eyes and about to turn back, but then suddenly someone said, Sister. She opened her eyes and rushed outside of the mansion. She came out from the front door and someone said, Sister. After hearing this she looked at him. It was Cassidy. She said, Cassidy? And then suddenly Cassidy rushed towards her and grabbed her in his arms. With a crying and blushy face she asked, Is it really you, Cassidy? He replied yes. She was pounding on his chest and said, Why did you run away from the family without saying anything to me? Do you know how much pain I was in because of you? Where on earth did you go? And what were you doing? With a shivering body she said, Do you know how much I worried about you? He grabbed her hand and said, I miss you, sister. He came very close to her and said, I care about you so much that I can't help it. I love you. And then he asked, Do you hate me because of this? With tear in her eyes Orion was thinking that, his blind gaze that seems to capture me, would it be strange if I say I am not afraid anymore? I thought I could never love anyone again, but your gentle touch, your bright smile, like a painting that was only shown to me, it has become truly precious. I didn't realize it until you left. I'm just glad that you are back. And then both of them entered into Orion's room. She said, I don't think so. It's okay if others call me crazy, but you don't have to call me sister anymore. He was surprised after hearing this. She was thinking that fitting us into the roles of brother and sister, am I taking back the sin of trying to tame you? Cassidy came close to her and asked, Can I take this as meaning that you have given me permission? She was looking at him with a blushy face and thinking that, if it is a sin, I'm willing to be a sinner. She grabbed him and then both of them started to kiss each other, and they were kissing so intensely. And then while looking at his hand which was covered in bruises, she said, Cassidy, there is something I have been meaning to confess to you when you return. In front of him she casted her healing magic. After completely healing him she asked, Are you not surprised after seeing this? Cassidy said, I already knew. I secretly reapplied the ointment you showed me the day we first met, and it had no effect. I was convinced when you removed the scars from my body. Orion was looking downwards and said, I see. Both of them were sitting on the bed and Orion said, This ability is the reason why our family receives the protection of the imperial family. However, if this were found out by a greedy person, it could become a weakness that destroys the family. Do you remember when Archduke Damien collapsed at the banquet, clutching his heart? She said Damien is suffering from an incurable disease. He is a person who will do anything without hesitation for treatment. Cassidy was looking at her while listening all of this. She said this empire has no hesitation in aggressively expanding its rule. It would not be surprising that if there is a war at some point. And Damien would threaten to use this knowledge to his advantage if my father doesn't come back from the war. What if I, a defenseless person, fall into Damien's hand? That's why I brought you here. He asked, How do you know Duke Damien's true intentions? While looking at his face she replied, Just as he is your enemy, he's mine as well. Damien is trying to tremble and kill me and my father, but it's so hard for me to explain just how I know right now. She grabbed his hand and said, As there are still some parts that even I don't fully understand, even if you don't believe me, I have nothing to say. While grabbing her hand back, he came close to her and said, "It's okay." She asked, "Don't you hate me?" He replied, "How could I possibly hate you? I also used you for my revenge. When I came to the palace for the first time, I heard everything when you were talking to your father. At that time you said if war breaks out further, and because father you are the only man in this family, you will have to go. But that can be avoided if we bring someone else into the family." At that time I was listening all of this from outside. Because I thought it was foolish to care about other people. I thought it was worth the gain and loss, so I decided to stick with it. But the words you said and the way you touched me, I didn't know how to save and comfort you in return, if it was not for you. At the current time, Cassidy said, I would have been totally consumed by a misdirected desire for revenge. He asked, "So isn't it a better path for my anger to be the same as yours?" He touched her cheek. And then she closed her eyes and said, "I am yours." Cassidy said, "I also have something to tell you. I discovered a shocking fact about internal energy." Orion asked, "What?" He stood up and while walking he said, "It was just as you said, it's human blood in the Duke's medicine to reduce the pain of a heart attack. They were recruiting unattached people without families as servants, and killing them." After hearing this, Orion was shocked. She asked, "They did something like that?" Then the voice told remembered hearing, "We need more blood," was from them. With a sweaty face she asked, "How did you find out about it?" He looked at her, and said, "I use a butler named Kindle to contact the Archduke." Orion said, "Thank you, Cassidy, this will be a big help. Now that Damien believes he can be cured with my abilities, the murders will stop, and he must pay for his terrible actions." Cassidy closed his eyes and said, "The truth is, originally I was planning to come to you later because I had other things to do, but I could not sit back and watch as that damn pile of gifts kept growing." She asked, "You plan to come back later?" He said, "I'm sorry, it's because I don't want to be your little brother anymore." She said, "Orion, please call me Orion from now on." After hearing this he became very happy and with a bright smile he said, "Orion." He was holding her hand and repeating her name again and again. He said, "There is still one more thing left to do, so please trust me and wait. I will come back proudly and tell you everything." She was touching her face and said, "Please come back to me safely." He replied, "Yes, I promised I will come back to you." And then both of them started to kiss each other. And then just like that the morning of the National Foundation Day arrived. The civilians and nobles were going to the stores and shop. There was too much people gathered together due to internment. Someone was saying, "Buy a bouquet of flowers. They will make beautiful garlands." Someone said, "Miss Serica?" It was a man sent by Damien. He said, "Pardon me, are you enjoying the festival?" Count Serica and Miss Serica. She was holding her father's hand and looking towards him. The man said, "Archduke Damien asked me to guide you to your seats." Orion asked, "Where?" With a smile the man replied, "The Archduke has prepared an excellent place for you to view the competition in advance. So please follow me to the tournament arena." After a while, both of them arrived to the tournament arena, and the Emperor was also sitting there. He noticed both of them and said, "Count Serica?" The Count also said, "Your Majesty?" Both Orion and her father greeted the Emperor and said, "Greetings to the son of the Empire." The Emperor asked, "What's wrong, Count?" "This is a seat reserved exclusively for the royal family." After hearing this both of them were shocked. They said, "What? We were guided here by someone from Archduke Damien. There must have been some mistake, then we will take our leave." The Emperor said, "Forget it, you are not an outsider. Besides, if you stay then I would not be bored since there will be someone I know by my side. And coincidentally I want to talk to your daughter about something. So have a seat." Both of them were a bit confused, and then both of them sit down on the chairs. The emperor said, "I can't believe the Archduke has actually given up his seat of honor." While he was saying this, Orion was sitting beside him. The emperor said, "I heard that the Archduke has given you many gifts recently. So when did you become so close to him? Could it be that you have feelings for the Archduke?" Orion was thinking that, "So that's the reason why you decided to send me to the same place where the emperor is. If I deny it, will the emperor believe it?" And then she closed her eyes. An image of Cassidan came into her mind. She was remembering the time when Cassidan said, "I like you, Orion." With a smile, she was thinking that yes, he was the one who first gathered courage to say that. So now it's my turn. With a smile, she said, "You misunderstood, Your Majesty. I already have someone I like." After hearing this, her father was shocked. In a loud voice he said, "What, Orion? What did you just say? Who is it?" He looked towards the emperor and said, "Your Majesty, please forgive my rudeness." With a smile, the emperor said, "It's okay. All parents with children feel the same way." The emperor said, "As far as I know, you seem to have met with Leon frequently as well." "I don't think that's the case. But if you really have feelings for him." Before he can complete his sentence, Orion said, "Your Majesty, I understand very well what you are trying to say." The emperor laughed and said straight to the point, "The Count has indeed raised a clever daughter." Orion was thinking that, "I'm sorry, but I don't want to be given the honor of becoming the crown princess." The emperor leaned forward and asked, "Is this the first time you have come to see this competition?" The Count said, "Yes, Your Majesty." The emperor started to explain him that it is an interesting competition in which all types of weapons are allowed. It's so popular, and death is not a shame or a crime, but a part of the challenge of honor. Beyond identity and fear of death, those who hold victory in their hands, that person can get whatever you want, even if it's the title or even money that can last a lifetime. And then commentators started the tournament. He said, "Now for the event everyone has been waiting for, Son of the Empire. Welcome to the 34th fighting competition under the auspices of His Majesty's Empire." The emperor stood up and raised his hand. With a smile he announced, "The winner of this tournament will receive an honor worthy of their bravery and determination. May God bless the competitors." After hearing this, all of the audience were cheering. The commentator said, 50 powerful challengers have made it through these preliminary rounds to compete in the finals. The competition is conducted on an elimination basis, and the use of personal weapon is allowed. He said, "For our first challenger, there isn't anyone in our empire who doesn't know this person. He is the master swordsman Archduke, Damien Keen Dyers." With a smile, Damien entered into the arena. He said, "It is not very pleasant to be the first." All of them were shocked after seeing this. They were confused. The emperor said, "How could the Archduke? Did you know that the Archduke was going to compete?" Orion looked towards him and said, "Your Majesty, we had absolutely no idea either." The emperor said, "Then why would the Archduke, who already has so much, want to participate in this competition?" On the fighting ground, both Damien and his competitor were standing facing against each other. The emperor looked at him very sharply and said, "He is even trying to win this competition, which was organized so that commoners could raise their status." The commentator said, "Fight." The competitor took out his sword, and on the other hand, Damien was just holding his sword. The competitor attacked him. Damien was thinking that there are so many weak areas. His form is terrible. He took out his sword and blocked his attack. And in a sudden movement he attacked him. The opponent's sword flew away from him, and Damien was holding his sword on his neck. The competitor said, "I surrender." After seeing this with a sweaty face, the commentator shouted, "How can this be?" He announced the opponent have surrendered right at the beginning of the match. The people were cheering for Damien. The commentator said victory as expected from our Archduke. Damien was looking at Orion and thinking that, it's tiresome, what a dull competition, but thanks to that woman the place looks brighter than ever. He was wondering that what should I ask the Emperor to present as the winning prize. The commentator said we will get to the next match right away, and then the next competitor enter into the arena. The commentator said one of the challengers in this match is participated without revealing his identity, an anonymous challenger wearing a black robe. Orion was a bit confused after seeing that man in a robe. That person removed his robe and Orion immediately understood that he is Cassidon. She was about to say his name but then stopped herself. The Emperor asked, "Do you know him?" She said, "No, I think I was mistaken." She was looking at him and thinking that Cassidon, why are you here? He was looking at her, and then Orion was remembering the old memory, when she was talking to the Duke. At that time the Duke said, on the day of the founding ceremony, I will show you something very interesting. And it would not be as much fun if I tell you in advance, so you can just look forward to the festival. At the current time she was thinking that, is this what Damien was talking about? She tightened her fist and thinking that no, there is no need for me to feel uneasy. You must be very confident to do this. I believe in your promise, Cassidon, so come back to me safely. Because everything is different now. She stood up from her seat, and looking at the match. The audience was shouting very loudly. The people outside of the arena, they also noticed it. One of the shopkeepers said, "Today seems noisier than usual in the tournament area." One of the persons said, "I heard that a very powerful contender has appeared. His match lasted no longer than 5 minutes." The shopkeeper asked, "Are you talking about Archduke Damien, who participated this time?" The person said, "No, I'm not talking about Duke Damien, there is another competitor. A swordsman who made it to the finals with just an old sword." In the tournament the Emperor was looking at him very seriously. He said, "This is my first time seeing a contestant compete with only an old sword like that. His movements are also noticeably different from others." He smiled and said, "I never knew there was such a talented person in the Empire. It's a pity that he's in the same competition as the Archduke. I hope this outstanding talent will not lose his life." The Archduke and Cassidon were facing each other. The commentator shouted, "Now the long-awaited final match. This is the moment you have all been waiting for." The audience were shouting very loudly. They were cheering for both of them. The commentator said, "Duke Damien and anonymous challenger, the final match begin." Damien was smiling while looking at him. On the other hand, Cassidon was looking at him very seriously. And then Damien unsheathed his sword, and said, "You clearly asked not to be identified, so I will grant you that wish." Cassidon said, "I am honored." And then Damien attacked him, and Cassidon dodged it. Orion was looking at the match with a sweaty face. She was worried about Cassidon. With a smile Damien said, "Hey gladiator slave, why did not you block that? Do you intend to disappoint me already?" Cassidon didn't say anything. Damien said, "Your sister has really caught my interest," and then he came close to him and said, "No, you were kicked out of the family?" He was about to say something about Orion. However, Cassidon interrupted him and said, "If you speak her name one more time out of that mouth, I will kill you right here." Damien asked, "Do you think so highly of your own skills that you would say something that foolish to an opponent you can't beat? Or is it because of Orion?" With a sharp look Cassidon looked at him and moved back a bit. Damien was surprised after seeing such fast speed. Both of them were clashing their sword very fiercely. However, Damien lost his balance and thinking that, this bastard, his speed is crazy. Cassidon asked, "Why did not you block that? You don't intend to disappoint me already, do you?" Damien became angry after hearing this. However, he lost the control on battle due to Cassidon's fast speed, and then with the same pace, Cassidon landed a strike on Damien's face. The Emperor was looking at it very seriously. There was a blood on Cassidon's sword, and then Damien was touching his face, there was blood on it. Damien was thinking that it was difficult to notice with my eyes, but he definitely could have cut my head off, but he did not intentionally. Damien was remembering their old communication in which Cassidon said, "I have no intention of becoming your enemy, so would listen to my small request." In an angry mood, Damien said, "You knew from the beginning that you could beat me. You did this on purpose." However, Cassidon was looking at him with a serious and silent look. Damien was looking at him and thinking that, how dare he have that expression on his face while facing me? Cassidon closed his eyes and with a smile he said, "I think I understand your Excellency's feeling as to why you chose to participate in this competition. And it's boring to watch." And then with a smile he said, "So why not lower your damn pride?" In an anger, Damien shouted, "How? How dare this slave?" And then suddenly Damien felt an unbearable pain in his chest. He dropped his sword and sat on the ground. He was touching his chest and feeling the tremendous amount of pain. The audience were cheering for Cassidon and the commentator said, "Oh no, Archduke Damien has fallen." While touching his chest, Damien said, "Damn it." He remembered the moment when Orion told him about his illness, that his illness is not completely cured with just one treatment. The pain continued to return until treatment is completed. He looked at her and thinking that, if I get the treatment from that woman again. And Orion was looking at him and Damien was thinking that, was this woman always looked like this? At the current time she looked very pretty to him. Cassidon came close and threatened him, that the moment you harm that person, you will beg me to spare your life. So do not dare to covet or even lay your filthy eyes on her, it will be beneficial to your reputation. And then Damien fell on the ground. Everyone was shocked after seeing this. With a sweaty face the commentator said, "Since the Archduke is incapable of fighting, winner of the 34th annual tournament is the anonymous challenger." He sheathed his sword and the audience were cheering for him. The Emperor stood up and said, "Sent royal medics for the Archduke." Orion was thinking that thank God nothing bad happened. The medics and the helper entered into the ground and took Damien. After a while the Emperor came into the field with his royal knights and said, "It was definitely one of the best combat matches I have ever seen. What is your name?" Cassidon said, "My name is Cassidon, Your Majesty." The Emperor was thinking that Cassidon, and said, "From what I remember, that was the name of the gladiator who was adopted into Count Sarika's family. Stand and raise your head." Cassidon stood up and said, "Count Sarika took me in even though I was a gladiator slave, but I left the family so that I would no longer cause them any trouble. And now I'm just a slave." With a smile the Emperor said, "As expected, you were the main character of many rumors, so I still wanted to meet you. He said you could have just settled for the luck that befell you, yet you have a great mindset." The Emperor asked, "So did you compete to get a title? Tell me what you wish for." Cassidon said, "For me, I choose to leave it up to your Majesty to decide what the best title for me should be." After hearing this the royal guards became angry. They were about to came forward and said, "How bold of you! How dare you!" But the Emperor stopped them. With a smile the Emperor said, "That is the most daring wish I have heard from any winner. Firstly, I don't think you are being blinded by greed considering that you decided to leave the Count's family." Cassidon said, "With respect to your Majesty, there is actually another wish that I would like you to fulfill." The Emperor asked, "What would that be?" Cassidon looked at Orion and said, "I'm no longer a part of Count Sarika's family, but the grace that I received during my time with them meant a lot to me. They helped me so much and have changed my life. On the other side, Orion and her father were looking at him. She was thinking that I can't hear what he's saying. Cassidon said, this is why I want to return the favor to the Count, the best way I know how. He looked at the Emperor and said, I want to participate on behalf of Count Serica in his stead. After hearing this, the Emperor was surprised. He was thinking that what is he talking about? He doesn't want the Count to go to war. If that is his reason, then he should have remained part of the Count's family. It is true that he achieved so much thanks to the Count, but if a gladiator is sent to war on behalf of the Serica family, certainly the Count's reputation would be diminished. The Count is the only one whose family has healing powers in the entire empire, so I don't want to send him to war either, but I had no reason to give him any kind of preferential treatment. This is an unexpected opportunity. The Count was looking at them with a sweaty face. He was confused and thinking that what are they talking about? The Emperor said, good, but it is impossible for me to fulfill considering your current status. You realize that you are asking for a lot of privileges. If I were to fulfill your wishes, what would I get in return? Cassidon sat down on his knees and said, Your Majesty, I can provide you with much more than you desire. With a serious look, the Emperor asked, and if you can't keep your word, what price would you be willing to pay for deceiving your Emperor? Cassidon said, I will give you my life. The Emperor was thinking that he defeated Damien, the best swordsman in the entire empire. He could return the favor with blind loyalty. He really is incredible. And I don't know if this slave is aware of the pace of the situation, to mention a war. Elza, a small country which lies to the northwest, is making moves to expand its power. And Damien's power has grown too much, and his contributions as a knight represent a large part of it. If a war against Elza starts, Damien will be needed on the front and his public image will become much stronger. But I could keep a closer eye on him while he is away. If I were to convert this man into my most loyal dog, then it would be good. After analyzing everything, in a loud voice the Emperor said, It would be fine if you become a marquis. After hearing this, the royal knights were shocked, and everyone present there was also shocked. Cassidon smiled and accepted it. On the other side, Damien was laying on the bed, and then he woke up. The men standing beside him said, Your Excellency, you woke up. Damien said, I am in a royal palace, right? The person replied, Yes, Your Excellency. His Majesty ordered us to heal your body, but it is difficult to treat your condition with our limited capacity, so I'm sorry. Damien was thinking that, damn Emperor, he never told me that he has people with healing abilities. Damien said, That's fine. Tell me what happened after I collapsed during the competition. The person replied, The winner has granted with the title of Marquis. Damien was shocked after hearing this. The person said, We are preparing an awards ceremony at the Imperial Palace. In an anger, Damien asked, What did you just say? At the Royal Palace, the Count and Orion was going to the Imperial Hall. The Count asked, What is happening? I'm very confused. Did you know that Cassidon was going to participate in the competition? Orion said, I did not know it either, father. But I'm glad we met each other again in this way. I'm sure Cassidon will explain everything to us later. And then suddenly someone said Orion. After hearing her name, she looked in front of her. It was Damien. He was coming towards her. When he came close, she asked, How are you feeling now, Duke? I was worried when I saw you collapse like that. With a sweaty face, Damien said, I'm glad to hear that you were worried about me. Orion was thinking that his pain must be serious. His face is very pale and he seems to be having trouble breathing. It seems he was not able to control his emotions like before. The Count handshake with him and said, It is a pleasure to meet you, Your Excellency. I am Fiancé. Damien said, I also wanted to introduce myself to you. With a smile, Damien said, As Orion's father, I think of you as my father, too. Orion was a bit angry, and she was thinking that why would my father be yours? With a sweaty face the Count said that's how it is, you are as nice as I had heard. If you don't mind, may I ask, if you and my daughter are close? Damien said I think it's too quick to say that's the case. I would like to keep our relationship a secret, but next time I would love for the three of us to have a tea. Damien said now, if you don't mind, I would like to speak with your daughter for a moment. Her father said oh. Of course. He looked at Orion and said I hope you have a good conversation with the Archduke, and the ceremony is going to start soon, so don't be late, and then the Count left. Orion said, I don't see any Imperial Knights here. Damien said I told them all to leave. There are still people in the Imperial Palace who follow me around. Orion said Duke, this place is not suitable. Damien interrupted her and said don't worry. I did not do this to receive treatment. If I did that in the palace, the young lady could get into trouble. I came here because I just missed you. I came looking for you. Orion said what an honor. I can't believe the Archduke would come looking for me as soon as he woke up. Damien said I heard that Cassidon will receive the title of Marquis, from slave to Marquis. His Majesty is truly a great man for allowing something like this. Orion was thinking that, so that's why he doesn't look good. Damien said please congratulate Cassidon for me. He was touching her ribbon when she was talking. She said it will be difficult for me to talk to him. Now we are not family anymore, so we cannot spend time together like we used to. And then suddenly he grabbed her in his arms and said, I cannot continue with this. She was pushing him and saying, what the hell are you doing? He came close to her ear and said, butterflies are attracted to the sweet scent of flowers. However, butterflies are not the only ones that fly near them. There might be some dirty flies buzzing around. He hugged her tightly and said, some toxics are enough to kill flowers. They always watch the butterflies from afar, full of hatred. And then suddenly Cassidon came from behind of Orion. With a dangerous and serious look, Cassidon was looking at him. Damien said with their gaze full of hatred to kill. Because they are poisonous insects. I'm sure of that last one. But then suddenly, Cassidon grabbed her hand and pulled her away from Damien. With a smile he asked, did he hurt you anywhere? She replied, I'm fine. Damien said, as a slave, it seems like you still have not learned any manners. After hearing this, Orion shouted, Archduke, what are you saying? Damien said he is no longer a member of your family, so I don't think you should trust him, miss. Didn't he decided to leave your family because he knew it would only cause harm to you? Cassidon grabbed the Orion's hat from the ground and said, you seem very interested in other people's family affairs. He came close to him and said, it seems as though His Excellency doesn't like me very much. In an anger, Damien said, how dare you act superior to me just because you beat me in one competition? Cassidon said, perhaps you should search for Kindle right now. He is not far from you. You can go fetch him on your own. Damien said, incredible. Does Orion know what you did? He said, this gladiator slave forgot all the grace that was granted to him by you, and entered the competition because he wanted to have more status. To achieve this, he kidnapped my butler and held him hostage in order to force me to compete against him. With a sweaty face, Orion was looking at Cassidon and thinking that, did he kidnap his butler? Is that how he got Damien to entering in the competition? Damien said, unfortunately, the lady must not have known any of this. How dare he deceive not only me, but also the benefactors who helped him. He moved his hand forward and said, I feel sorry that you have gotten involved with such a dangerous man, so I will help you to escape from the clutches of this man. He said, there are many things that I would like to tell you, my lady, about this man. He seems to have a twisted possessive desire for his sister. It's unnatural. No one I know has ever felt a desire like this. What you took home from that gladiator ring was not a human, but a beast. Orion was continuously looking at Cassidon, and he was looking downwards. She was thinking that Cassidan is not like that. And then suddenly she grabbed Cassidan's hand and said, "Duke, you must be mistaken. He is not a beast." In a confused state, Damien said, "My lady, what are you saying?" She asked, "Is there anything else you want to tell me? If not, then I think we should leave now since we don't have much time." When she was close to him, she said, "Archduke, may I remind you that we are in the Imperial Palace? I will meet with your excellency in a couple of days when you are calmer. You understand what I mean, right? We can discuss this later." Damien was about to say something, but then he stopped and said, "I understood." Orion said, "I believe the ceremony is about to begin." At the Imperial Hall, the Emperor was sitting on his throne and all of the guests were gathered together for the ceremony. Cassidan was sitting on his knees to receive the title. The Emperor took out the medal and said, "As a reward for your great achievement during the tournament and your grand spirit, I, the Emperor, honor you with the title of Marquis. You will receive a mansion and land accordingly. I bestowed to you the dais castle, and your symbol is a falcon with wings that will allow you to fly high." Cassidan accepted it and said, "Thank you, your majesty." At the Sarika's palace, all three of them were sitting together for dinner. The Count said, "Explain everything to us from start to finish. We are filled with both curiosity and confusion. You suddenly decided to participate in this competition. Do you realize how worried Orion was this entire time?" In a worried state, he said, "and she was so distraught last night that she could not even sleep. Even her lips were puffy this morning." However, after hearing this, Orion spit out the drink because she remembered the previous night, when both of them were kissing each other very intensely and for a long time. With a totally red face, Orion said, "Father, Cassidan is now a marquis." Her father slammed his hand on the table and said, "That doesn't matter at all right now. He made us believe that he was going to come back after leaving us so upset. Entering a competition like that was dangerous. You put your life at risk. In addition to that, you even publicly revealed that you were a slave. That could have been considered treasonous." He asked, "And why did you color your hair black?" Cassidan replied, "I did that because I thought too many people would recognize me. I did not want to bother either of you until I had won." He said, "Count, you told me to come back when I finished what I had to do, but I thought that if I did not clarify my status, you might be in danger. How could I dare return knowing that?" He was holding Orion's hand and said, "I wanted to be able to come back proud and with my head held high. His Majesty promised that he would allow me to go to war on behalf of the Sarika family." Both of them were listening to him very seriously. He said, "I wanted to return the favor to you like this, Count. I want to do whatever it takes to repay you for your kindness. I'm sorry for any inconvenience that you may have suffered." While looking at him, Orion was thinking that, "I did not know about this since the Emperor did not announce it. But go to war on behalf of my father." Cassidan looked at his eyes and said, "Even though I received the title of Marquis, you two will always be my greatest benefactors. I hope you can feel more comfortable with this change in our relationship." With a sweaty face, the Count was looking at him, and after a while he said, "Cassidan, it seems you think that we will just sit back while you do something like that." He said, "The title of Marquis is not something that can be easily received. His Majesty will surely try to test you, to determine whether you will be on the side of your former family or his." After hearing this, Cassidan didn't say anything. The Count said, "So Cassidan, if tomorrow you must move to the Marquisate, then we will have to treat you as a Marquis, not as part of our family." Cassidan said, "Yes, Count," and then the Count grabbed his cup of tea and said, "But for now, I want us to continue feeling comfortable being together as a family." After seeing his smile, Cassidan was surprised. The Count said, "I know you care a lot about us, but this would not solve our political problems. You must trust us as you go along your own path. Orion was looking at him with a smile, and the Count said, "Okay, then let's eat. I have prepared all your favorite food." After a while Orion was standing in her room. She was thinking that my father is right. It would be better if we treat Cassidon like a marquis in public. And then suddenly someone knocked on the door. Orion looked towards the door and the person asked, "Would you mind if I come into your room for a bit?" With a smile Orion said, "Cassidon, it's a bit late this evening." Cassidon said, "All right then, don't open the door." However, Orion was about to open the door, but then she stopped. He said, "I just came to say, before we met, my mother had left me a message. She wrote to survive at all costs, forget everything and be happy." I thought, how could I be happy when I had lost everything? I could not keep the promise I made to her, at least not until I met you. Both of them were touching the door, and Orion was leaning towards the door. Cassidon said, "Now I just want to be by your side forever. And when all of this ends, I promise I will marry you." After hearing this, she did not have anything to say. She was thinking that I can't be immature. I still clinch onto my revenge. I thought that this was the way I should do things, that the prayer I made to get revenge and had reached the heavens because, in the past life, he joined the Royal Knights. I saw how he rose through the ranks in his journey as knight. He even became the Crown Prince's closest aide. And in this life he defeated Damien in their first fight despite the danger involved. I took everything from you. I made you my brother for my own safety despite knowing what the future would be. Will you still love me after you know all that? And then she sat down on the floor and thinking that, before I even realized it, he's certain that he will be happy by my side. While crying she was thinking that, all I've been thinking about is getting my revenge for the past. In the beginning I have been the liar, not Cassidon. Cassidon said, "Don't worry. I did not come here to ask for your answer. I just simply wanted to tell you." Orion was thinking that what should I do? She was looking at the moon and thinking that, God, for what reason did you make me come back? On the next day at the Imperial Palace the butler came with a letter. He said, "Your Majesty, it is a letter received from the north." The Emperor took it and started to read it. He said, "Pirates, Cassidon has not even visited his new territory yet. I did not expect this opportunity to appear so soon. It would be a waste to miss this chance." With a smile he said, "Summon Marquis Cassidon here immediately." On the other side at the Serica Palace, Orion woke up and she was rubbing her eye. She was thinking that I could not sleep very well because I was so confused. Sasha was also working in the room. She was looking at the newspaper, and then she said, "My lady, look at this." Orion asked, "The newspaper?" Sasha replied yes. While giving her the newspaper, Sasha said, "Pirates in the northwest are attacking ships that trade with the Empire. It is the first time I have seen such large ships attacked. It is even printed on the main page. The people are worried that this will lead to a major confrontation." Orion was reading the newspaper and thinking that if it is in the northwest, is it the Elza pirates? It is not time yet for the war to begin. She was thinking that, did this happen in my past life? If this happened, I don't think it would have attracted much attention back then. She asked Sasha as Cassidon woke up. Sasha replied, "That's right," and Cassidon had left for the palace early in the morning. In a worried state, Orion asked, "Why the palace?" Sasha replied, "His Majesty urgently requested his presence." In the Imperial Palace, Cassidon was standing in front of the Emperor. The Emperor was looking at him and thinking that pirates of Northwest have been crossing the borders frequently. "It is concerning the North. That is territory belonging to Archduke Damien. I must test his loyalty. And it is time to send the Imperial army to North since the Archduke is not well." The Emperor said, "The North is essentially a territory that belongs to Archduke Damien, but at this moment he is not in good health. That is why I want to send the Imperial Army to ensure the safety of the people of the Empire. So, Marquis Cassidon Deus, I order you to take charge of controlling the pirate situation in the Northwest Ocean." After a while he came back to the Serica Palace, and he was leaving for the north. Orion and her father was there to see him off. Both the Count and Cassidon shake each other hands, and the Count said, "It is rather sudden, but I know you will succeed, Marquis." Cassidon replied, "Thank you, Count." Cassidon looked towards Orion, and with a sad face she was looking at him. He came close to her and said, "You don't have to worry too much." In her ear he whispered, "Damien's butler is hiding in the Archduke's house. He would not have time to play another trick for a while." After hearing this with a sweaty face, she was thinking that Damien said that Cassidon had kidnapped his butler Kindle to force him to participate in the competition, so it is true. But then suddenly she laughed and said, "It's not about that, Marquis." Cassidon was confused for a bit. She said, "I am worried as I wish you to return safely, so please take care." After hearing this he smiled and whispered, "I'm the only one who no one will be able to defeat." She was touching him and said, "You should probably get going now." At the Serica Palace Sasha was working and said, "Let's see. I finished baking the cookies, and now I have to pick this bucket for further work." However, she was unable to hold that much weight easily. But then suddenly Toll came from behind of her and helped her. Sasha was surprised due to sudden appearance of him. Toll said, "I will carry it for you." Sasha said, "Yes, you can do that." He said, "I just wanted to help you a little. Are you preparing tea?" She replied, "Sir Cassidon have left today. I'm afraid my lady is a little down because of that, so I'm preparing her some desserts." Toll said, "I see. I would also like to help you, so may I?" She said, "Of course." On the other side, Orion was sitting in her room and thinking about what Cassidon told her earlier. At that time he said, "Damien mixes human blood with the medicine to reduce the pain of his heart disease. He's recruiting and killing the servants who don't have any connections with someone." It's true that Cassidon found out Damien's biggest secret, but right now the issue is that Damien needs human blood to live. If I don't have any solid evidence, I would not be able to continue with my plan. The employees may not know, so Kindle is the only one responsible for seeking blood. There's a high chance that Kindle has some evidence, but he was suddenly kidnapped, so he can't take care of his task. There must be someone else who is looking for other victims for him right now. When looking at the newspaper, she was thinking that it would be too late if I wait for Cassidon to return, so my only chance is now. And then suddenly someone knocked on the door. It was Sasha. She said, "My lady, we brought some desserts along with some tea." After looking at both of them, Orion said, "Oh, you both are here together. I was just about to call for both of you." Sasha asked, "What's the matter, my lady?" Orion said, "I want to ask you for a favor." Sasha said, "What do you need us to do?" "Just say the word, we will do it." Orion said, "Thank you. It could be dangerous, so please listen to me first and give me your opinion. It might be surprising to you both. Is that okay?" Sasha said, "Please tell us already. I will do anything for you, my lady." With a smile, Orion was looking at them, and then she said, "I need to go to the Archduchy to do something." Both of them were shocked after hearing this. Sasha asked, "You want to meet with Duke Damien?" After hearing this, Toll did not have anything to say. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the capital, a guy was sitting on the chair and a woman was also sitting with him. The man was leader of some thugs. He said, "Today's profit is quite good. You must give us everything you have in exchange for your life. Do you hear me? As long as we can see what you have, it will be ours." The woman did not say anything. The man asked, "What are you thinking about?" The woman replied, "It's nothing really. This jewelry is just so beautiful." The man said, "Compared to you, they look like rocks. I can't forget how astonished I was when we first met. You don't have a face that is usually seen around here. I even thought that a goddess had come here." The woman replied, "Don't be like that, you flatter me too much." The man asked, would you like to drink some too? The woman replied, I will have some later. The man said, well, let's have a nice dinner and drinks after all this time. And then the man drinks some of the wine, but then suddenly he stopped. The woman asked, what's wrong? He said, nothing. Are you running out of breath already? But why is the wine taste different? Then suddenly the man was feeling insufferable pain. He was shouting due to it. His companions and the woman were looking at him in a shocked state. The blood were coming out of his mouth. His companion were shouting, leader, what happened? Has he been poisoned? The woman said, it is in the wine. What the hell did he drink? And then an internal conflict began between them. Some of the men were saying, I will kill you. How dare you do this to our leader? The person were saying, it's not me. I did not poison him. In a weak state their leader were saying, Lily. With a crying face the woman said, I am here, what should I do? He said, the key, take it my love, my properties are all yours. With you my life was better. The woman said, don't say that, I will call the doctor quickly, you will be safe. And then he gave her the key he was talking about. Everyone present there was in a panic state, and the woman grabbed the key, and came out of the room. However, when she came out she found, everyone was looking inside of the room. Due to the screams and loud voice. The woman took out a bottle and threw it away, it fall near the rat. While going away she was saying that I told you not to call me Lily, her real name is Lillian. With all of the treasure she was going away and saying that, pathetic, I can't believe I had to go through so much just to get this. He is no longer worth taking advantage of. On the other side the rat was dead after drinking the fluid coming out from that bottle. The woman was thinking that I need someone who can take me to a higher status. These small properties are not enough. And then suddenly someone was saying, a slave who became a marquis. The person said, I can't believe the rumors. His Majesty gave the title of marquis to the winner of this year's competition. The woman was listening all of it. The person said he actually defeated Archduke Damien. The Archduke had been winning the competition for 10 years in a row. The woman came close to them and said, excuse me. After seeing her beautiful face the man's face became totally red. Lillian asked, please, could you tell me more about this story you are discussing? On the other side on north, at the Duke Damien's mansion, he came out of his mansion and said, I have been waiting for you, Orion. She came with Toll and Sasha, and with a smile she said, greetings, Your Excellence, how are you now? He replied, well, you know, thanks to you I had to work harder than before. Because of what happened with Cassidon. She said, health comes first. Why did you come to open the door yourself instead of sending someone else? He said, it's an honor that you are visiting me. That's why I wanted to welcome you in person and I am a bit short-staffed. Anyway, let's go inside and have a little chat. When they were going inside, Orion looked at both Toll and Sasha to give them a command. She said, I want to speak with the Archduke alone. Please wait for me in the chariot. Both of them said, yes, my lady. Damien asked, how can that slave be so evident? He should not be allowed to indulge in his arrogance. Orion said, I told him that today I would meet the Archduke, so he should be on his best behavior. However, when the door was about to close, both Sasha and Toll were looking at them and they were going somewhere. Inside Damien's personal room, Damien was laying while opening his shirt. He said, your skills truly are amazing. The pain has disappeared as if it had not even existed. With a smile Orion said, that's a relief. I apologize for having kept you waiting for so long. Damien stood up and said, I did not expect you to visit me mainly because of my heart condition. She asked, why would not I? He said, it seems like you don't know. It's about Cassidon. You are so tolerant of him that it would be dangerous. So listen to me, I can protect you with my own hands if you want. After a while of their talk she was thinking that. Damien told me everything that Cassidon had done. He relayed his side of the story very cleverly, as if he intended to portray it as a threat. And then there was a silence for a moment. Orion said, Duke, there must be a reason why he acted like that. I will have a talk with him, because I trust him. Damien was a bit angry, but he was not showing it. With a smile he said, you can be as good as a saint to a certain degree if you think like that. He's not even a member of your family anymore. He came close to her and said, what the hell is he to you? I want to know the reason why you keep holding the hand of that beast, and not mine. Orion was surprised due to this sudden reaction, and then with a smile she said, there is no need for a reason. It doesn't matter if Cassidon is a member of my family or not, he is still a person like anyone else. Damien became angry after hearing this. Orion was thinking that he must be annoyed. He must have thought that I would easily fall for his words, so I should keep smiling as if I am innocent. The longer this conversation continues, the more time they will have to find evidence. On the outside both of them were going here and there. Sasha opened a door with a key and said, finally we found that door this key fits into. She asked what would happen if we can't find anything here either. This is the last place the lady pointed out. At earlier time when Orion was talking to both of them she said, this is the approximate structure of the Duke's mansion, and this is the key that Cassidon took from the butler. If we have any chance of finding any evidence, it should be in the room that's linked to this key. There are only a couple of places that are off limits to everyone except Kindle. Here in the backyard of the mansion she said, this is a warehouse. At the current time both Toll and Sasha were looking around themselves. They said yes, so we are correct. And then Sasha opened a door and wondering that, what's behind this door? Toll was looking around and said, it's more like a workshop than a warehouse. It is full of bottles and some herbs. Has he gotten rid of everything? But then suddenly Sasha said, Toll, come here. After hearing this he came and then both of them found several equipments with human blood and other parts. Toll covered his nose and asked, what is this? Sasha said the lady was right. The Duke murders people and drinks their blood. This is terrible. But then suddenly Toll felt a bit dizziness. Sasha asked Toll, what's wrong? What happened? He replied, it's nothing. I just felt dizzy for a moment. He said it turned out that Archduke really did something horrible like this. He could be dead if it had not been for Lady Orion. Sasha said we should leave, and then after a while both Damien and Orion came outside of the mansion. Sasha and Toll were also standing there. Sasha said, my lady. With a smile Orion asked, you both must have been bored while waiting for me, right? Should we go back now? Sasha nodded her head and then all of them left. Damien was thinking that it would not have bothered me so much if it was any other woman. However, she was the first to approach, but she keeps slipping away from my hand. He was remembering their earlier conversation, and then he entered back to his mansion and thinking that, a person, she said a person, then I should make sure that Cassidon stopped being a person. On the other side at the ship, Cassidon was standing with Imperial army to stop the pirates, and then the captain said, it's true, we must be prepared, so load the cannons. Cassidon asked, Captain, is it necessary to approach enemy ships? After hearing this all of them came back to the chamber, and they were talking about it. Cassidon said the pirates have 30 cannons, if we get closer we will suffer unnecessary damage. We should go with our ship from behind and attack them when night falls. The captain asked, do you want us to leave the Marquis in charge of this? Cassidon said, like that, we can capture the pirates alive inside their ship. In a loud voice the captain said, Marquis, I don't think you are aware of this situation, but the battlefield is different from a competition. That captain is the first commander of the night, Lumen. All of the knights were looking at him, and the commander said, no matter why Majesty has given you Marquis title, we are experienced and have already successfully handled many battles. As for you, who did not even have an honorable victory since you faced a sick opponent, His Majesty urgently sent you here. just to see if you can win in a place where not everything depends on luck. In a calm way, Cassidy said, if I manage to defeat everyone, it means I did not lose. If given the opportunity, one would not take charge of this as if it were a coincidence. The commander was looking at him and thinking that, he's so confident, how could a person like him be a slave? He asked, what troops will you need to carry out your plan? Cassidy said, one person will be more than enough. After hearing this, the captain became angry and said, are you kidding me? What can two people possibly accomplish? Cassidy took out a small boat on the chart and said, all they need to do is stay on the boat and wait for the signal to know that the operation was successful. If they don't receive a signal after a certain time, the boat will return to the main ship. They can do whatever they want with me, it's not important, but I will board the pirate ship myself. On the other side at pirate ship, the crew members were talking that, we made a big profit this time. When we return, I'm going to drink myself stupid for a while. And then suddenly a rope came from behind of them, and it locked at the corner of the ship. Someone came by climbing that rope. The pirates were talking that, what's that? And then suddenly someone entered into the ship. That person climbed by using the rope. It was Cassidy, and with a clean landing he stood up in front of them. He was looking at the pirates. The pirates were shouting, who the hell is that? It's an intruder. All of them came together. They were shouting, an intruder has boarded the ship, and it's a soldier from Seville. However, Cassidy was looking at them very calmly and seriously. From the other ship, the captain was looking at them. One of the knights said, Captain, why did you allow such a reckless plan? Moreover, I can't believe the Emperor even did this in the first place. He asked, how could he send someone who used to be a slave to accompany you, Captain? The captain said, the Emperor ordered me to test this bastard. Once the Emperor realizes that this boy is blinded by his youthful ambition to become a war hero, he will get rid of him soon enough. He gave him the equipment and said, it's almost time. Just as we had determined earlier, we must bomb that ship. After taking the equipment, the knight was looking at the ship. But then suddenly, after seeing something, he shouted, Captain, we got the signal. The captain asked, did the boat return? The knight said, no, not that, it is a capture signal. The plan was a success. At the pirate ship, Cassidy was covered in blood. He did not even have a single injury. After a while, the Navy ship came towards them, and after seeing the circumstances on the ship, the captain was totally shocked. Cassidy reported him that a total of 42 soldiers were there. Everyone was captured alive, including the captain. But all of the insides of the cabins have not checked yet, and that's all for the report. The captain was totally shocked. He was sweating so hardly and thinking that, oh goodness, he seriously did capture the entire pirate ship by himself. He's such a monster. This had to be harder than killing all of them. Some were slightly injured or have lost consciousness, but no one was fatally hurt. While moving forward, the captain said, confirm to make sure there is not anyone left. All of the knights replied, yes, Captain. He was looking at Cassidy with a sweaty face. After a while, they entered into the cabins and collecting the treasure chest. The knight said, we captured a few more pirates who were hiding. I think this is all of their loot. The captain said, it's less than I thought it would be. He looked at Cassidy and said, for now let's get ready to leave, Marquis Deus. However, Cassidy was going somewhere. He was going away from him, and then while touching the wood he said, this part of the wood is different from the rest. He slided it, and then a hidden secret door opened. Both Cassidy and the captain entered into it. The captain said, oh, so they hide the expensive loot here. There was a lot of gems and jewels stored here, with a lot of gold and silver. Cassidy took out a shining material and said, this is. The captain was also looking at it. Cassidy said, this is. I have seen it in a book before. It's the manganese stone. The captain was shocked after hearing this. He shouted, "What? The pirate ship of a foreign country contains manganese that can be found only in the mines of the Seville Empire." Cassidan looked at him and said they must have stolen it from the Empire's merchant. The captain said, "Marquis Dews, this stone is a groundbreaking material that can strengthen the armor of the Empire soldiers. It has a great effect on the national defense of the Empire. This is manganese, not just an average metal. That's why it's strictly forbidden from being exported, so this should not be found in a merchant ship. Especially not in the merchant ship heading towards Elza, the country that's trying to expand its military." Cassidan was thinking that the biggest mine in the Empire is located in the north, so it must be in Damien's territory. So we have to question the pirate captain. After a while, Cassidan was standing in front of the pirate captain, and he threw his sword between his legs. The pirate captain was in fear. In a shivering voice he said, "I had no idea. I just thought that it must be an expensive item, so I just snuck it away when no one was looking." Cassidan said, "Tell us which specific ship you stole it from." The pirate captain said, "It was from one of the merchant ships from the Empire of Seville that was headed toward Elza. I heard that it was a ship that left from the northern seaport of Seville. That ship was filled with this stuff, so we took it, that's all." Both Cassidan and the captain were looking at each other. Cassidan said, "We must go right now." After some days, Damien was standing in front of the emperor, and he said, "The North Mine belongs to the Count Christine, and its main product is diamond, not manganese stone." The emperor said, "All of the manganese stone mined in the south area are strictly maintained by the imperial family. Considering the gravity of the situation, the northern mine will have to be investigated as well. Since everything in the north is under your control, so you can't escape this charge either, Archduke Damien?" Damien said, "I will arrest Count Christine and investigate." The emperor said, "I will question him myself. You shall leave and wait for the result of my investigation." Damien was a bit angry after hearing this, and then he turned away from the emperor to leave. The emperor ordered his worker that summon Count Christine to the palace immediately and send a message to Elza. The worker said, "Yes, your majesty." When Damien was leaving, the captain was looking at him with a sweaty face. The emperor said, "Marquis Deus, you must step forward." He came forward and stood in front of the emperor. The emperor said, "I heard that you made a great achievement. You captured the pirates without a single casualty, and you even caught illegal ammunition trafficking. Though I had known you were extraordinary, but this is beyond my expectation." With a smile he was looking at Cassidan. Cassidan said, "My apologies for contradicting you, but the hero of this battle was not me." The captain was confused after hearing this. Cassidan said it was Sir Lumen who inspected the strategy and directed it. He was also the one to recognize the seriousness of the situation and ordered a quick return. The emperor was looking at him and thinking that he's even passing the credit to his superior because he knows when to be humble. He is perfect. I would love to make such a talented man work for me. The emperor said, "It sounds like you did an excellent job, Sir Lumen." The captain bowed in front of him and said, "Not at all. All I did was my duty." The emperor said, "To commemorate all of your accomplishments, I shall hold a massive banquet soon. For now you must all rest." And then all of them said, "Thank you, your majesty." With a smile the emperor said, "And as for the Marquis who exceeded my expectation during his very first battle, I am certain that he will have an even brighter future than I had initially thought." Cassidan was looking at him. On the other side at the Serica Palace, Orion was taking care of some flowers. She was thinking that I wonder where Cassidan is right now. This is so strange. I have wanted him to enter the war in my father's place, but what he did now was sail out to defeat the pirates. Yet I am already sobered. But then suddenly someone said, my lady. And then Orion looked behind her and asked, what is it, Sasha? We received a message from the palace just now. With a bright smile she said, Lord Cassidan was appointed as the second in command of the Knight's Order. He's apparently on his way here right now. Orion was surprised after hearing this. With a blushy face she was thinking that I never expected to yearn from him like this. She was rushing downstairs after hearing this, and then after a while she came outside of the palace. Cassidan came out from the chariot, and after seeing him she said, Cassidan, he said Orion. He came to hug her, but then suddenly they realized something and paused in their position because Orion's father was coming from behind of them. She said, welcome back, Marquis Deus. I'm so happy that you have returned safely. He came close to her and whispered, I missed you, my love. She said, me too. The Count came from behind of them and said, welcome, Marquis. I have heard the good news. Cassidan said, Count Serica, that's why I came to export you. The Emperor has asked the two of you to attend my second-in-command appointment ceremony at the Imperial Palace. The reply came from the Elza Empire, with lots of treasure box and land. In the letter they wrote, Elza is having difficulty dealing with the pirates, and we had nothing to do with the stolen manganese stones. We would like to express our regrets regarding the damage the Seville Empire's merchant ship has suffered. Because Elza wishes to continue the favorable relationship with the Empire of Seville, we would like to make this suggestion. The Emperor was looking at the latter with a bit smile. And then after a while, Cassidan came with both the Count and Orion. They said greetings to the shining son of the Empire. The Crown Prince was also standing there. The Emperor said Count Serica and his daughter shall step forward. He said how Serica has discovered this incredibly talented man, so you certainly have the right to attend this ceremony. The Count said, it's an honor, Your Majesty. The Emperor said, Orion of House Serica, you took him in personally from the gladiator arena. After hearing this, Orion did not said anything. The Emperor said, I was interested in talking to the Marquis' former family. I'm sure you know him much better than I do. He asked, did you take the Marquis into your family because you recognize that he is an incredibly skilled swordsman? Orion was standing quietly, and she was thinking that, I see, so the Emperor brought us here to feel us out while being surrounded by his own men. At the earlier time when her father said that the Emperor will try to test you and see whether you prioritize your former family over him. She was thinking that this was what my father was worried about. Even though Cassidan achieved something great, the Emperor still doesn't trust him and continues to question his loyalty. But this also means that His Majesty approves of Cassidan a great deal. She said, I would never claim to be a better judge of a person than a wise man such as yourself, Your Majesty. It had nothing to do with his swordsmanship. She was thinking that I can't make a mistake here. The Emperor said not a single noble family has ever accepted a slave into their family because it would be impossible to avoid the public's criticism. So why did you accept him as your family, even with the risk of the public's criticism? Orion said, I did not care about the public's criticism. When I went to the gladiator arena, he looked at me with such empty eyes while being covered in blood. It looked like there was nothing left inside of him. At the current time she was thinking that, I wonder what you were thinking when you looked up at me that day. I took you in to use as my family sword without even asking what you wanted. And yet you took my side without question. With a bright smile Orion said, I wanted him to know what the warmth of a family felt like, that's all, Your Majesty. The prince came from behind of them and said, I can't stand this anymore. You made him a marquis and a captain, and I guess I'm okay with that much. But by this bastard of all people. The Emperor said, Leon, how dare you? The prince said I should be asking that question. He looked at Cassidan and said, how could you stand there like that after what Orion just said? You never considered Orion your family, yet you are keeping quiet right now. Orion and the Count were looking at him with a sweaty face. The Count came forward and asked, Your Highness, what are you saying? The prince said, I guess you were not aware, Count Serica. He said Cassidan is actually, but then suddenly Orion came forward and shook her head so that the prince don't speak. The prince shouted, Orion, I have warned you so many times, so why? However, Orion was looking at him with tears in her eyes. After seeing that, the prince waited for a moment, and then he said, Could it be that you also? But then suddenly the emperor said, Leon, do you have something to say about the Marquis? The prince turned away and said, No, I was mistaken, my apologies. The prince looked at Cassidan and whispered, We need to talk after this, and then he left. The emperor was looking at all of this and thinking about it. At the night time, Cassidan came to meet Prince. The prince said, I never liked you from the first time I saw you. You looked at your older sister in such an odd way. Cassidan said, This is a matter between the two of us, so please do not interfere, Your Highness. The prince shouted, What? With a serious look, Cassidan said, Orion and I are not family anymore, and she is about to become my wife. After hearing this, the prince started to laugh. The prince said, I hate this. I also thought that Damien has never been interested in the martial arts competition before, and yet he entered it this year. You have been shamefully obsessed with Orion, and when your identity was found out, you left House Serica. Are you saying you did all of this in order to take Orion as your wife? He came close to him and said, You are a beast with no shame. Orion does not deserve this, so I'm going to stop the two of you no matter what. So do not go near her again. If you comply, then I would not tell the Count about this. After hearing this, Cassidan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He said, You are in love with Orion, Your Highness. After hearing this, the prince was shocked. Cassidan said, So are you suggesting that you are willing to trouble her? The prince said, What? You think I'm in love with her? You are very wrong. Cassidan said, Did you really think I would not notice? He came close to him and said, I did not like you either when I first met you. At that time you talked some nonsense about making my sister your crown princess. With a scary look, Cassidan said, If you really did think you could easily tell the Count about my intentions, then why are you wasting your time threatening me? You could just imprison me right now for insulting the imperial family, and all of your problems will disappear. Cassidan smiled and said, If you truly feel nothing for Orion, you should not be afraid of being hated by her. After hearing all of this, the prince became angry, but he did not say anything. Cassidan turned away from him and was about to leave. The prince said, Do you think Orion will truly love you when she finds out what you are really like? Cassidan looked at him and said, That's not for you to decide, Your Highness. After a while, Cassidan came outside and he was standing with the Count and Orion. He said, I have been told that my new residence is ready, so I will be going there now. Both Orion and Cassidan were looking at each other. Cassidan said, The land I have received from His Majesty is located in the capital city too, which means I would not be too far away. I will visit often. The Count said, Oh, that it is. You will be busy, so you don't have to visit often. That's my guess, Cassidan said, but I want to. While entering into the chariot, the Count said, We will take our leave first, Marquis. Orion was looking at him with a smile, and when she turned away, she felt a bit cold, and then suddenly Cassidan came from behind of her and covered her in a cloak. Both of them were looking at each other. He said, The wind is cold, she said, but this cloak, he said, it's yours because every moment I fought was for you. So please get home safely. Cassidan was want to say something, but then he stopped. In his mind he said, I love you. However, Orion felt it. So with a smile she was thinking that it felt like soundless confession. It made the anxiety I had been feeling melt away in an instant. Perhaps that's why I became careless for a moment. And then both the Count and Orion left from the imperial palace. After a while the Count said, "Orion, the one you hold in your heart is definitely not the prince, is it?" She smiled and said, "Not at all, father. I can't tell you about this yet. But when the right time comes I will tell you everything." The Count said, "All right, I'm sure there will come a day when you explain everything to me, and as long as it's not Cassidon, I'm okay." After hearing this she was shocked. The Count laughed and said, "He was your little brother after all. I assure you that I trust your decision, my daughter." She was touching the clock given by Cassidon and looking downward. At the Serica Palace, Orion was looking at some books. She was trying to find something, and then after a while, she said, "I found it, Elsa." She was thinking that Cassidon caught the smuggling of manganese stone, and in response, Elsa sent convoys asserting its innocence. I don't know how the recent incident would affect the relationship between Elsa and the Seville Kingdom. But in my former life Elsa attacked the Seville Kingdom first to begin a war. Elsa may have grown newly powerful in an aggressive way, but all of the kingdoms it preyed on have been small and weak. So it was strange that it suddenly became powerful enough to attack the Kingdom of Seville. Because in the past, the north was not damaged as much as the other regions, so it gained much of the public's support. But the war was not over, and Cassidon had stayed by the prince's side, so Damien should not have had enough power to steal the throne. And even so, Damien killed me without hesitation. He knew he would go unpunished. And then she looked outside of the window after hearing some noise. She was thinking that what if Damien brought in a foreign power to dethrone the current imperial family? And then the noise she heard was coming from the chariot, and Damien came outside of it. He came there to meet her. Both of them were looking at each other, and she was thinking that, would I be acting too paranoid if I suspected that he conspired with Elsa? After a while she came with some tea, and Damien was sitting on the sofa. She asked, "What brings you here in the middle of the night without a word?" He said, "I missed you." She sat down on the sofa and asked, "You came here to get your heart treated, did not you?" While serving the tea she said, "Archduke Damien, you can be honest with me from now on. Illness is not a flaw. If you try to hide it, your illness will fester even more." And then with a smile she looked at him and said, "Isn't it right, Your Highness?" Damien was looking at her, and when he was about to take the tea, he moved his hand towards her face. She flinched for a moment and asked, "Your Highness, what are you doing?" He was thinking that she is almost within reach, but not quite. Where does this mysterious woman who I can't seem to catch refuse to give herself to me? With a serious look he asked, "Is it Cassidon?" She said, "Pardon, I didn't understood." He said, "I'm asking you if you still choose that crazy animal despite my warning. Poisonous insects will always kill flowers, that's the truth of life. It would rather use its poison to kill the flower, than let the other butterflies and bugs have it." She put down the cup of tea on the table and said, "I see you are referring to the poisonous butterfly Violo. I remember reading a book about creatures with unique habits, and it says, the Violo butterfly spreads its poison all around it. But Your Highness, the Violo spread its poison for one particular flower. It scatters all of its poison on its wing, to protect one flower it likes, before sitting on this very flower at the end." Damien took a sip of tea and said, "I did not know about that." She smiled, said, "It's a beautiful story, isn't it?" However, Damien was looking at her very seriously. He put down the cup of tea and said, "Indeed, is that your answer?" He came close to her and started to touch her hair. He said, "Even though he is not your family anymore, he is still precious to you?" She moved back and said, "He is, so I would never heal anyone who harms Cassidon." Damien said, "I can't believe I am envious of him," and then he leaned forward and bit her on her shoulder. Orion was shocked. She goes backward and her hand was shivering. Damien asked, "Are you unable to heal yourself?" In an anger she said, "Archduke Damien? Have you lost your mind?" Damien said, "I thought you could heal yourself." Orion said, "Get out. How dare you visit me in the middle of the night, and do such a thing?" He said, "Orion, did this upset you that much?" When he was about to come forward, she moved back and said, "I did not expect you to become so disgusted like this." Damien said, "I apologize for making you upset." In an anger she said, "Please leave, Archduke." Damien turned away and said, "I will return when you feel better about this," and then he left. Orion came into her room and she was rubbing an ointment on the bite mark. However, she was feeling very angry. She threw away the container of ointment, and with an angry face she was looking in the mirror. She was thinking that I'm the one who got bitten, so why did he act like the victim? She was remembering the earlier time when Damien said, "Why are you doing this? Why would you choose that animal over me?" At the current time she was gritting her teeth and clenching her hand. She said, "How dare he call Cassidon an animal, when he is the real beast here?" On the next day at the Imperial Palace training ground, the captain came towards Cassidon and said something to him. After hearing that, Cassidon asked, "You mean to war?" The captain said, "That's right, Marquis. I officially want you to take care of everything." While looking at Cassidon, he was thinking that Archduke Damien's fencing skills are excellent, without a doubt. I thought it would be difficult for someone to appear who could surpass him, but yes, I would like to test the skills of this guy. Cassidon closed his eyes and said, "I understand, but I am not good enough for it. I do appreciate that you want to do something like this." On the other side, the Emperor was looking at his advisor. The advisor was also standing there. The Emperor said, "Getting a great knight is a big win. But we must pay close attention to this. That Duke Damien rules the North region. Count Serica's family has healing powers, and Marquis Deus is the second commander of the Imperial Knights. This is the level of balance that must be maintained so that none of the three families gain too much power." The Emperor was thinking that, I thought the Marquis was not concerned because he wanted to ensure the safety of the Count and his family. But then he was remembering the old memory, in which the prince said to Cassidon that, "Don't you feel anything after hearing what Orion said? You have never seen Orion as just family, have you?" The Emperor was thinking about it again and again, and at the current time he said, "Good for you." He asked his advisor, "Is Marquis Deus in the Imperial Palace?" The advisor replied, "He's with the other knight." The Emperor said, "I need to tell them something," so-called the Knight Commanders. However, on the outside the captain was on the ground and Cassidon was holding his sword. It was looking like they would just have a duel, and the captain lost very easily. With a sweaty face the captain was looking downwards, and then after receiving the order, both of them enter into the Imperial Palace. And both of them said, "We greet the bright sun of the Empire." The Emperor said, "I called you both here to announce some good news. Thanks to what you did, we were able to gain a diplomatic advantage with Elsa. The banquet I promised to organize will be held in December. I hope to see all the knights there." Both of them said, "As you say, Your Majesty." The Emperor said, "I have thought of giving a special gift to the Marquis at the banquet. Elsa has suggested an alliance to demonstrate our friendship. I heard that their young princess is quite a beauty. So I think that will be a great start." However, after hearing Cassidon became serious, the Emperor looked at him and asked, "What do you think, Marquis?" Cassidon was thinking that this old fox, he wants to separate Orion and I on purpose. He said, "Your Majesty, I have already received enough grace from you. You should not give me something like this. The banquet is already enough. And Your Majesty, at that time I simply followed the instructions from Lord Lumen, the first commander of the knights. So it's not me who deserves to receive this reward, as I had just joined the knights, but rather Lord Lumen is the most deserving one for this. Lumen was looking at him with a sweaty face, and thinking that, I knew at the moment he took his sword, that he was different from me. His skills were amazing. I admittingly underestimated him as being just a slave. To my surprise, he defeated me without any hint of mockery. Even gave me all the great credit, and it's a pity. The Emperor said, I'm sure you will change your mind after seeing her in person. You should get some rest until the day of the banquet arrives. We must not forget to give a good place to the former family of the Marquis, so make sure to come to the banquet alongside the honor bestowed upon you by Count Serica. Cassidon was very angry after hearing all of this. However, he was controlling it, and said, I understood, Your Majesty. After that, both of them came out. The commander was calling him, Marquis Deus, Marquis, please wait a moment. However, Cassidon was not slowing down, but then he stopped and looked at the commander. The commander bowed in front of him and said, I wanted to apologize, I underestimated you. I'm sorry for judging you with a narrow mind. Cassidon said, there is no need to apologize to me. The commander said, I have never seen a knight with such amazing skills with a sword before. Please teach me how to fight like you. Cassidon was looking at him and thinking that why would the captain of the knights want someone like me to teach him? But then, the Emperor's image came in his mind and he was thinking that, it's right. Even with the title the Emperor gave me, I'm still not in a position where I can fully protect Orion. He was looking at the commander and thinking that, for that, I must have my own people. He smiled and said okay. After hearing this with a happy face, the commander was looking at him. On the other side, Cassidon wrote everything on the letter and transferred it to Orion. And in the letter he wrote, everything went like that and I decided to train frequently with Sir Lumen. His Majesty asked me to participate in the banquet he will organize in December. I wish you to be at peace until that day. And then Sasha said, Miss, we have arrived. Orion said, yes, let's go in. She put down the letter and thinking that, Cassidon, who became a marquis and captured the attention of everyone in the Empire, is no longer someone with whom I can act comfortably as before. I am sure he is doing well on his own path. Both of them entered into the shop of clothes. She was thinking that even the captain of the First Order of Knights and his noble family get closer to Cassidon. And in the end, even the gossip about his origins completely disappeared. After entering into the shop, she heard that some women were talking to each other. One of them said, I've heard that rumor too. They say that Marquis Deus, one of them captains of the knights, is an outstanding man. After hearing this with a smile, Orion was thinking that, without me, he managed to rise up to the heavens, to the point of being quite dazzling. And then the shop owner said, welcome young lady Serica. After hearing the Serica name, someone looked at her. The woman was showing her some dress and asking that, what do you think of this dress? Orion said, I would like something that covers my collarbones, please. Sasha asked, don't you like your collarbones, miss? Orion said, it's not like that. The banquet is in December, and I'm afraid it will be cold. While touching herself, she was thinking that, what's the point of being able to cure other people's illness when I can't even heal my own wounds? And Damien has not visited me since that day. The fact that Damien remains linger on my body disgusts me. In both this and the previous life. While she was thinking all of this, someone was standing behind her. This person pinched her clothes and said, excuse me. But Orion was still thinking about that topic, that it's as if this terrible nightmare will never end, but after feeling that someone was touching her, she looked at that person. With a smile, the woman greeted her and said, greetings young lady, my name is Lillian Grace. I have not made my debut in society yet, but I wanted to greet you. I'm sorry to startle you." After seeing her, Orion was shocked. The woman said, "I just overheard your name from the seamstress. By any chance are you the daughter of Count Serica who adopted Marquis Deus, the gladiator?" With sweaty face, Orion was thinking that, why is this woman here? Damien's lover who caused trouble to me in my previous life. This woman who told lies about me to Damien. Lillian was grabbing her hand, and with a smile she said, "Our encounter must be fate. So let's be closer in the future." Lillian said, "I have so many questions to ask you." But then suddenly someone said, "Lillian, we must leave now." She looked towards that person and said, "Oh yes," and then she looked at Orion and said, "How unfortunate. We should talk next time," and then she left. Orion was standing still, she was not moving at all. Sasha came close to her and asked, "Do you know her, miss?" Orion was about to say something, but the woman who was showing them the dresses asked, "Isn't she a very lively young lady?" Miss Grace mentioned that she accidentally hit that young lady with her carriage. Orion looked at the woman and asked, "Miss Grace?" The woman replied, "Yes, she is the person who just left with the young lady." Orion was thinking that, but in my past, Lillian is supposed to go to work with Damien before winter arrives. So many things that I knew from the past have changed. Just like that, the time passes by and winter came. In the north at the Damien's castle, his butler Calvin said, "Master, I searched for all the information about Sir Cassidon. He was first found by a slave trader before he came into contact with the Count's family. And at that time he seemed to be wearing a rather expensive outfit." Damien said there is no doubt that he was not a typical slave, especially considering his personality and skills with the sword. His butler said, according to the description of his clothing, it seems that he was someone from Highland. The butler said, "I also found out that he acquired a sword that doesn't belong to this country at all." He came close to Damien and said, "That sword is." After hearing about the sword, Damien was shocked. He said, "Investigate this matter more thoroughly, in every way possible, and by all means, you understood." After some time, the first day of the royal banquet arrived. At the Serica Palace, Orion was coming downwards, but then suddenly she saw someone. It was Cassidon. With a blushy face and smile she said, "Cassidon, you are here." She came close to him, and he was grabbing her hand and said, "I'm sorry for coming late. Actually, I have missed you so much." Orion replied, "You are not late at all. I'm not even ready for the party yet." Cassidon said, "You should not attend the first day of the party. His Majesty has also granted me special permission. Instead, I would like to invite you somewhere else today." After a while, both of them came near to a palace. After looking at it, Orion said, "I knew it." Cassidon said, "It's a new mansion I built." Both of them entered into the palace and walking inside it. Cassidon said, "Very few people know that this place belongs to me now. Apparently I did not let anyone know." He was looking at her and said, "I wanted a place that I can go without anyone bothering me." With a smile, Orion asked, "Who did you want to live here with you?" He came close to her, said, and asked, "Do you really want to know?" And then he kissed her on her forehead. While walking, Orion looked around herself and asked, "Isn't it too empty? Wouldn't it be better to bring people to work here?" He said, "There are too many people in the marquette. And if you pass through that door, you will also find out warehouse, where all the food is stored. So do you want me to prepare something for you to eat?" With a bit surprised, she said, "You know how to cook?" He replied, "I want to see with my own eyes how you enjoy a meal prepared by me. I used to cook frequently when I had time." With a blushy face, Orion was looking at him and thinking that, so charming, even when he's talking about something like that. He touched her waist and pulled her towards himself, and asked, "Or should we go in my room and talk about other things?" Both of them were squeezing each other's hands, and they started to kiss. While looking at his eyes, Orion said, "You wanted to talk. You meant with our bodies, right?" Cassidan replied, "Because we have not seen each other in so long. There are a lot of things we need to discuss about, and I don't think it will be easy to attend the banquet tomorrow if we really let our bodies talk." He grabbed her, and then he was holding her in his arms. He said, "I'm not confident that only one discussion will be enough." After hearing this, Orion's face became totally red. She said his name in shyness. After a while, both of them enter into the room. He put down Orion and said, "Don't worry. I would not lay a single finger on you unless you allow me to." After hearing this, she was looking at him with a smile. He was looking away from her and said, "I only kissed you because you provoked me. It was purely instinct. I could not help it." But then she grabbed him, and both of them were smiling. She asked him, "Have you been unwell? Why did you stop visiting for a while?" He sat beside her and said, 2 months ago Elsa and Seville began to have conversation about an alliance. That old folks tried to get me married to the youngest princess of the Elsa kingdom." After hearing this, Orion was shocked. In a loud voice she said, "What?" But then he comforted her and said, "You are the only one for me. The Emperor asked me to attend the banquet with you. I'm sure it's to observe our interaction. I'm sure he will make you see the princess, and I together to see how you react." Orion said if it were not so, there would be no reason for him to call us together when we are not even siblings anymore. He thinks that if he puts another person as an obstacle between us, he will be able to keep me as his obedient hunting dog. And I miss you like crazy, but I could not come to see you because the Emperor has been watching me closely. And then Orion came close to him, and he put his hand on her head. She said, "I understand." While touching her hair with a serious face, he said, "But I will never forgive anyone who tried to separate you from me." She put her hand on his face and said, "Cassidan, I miss you." Both of them were cuddling, and he said, "I missed you more than anyone in the world." He came above her and asked, "Are you trying to test my patience?" First she was looking at him normally, but then a smile came on her face. After a few minutes, he was kissing her hand and licking the finger. However, after doing it for a while, he said, "This would not do. I feel too filthy to be with someone who is as pure as you." And then he stood up. In a worried state, Orion stood up and grabbed his hand. She asked, "Do you remember what I said? If you are filthy, then everyone in this world must be filthy too. And I want you." She pulled him close to herself and said, "I want you." And then they hugged each other. Orion was laying on the bed and Cassidan came above her. He said, "You may regret this." However, she was ready to do it. She was touching his back and he removed his clothes. While doing this, he said, "I have been wanting to do this since the first time I saw you." With a blushy face, she was thinking that just hearing his voice makes my mind go blank. "I'm not sure if I have the right to be with you. A corner of my heart is filled with anxiety, but I find the way you blindly pursue me. This time I get to spend with you is so precious. And I am so happy that the person I am with is you." He said, "I love you, Orion." And then he started to kiss her. She replied, "I love you, Cassidan." He said, "You are the only one in this world who brings me peace." And then both of them started to do that. They were doing it very intensely, and for a long time, they lost the track of time. And while doing it again and again, the night came. They were laying close to each other. Orion was thinking that such warmth. What is this scent? This delicate scent enough to console even the tiniest uneasiness. She opened her eyes and found that Cassidan was looking at her. She asked, "You are awake?" He said, "Yes, I am." While touching hair, she said, "I smelled something nice. Have I ever told you that I like the sand of Bestia?" He said, "No, I just had a feeling." And then he moved his hand forward and removed the blanket which was covering her naked body. While removing it, he asked, "Will you be able to attend the banquet at this rate?" With a blushy face, she grabbed the blanket and covered herself again. With a smile, he was looking at her. He came close to her and said, "I'm so happy that I can't tell if this is real or just a dream. I used to see you in my dreams every night. Could it be that my dream finally came true? During the last 2 months, do you have any idea how worried I was that someone might have snatched you away?" After hearing this, she started to laugh and said, "Yesterday I felt the same way." On the other side at the Sarika Palace, the worker was moving around, but then he noticed someone's chariot. He came outside to find who is it. The person who came from the chariot is none other than Damien. After seeing him, the worker was shocked. The worker asked, "What brings you here at this hour?" With a serious face, Damien asked, "Where is Orion?" After a while, Cassidon was brushing her and tying the knot her cloths. He said, "I wish I could stay with you like this forever. But it's getting late, so you must return home." He came close to her and said, "I will escort you there." However, she was not able to stand properly. Due to the earlier intense penetration by Cassidon, she was feeling a bit pain because of it. After looking at it, Cassidon smiled and said, "I suppose it will be difficult to hide the traces of me left on you." He came close to her and said, "I'm actually glad." With a blushy and serious face, she was looking at him. Cassidon said it was a joke, and then some time passes by. Currently he was touching her feet and asked, "While I was away, did that bastard Damien try to harm you at all?" She was looking at him and thinking that the scar Damien left on my collarbone disappeared a long time ago. But I wonder what Cassidon would say if he found out about it. And I don't want to worry him for no reason. She grabbed his clothes and with a smile she said, "Nothing happened." She was thinking that you already have too much to worry about, including the Emperor. Now I just want to protect this beautiful moment, please. That's what I thought. But then both of them returned to the Sarika Palace. They found that Damien was standing there. Orion was shocked and angry. She was thinking that, why is that man here? After hearing some voice, Damien looked at her and said Orion. But then he found a red mark on her neck, and both Cassidon and Orion were holding each other's hands. Damien became angry and he was thinking that, she has gone mad, she knows what a filthy bastard he is. But she still accepted him. Cassidon came in front of him and asked, "What brings you here at such a late time, my lord?" Damien replied, "I thought it was odd that you were absent from the banquet, but I can't believe you were with Orion." With a smile he said, "Poor Cassidon, I've always known you were an animal. Even worse than I thought, but you are never going to be able to get what you want." Cassidon smiles and took a deep breath and said, "There are so many around here who wants to take political or military advantage and destroy everything, don't you think?" He put his hand on Orion and they started to walk away from him. While walking away, Cassidon said, "You should focus on resolving the smuggling incident instead. I will not just stand by and watch, you know." Cassidon removed his coat and covered Orion by it and said, "It's late, so you should get home now. I will pick you up tomorrow morning." In a worried state, Orion was looking at him and said, "Cassidon." But after looking at his smile, she knows that he will handle everything, so she said, "Okay, let's meet tomorrow." And then she left, and both Damien and Cassidon were looking at each other. Cassidon said, "You seem to have much to say, my lord." Damien said, "I came here to see Orion. I have nothing to say to a beast like you." After hearing this, with a smile, Cassidon pointed his finger at his cheek and said, "It seems the scar you got that night was not nearly enough." Damien became angry and said, "A man cannot get angry at a mere insect, no matter how irritating it is." Cassidon replied, "Then I don't understand why you are so interested in what a mere insect is up to, my lord. So you should stay out of my business. I will keep still." Damien asked. Keep still? You torture Kindle so badly that you almost killed him. Isn't this ironic? An animal who doesn't even know his place because he can't help but be controlled by lust instead of his mind. So it's difficult to believe that Highland, the fallen kingdom that disappeared, had you as its last crown prince. After hearing this, Cassidan was shocked. He was thinking that how did he know this? Damien said at that time no body was found, so I assumed you died in some remote place. But it looks like you have been hiding like a rat. It took me months to find out your true identity. You once held the noble position of the crown prince. So I never expected you to survive by selling your body in the most disgusting manner. Cassidan was about to say something, but then he calmed himself and said, I don't know what you are talking about. Damien laughed and said, I can't tell if you are shameless or if you simply don't care if you're caught. Does this mean Orion knows about this too? Cassidan starts to walk towards him and asked, Did not I warn you at the martial arts competition? Don't you dare say that name. Damien said, no matter how many traces you leave on pure white snow, even if you soil it will never be truly dirty, no matter how many times you taste her. It will only worsen your beastly thirst. Damien was turning away from him and asked, Did not you feel anxious even as you took her body? Do you get nervous? It was probably your thirst and compulsion that drove you to engrave yourself on her innocent body. While going away he said, In the end, you have placed the woman you love in danger with your own 2 hands, and then he left. Cassidan was standing quietly. He was thinking that since his threat of revealing my past failed, I suppose he is trying to use Orion against me. He looked at the moon and thinking that, if Orion is in danger, all I need to do is eliminate everything that puts her at risk. While smiling he was thinking that, you are a ray of light I found after a lifelong darkness. I don't need anyone else but you. You are the only one I long for. On the next day, both Orion and Cassidan arrived at the Imperial Palace. He was helping her to come outside of the chariot. She said thank you. She asked, we will have to speak formally to each other once we are inside the banquet hall, would not be? So I will be relying on you, Marquise. Cassidan said, I will escort you inside, Lady Orion. And then both of them entered into the Imperial Palace party hall. After seeing Cassidan, all of the ladies were looking at him. They were saying, oh goodness, Lord Marquis. They were coming towards him to greet him. With a blushy face and smile, one of them said, I was so worried because you were absent on the first day of the banquet. Someone said the rumors don't do you any justice. How are you so beautiful? Someone said the story about you capturing the Elsa pirate is very popular. I heard that you even caught the munition trafficker. Orion was thinking that they are flocking to him again today. But then someone said, I heard that the trafficker is Count Christine. After hearing this, Orion was a bit surprised. The womans were talking to each other. They were saying, isn't House Christine famous for its diamond mine? Another one said, don't you hear the result of the trial? Apparently they mine about the equivalent amount of diamonds and manganese stone. He has been hiding it from the Archduke. I wonder how he kept him silent. The woman who was standing close to Cassidan said, Marquis, please look over there. The womans were talking that, isn't that Lady Christine? How did she get into the banquet? Orion was looking at her and thinking that, Avli Christine. She's usually at the front and center of events like this, so I was wondering where she was. And then the Lady Christine glared at all of them. The women turned away her face and said, Marquise, the ice sculpture in the garden is so pretty. Would you go for a walk with me? With a smile, Cassidan replied, thank you for the offer, but I wish to spend time with my sister at this banquet, and then he touched her hand. The women were looking at it, and said, I see, I guess it's true that you two are very close. Someone said they came to the banquet together after all. The lady said, I'm so envious. Orion said His Majesty ordered us to attend the banquet together. And we were family once, so I'm sure the Emperor is being considerate. But then suddenly Lady Christine came forward and said, you go too far with your deception. Perhaps the generous Emperor might believe this. But can't everyone here tell the truth? You two are much too close. Is this how you behave with your family, Marquis? After hearing this, other women started murmuring about it. Orion replied, people often misunderstood our relationship, even when we were family. Lady Christine said, it's because you two are so close. But if this is not a misunderstanding but rather something else? And then suddenly someone interrupted them, and it was Lillian. She said, oh goodness, are not you Lady Serica? Orion was shocked after hearing her voice. Orion was thinking that it is Lillian. With a smile and blushy face, Lillian said, we met at the dress shop earlier this fall, remember? I recognize you even from afar. May I join this conversation? With a sweaty face, Orion was thinking that, why is Lillian here? With terror in her eyes, Lillian said, I'm so upset that you are being misunderstood so unfairly. Lady Serica personally took the Marquis into her family, so it's perfectly understandable that they have become as close as a brother and sister. Then again the women started to murmuring and talking about it. Lillian looked at the Lady Christine and said, oh my, I must have interrupted the conversation. This is my first time in high society, so please forgive me for being so inexperienced. While looking at her, she said, you are the lady of House Christine, are not you? I wanted to say hello to you too. Christine said, pardon? Lillian said, I have not heard the details, but you are the talk of this season, aren't you? Even here at the banquet today, I have heard the name Christine so many times already. And then suddenly all of the women started to laugh, but they were trying to hide it. Lady Christine became angry and she asked, what did you say just now? Lillian and looked at her and said, pardon? I said you are the top talk of the season. Did I say something wrong? Lady Christine shouted, are you making fun of me? She came close to her, and she grabbed her hand lightly in anger. But then suddenly Lillian shouted and said, you are hurting me, please let go of my arm. Lady Christine removed her hand. The people there were murmuring that what's going on? Isn't that the daughter of Count Christine? Damien was also standing there. He ordered one of the knight and said something to him. The knight started to move towards Lady Christine and Lillian. Lady Christine said, what the? Someone came close to Lillian and said, oh goodness, are you all right? With a crying face, Lillian asked, did I say something wrong? But all I wanted to do was become her friend. Christine shouted, wait. I only held her arm very lightly. But that woman suddenly. However, someone interrupted her and said, excuse me, it was a royal knight. He said only guests who were invited by the Emperor can attempt this banquet. He was holding her hand and said, don't make a scene and leave quietly. Lady Christine was shouting, let go of me. I have something to tell the Emperor. Orion was looking at her with a sweaty face, and then she looked at Lillian. And then after looking at her fake crying face, she remembered the old memory in which Lillian said, the truth is I got burned by hot tea. Damien came forward and said, did you torment Lillian again? Orion said, you always believe her words over mine. But I did not do anything. Damien asked, are you saying that Lillian lied? Then how will you explain the burn on her wrist? Orion asked, did you even see it? Damien said, what? She again asked, did you see if there really is a wound underneath the bandage with your own 2 eyes? And then Damien came forward and slapped her. At the current time she was thinking that, I suddenly remembered that day, when Damien hit me for the first time. And on the other side Lillian was giggling while maintaining the fake crying face. After some time Lillian said, I should introduce myself formally. My name is Lillian Grace. The people who surrounded her said, I did not know the Grace family had such a beautiful young lady. One of them asked, Is your arm okay now? She replied, Yes, I was startled at first, but I am okay now. The noblemen were smiling while looking at her. With a blushy face and shyness, Lillian said, I resemble the lost daughter of Viscountess Grace, and I look like the daughter who lost when she was young. So I was adopted into the family. And then she looked at Cassadine and said, That's why I understand the suspicious Lady Orion and the Marquis are subjected to. I know how sad it can be, and then she closed her eyes. Orion was looking at her and thinking that, indeed, this is how we are tied up to one another, to prevent any risk during such a social circle debut. But if that's the goal, why make such a fuss? And then suddenly Lillian said, Oh, my fan have been dropped on the ground, heavens! I guess I was startled and dropped it earlier. She looked at Cassadine and asked, If you don't mind, Marquis, could you please pick up my fan? He was looking at Lillian's face. She said, It's hard to bend over because of my dress. Orion was shocked after hearing all of this. She came to a conclusion that Lillian is aiming for Cassadine. She was clenching her clothes and thinking that, but why? I'm sure Lillian and Damien are together. Due to all of this, she was standing silently, and Cassadine noticed it. With a smile, Cassadine said, I think I would like to give the chance to pick Lady Grace's fan, to that gentleman over there. With a blushy face, the men came forward and picked the fan. He said, Here you go, my lady, you are even prettier up close. However, with cold expression, Lillian said, Thank you. Cassadine looked at Orion and asked, Can we go now, sister? With a smile she said, Sure. With a serious face, Lillian was looking at him because she was not able to get the attention from Cassadine. Lady Christine was standing outside and someone said her name. She looked towards the person and found it was none other than Archduke Damien. In an anger she shouted, Where the hell have you been? Damien asked Christine, Why are you here despite not being invited? She shouted, Why would I come? You were ignoring my letters. I am going to complain about this injustice. Damien smiled and asked, You want to appeal to His Majesty? I told Count Christine that his family is not allowed to participate, but his daughter is short-sighted and is going against her father. She shouted, How can you say that? My father was accused of treason after he trusted you. How can I stay still? With a serious and scary face, Damien asked, Avly Christine, who you are so boldly shouting at right now. After hearing this, she was scared, and she went silent. Damien was looking at her with the same gaze. She was gritting her teeth and said, I am simply worried and anxious because of my father. Damien said on paper that mine is owned by the Christines. The one who is guilty of smuggling from the mine. And you are saying that I am an accomplice? Do you think anyone in that banquet hall will believe you? She don't have anything to say to this because she was remembering the guest in the party, and she also know that no one will believe her. Damien said we should not be hasty. He put his hand on her shoulder and said, You should know that I am the only one who is able to protect your family. And now is the time to act wisely. He came close to her and said, If you trust me and hold on for a little longer, I promise I will appreciate the efforts of Count Christine. Lady Christine said, All right. At the banquet hall, the guests were standing around Cassadine and they were saying, Marquise, you are this banquet's main character. I was worried because you did not appear yesterday. One of them said, Lady Serica is also with us. That person asked. We greeted each other once. Do you remember me, Marquise? Cassadine smiled and said, Of course I do. And is this shipping business you talked about going well? The person smiled and said, Oh heavens, I'm so honored you even remembered that. Orion was looking at Cassidon and thinking that there is no sight of discomfort on Cassidon's face. He is just like a bright light that attracts everyone. And then suddenly someone opened the golden doors. Everyone was looking at the door, and the knights were announcing that His Majesty, the Emperor and the Crown Prince are entering. Both of them entered, and the prince noticed Orion. The prince was making some signs while looking at Orion. He wants to ask something from Orion. However, she was unable to understand it. He was trying to ask, "What are you doing?" Orion was thinking that, "Do you have something to say to me?" All of the guests bowed in front of both of them and said, "Greetings to the shining sun and the little son of the empire." The emperor said, "I am very impressed, you may rise." And with a smile he said, "It's the second day of the banquet. And I would like to express my gratitude to all distinguished guests who accepted the invitation." He moved forward his hand and said, "Marquis Cassidine Deus. This banquet is for the Marquis. So please enjoy it to your heart's content." Cassidon bowed in front of him and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The Emperor said, "We also have another special guest today, and let me introduce her to you." That person was standing behind of him, and the Emperor said, "The another important guest is daughter of the King of Elsa, whom he deeply cherishes, Princess Bella." However, she was not looking happy. All nobles presented that were feeling attraction towards her. The Emperor said, "Thanks to the Imperial Knight's merit, Elsa is seeking to cement friendly relationship with Seville. Therefore, the princess was sent as a medium to form a marriage alliance. I bet that no man here can turn down such a pretty woman, no one." With a smile he said, "This is the symbol of friendship between Seville and Elsa. I wish to give this glorious opportunity to acquire such a pretty princess to Marquis Cassidine, who contributed the most out of everyone." With a serious face, Cassidine was looking at them. After hearing this, Orion was faking the shocking expression. She was thinking that there needs to be just the right amount of surprise. While looking at the Emperor, she was thinking that, if Cassidine had not told me this in advance, that could have been very embarrassing in front of the Emperor. Because if that happened, I don't know what expression I would have made. The Emperor was looking at both Cassidine and Orion to find out about their relationship. Orion was thinking that what a glorious plan to turn both Cassidine and the princess into his pawns. The Crown Prince did not do such things when he had Cassidine as his confidant. The Emperor is truly wicked. And looking at him like that, it's similar to Damien. The Emperor said this should be a happy event, but it may also frustrate the ones close to you. He asked as his former family, "What do you think, Lady Orion?" She replied, "Of course I am." But then suddenly the prince came forward and said, "Please stop it, Your Majesty." The Emperor shouted, "You stand aside." The Crown Prince was not listening to him, and he was coming forward and asked, "Did not I always do what Your Majesty wanted?" He grabbed Orion's hand and said, "I can't understand Your Majesty's intentions at all. This is Orion, the one who saved my life, and I can't thank her enough for it. Do you feel better after creating such chaos?" Orion was looking at him and thinking that no. Why would you say something like that in the middle of the banquet hall? The prince said, "I clearly remember that the Marquis was given credit as a knight commander. So do you really need to keep him at your feet like that?" The Emperor shouted, "Leon, have you gone mad? What on earth are you talking about?" With a serious look the Crown Prince said, "Yes, I have gone mad. I'm disgusted by Your Majesty's action." The Emperor was shocked after hearing this, and then he went silent. But then suddenly someone started to laugh, and it was none other than Damien. All of them were looking at him, and Damien came forward. With a smile he said, "The royal family who must show dignity more than any other, Our talking like that in public, isn't that sweet? The prince looked at him and said, I hope the Archduke doesn't get involved. Damien put his hand on his shoulder and asked, How could I not? Ignoring the dislike you bear for me, aren't we still cousins? He was standing between Orion and the crown prince, and then suddenly Cassidan grabbed Orion's hand and he was looking at Damien very seriously. Damien said, however, it's rare to see siblings not related by blood but still being so close. If we are cousins, should not we help each other out? In an angry way, Orion was looking at Damien and thinking that, you crazy bastard. The emperor asked, Archduke, what do you mean? Please explain it to me. But then suddenly Orion interrupted them and asked, Archduke, why are you speaking like that for me and Cassidan? However, Damien said to the emperor that, Please forgive me, your majesty. I simply felt envious, so I could not help myself. There's nothing else to it. Cassidan asked, What reason would there be for your excellency to be jealous of me? Damien closed his eyes and asked, Isn't it inevitable to feel jealousy? Even though Lady Serica is not showing interest, I'm trying to stick close to the person I like. Cassidan was looking at with a cold expression. And the noble ladies presented there was shocked and surprised. They were thinking that, oh heavens, His Excellency has Lady Serica in his mind? Damien came close to Orion and said, That's why you should have held my hand when I asked you to. Orion was thinking that, why are you coming at me so casually? As if it doesn't matter what happens to your heart? I wonder if there is someone other than me who can heal him. But no, that's impossible. I even took the risk of showing him my healing power to prevent him from completely curing himself. With a smile, Orion asked, How can you describe our friendship like that, Your Grace? I'm sure that His Majesty and the rest will misunderstand. After saying this, Orion was thinking that, what on earth are you planning to do? And then suddenly the crown prince started to laugh. He came close to Damien and asked, Your Grace, shouldn't you confess in a more suitable place? Did not I tell you to think wisely before taking action? The Princess of Elsa and the person who came with her were hearing all of this, and they were standing silently. The emperor said, with the big celebration coming up, I have been worried about many things. There are many who cover the marquise, so it's best to get it straight. Even though she is a princess from Elsa, she has great line lineage and looks. There is not a better match for the marquise to marry, which means the reason you are turning this offer down is because there's another lady in your heart, so you have to tell me who she is. Then I might reconsider this proposal. Cassidan was looking at him very seriously, but he did not say anything. Damien said, With all due respect, Your Majesty, isn't he the person you personally placed by your side? You should trust the Marquis. The Emperor said, It was you started to speak foul first, Your Grace. Damien smiled and said, Who would have guessed my personal jealousy would escalate things like that? I did not have the courage to face Lady Serica. Orion was looking at him in a confused state. But then suddenly Damien moved his hand forward and grabbed Orion's hand. He said, It's my mistake, so I should explain. While looking at her, he said, We kept our relationship secret for a while now. Forgive me for revealing it like this, my love. Both the emperor and the prince were shocked, and the ladies presented there were also surprised. However, Cassidan became very angry after hearing this. Orion also became angry. She was thinking that, what is this bastard saying? Damien was thinking, that's it, the emperor is determined in assessing the relationship between you and Cassidan. And the current situation is no different than admitting it. Of course, your father would collapse and become stressed if that happened, and avoiding the emperor's eyes would become nearly impossible. So hold my hand and get rid of all these rumors. It's a very clear threat. He said, My lover is a bit shy. Orion was thinking that, You are using this as an excuse to hold me forever once again, but the choice I'll make is different. She started to move forward and asked, "What do you mean that we are lovers?" She announced that I have never had that kind of relationship with Archduke Damien. After hearing this, Damien became serious. He was thinking that what is she saying? This was not the answer I am expecting. Cassidon was also looking at her. The Emperor asked, "Do you mean that the Archduke lied?" Orion came in front of the Emperor and said, "That's right." Damien closed his eyes and said, "I don't get it. According to your words, I lied about our relationship to His Majesty. And also, after insulting me like this, are you admitting the scandal about you and your former brother?" The noblemen presented. They were murmuring and chit-chatting about it. One of them said, "What in the world is going on?" Another one said, "Who is telling the truth?" The ladies were also talking about it. One of them said they were talking about friendship and love between the siblings earlier. Another woman said, however, there is no reason for the Archduke to lie about such things. Lady Lillian was looking and hearing all of this, but she was not saying anything. The Emperor was looking at Orion. She said, "Your Majesty, actually." But then suddenly Cassidon interrupted her and said, "I will tell you about it. The one who I have feelings for is already present here." While looking at Orion, he said, "I have had feelings for only one person since the beginning, and that's my sister." Orion was thinking that, "Cassidon, why are you saying this in front of everyone?" With a smile, Cassidon was looking at her, and then he closed his eyes and said, "As I am saying these things for the first time, it was not easy for me to reveal this. But I would not hide it any longer. I have loved you for a long time." After hearing this, the Emperor was shocked, and the Crown Prince became angry. Cassidon was coming close to her. She was thinking that, is he going to kiss me in front of everyone? So she said, "Wait." However, he did not kiss her, and in her ear he whispered, "Push me away. The Emperor would not trust our words anymore. So just curse at me by saying that I'm a jerk, who doesn't even know how to be grateful." While hugging her, he was whispering that, "Show them that only I am the one who has feelings for you, and that you don't feel the same as me. You must reject both me and Damien, who the Emperor is wary of." Orion was thinking that Cassidon, so he's trying to put an end to this situation by taking all of the blame in front of the Emperor. The whole empire will know about today's incident because of people's gossip, and Cassidon will be portrayed as a betrayer who dared to have feelings toward his family member, who took him when he was a slave. He will have to deal with the Emperor all alone. Cassidon again whispered, "You must do it." She was thinking that in that way I will be the only one who will be safe. She touched him, and while doing this she was thinking that, "You are saying that I should push you, who has been confessing to me so desperately, away. That's something I have done a lot." And then she pushed him. Damien was looking at them, and the prince was shocked. Cassidon was smiling because he was thinking that it's good. Now she is not going to face any danger due to me. Orion said, "Cassidon, how can you do such things in a public space like this? We were a family at some point." In her mind she was thinking that, "I'm also only using you. I have never thought of you as my real family. The Emperor might take away your authorities from you. He might also monitor you more thoroughly. But you chose to sacrifice everything you have achieved so far, and you decided to choose me. That's why I don't want to be your weakness." She moved forward her hand and said, "Also, you have already left our family." She was thinking that the sincerity you showed to me was clearer than anything, and it shined brighter than any kind of treasure. And because you are like that, then I will say it. With a smile and blushy face she said, "I love you more than anyone else." She put her hand on his cheek and said, "I love you," romantically. She came close to her ear and whispered, "I don't want to make you endure it alone. So please go along with what I want, just this once. With a sweaty face, the crown prince was thinking that, Orion, what are you doing? Orion said, I am the one who brought Cassidon, the one who used to be a slave, into my family. It's an obvious thing for Cassidon, who used to live in a dangerous place, to fall in love with me. After experiencing warm feelings for the first time, however, it's not an obvious thing for me to fall in love with Cassidon. That is why, if you think of it as a disgraceful scandal, I am the one who is responsible. All of the guests presented there were whispering and gossiping about it. The emperor was looking stressed. Damien said, you have always taken your brother's side, even when he doesn't know how to be grateful towards his family. In a loud voice, Damien told to the emperor that, Orion is acting like this to protect Cassidon, your majesty. The emperor shouted, stop. Everyone presented there went silent. The emperor shouted, what kind of fuss is this inside an imperial banquet? I would not forgive anyone who is lying to me. Orion was looking at Damien and thinking that, Damien, maybe you thought that you got a hold of my weakness. But the choice that I will be making has already been decided. Orion said, since there are a lot of people here, I will come close to tell you the truth. She came close to the emperor and said, the Archduke caught on to the fact that I am a healer. That is why he lied about such things, your majesty. The emperor was shocked. He said, what? And then he looked at Damien. Orion was thinking that the wariness of the emperor, which you had directed towards Cassidon to control him, it will be back towards you once again. Damien was confused. He was thinking that what did she say to him? But the emperor did not say anything. After a pause for a moment, he said, no, this is not something to talk about in this celebratory banquet. I think it would be better if we talk about it later calmly. And now for today, continue on enjoying the banquet. I will be back after taking a break for a while. When this fuss subside, come inside the room for an audience immediately. And then he left. With a sweaty face, Orion was looking at him. And then Damien asked, I am curious about why you keep on choosing the difficult path, when you can just walk on an easy path. Orion asked, how can a difficult and an easy path be determined? It just differs according to how I accept it. Damien smiled and said, to me, you are such a difficult person to figure out. Orion said, you don't need to know about me? And then Cassidon came from behind of Orion and was holding her hand and said, please back off. After seeing it, Damien looked at the Princess of Elsa and said, what a fool. You should have been satisfied with the position of a princess that His Majesty assigned to you. Isn't it a great position for someone like you? Cassidon said, you are acting rude to the princess. And the princess did not said anything due to the anxiousness. Cassidon said, she's someone who crossed the borders all alone in such an unstable situation. The marriage talks are going on even without my or the princess' opinions. The princess was looking at Cassidon with a blushy face and thinking that he's talking for me. In a wavering voice she said, what should I do then? Cassidon said, I will take care of the talks about our marriage. After that it's all up to you. In a wavering voice she said, but they said that I have to take full care of the Marquis of the Empire. I only know that much so. Orion was looking at her and thinking that of course, she must be anxious because the princess is also here against her will. The knight commander came and he said, none of the prince's attendants have been able to step a foot in this empire because His Majesty has not allowed it. Cassidon asked, you mean not even a maid was allowed to accompany her? Lumen replied, she is being served by the maids of the imperial palace right now. After a pause for a moment, Cassidon said, now that she is someone who is not related to me, I can't give you any kind of response. I will talk about it to His Majesty. I'm sorry, but Sir Lumen. The commander said, don't worry about it, Marquis. I will keep on escorting the princess. And then someone interrupted them and said, so the rumors were true. After hearing this, both Cassidy and the commander looked at that person. And the person was none other than Damien. He said, the rumors about you being close with Marquis. A guy who was just a slave before, now teaches swordsmanship to the commander of the knights. While looking at Cassidy, he said, you are making the most of your victory in the tournament indeed. The commander was about to say something, but then he stopped and looked at Damien very fiercely. He turned away and looked at the princess and said, Princess, let's go this way, and then they left. Orion said, Archduke, stop it now, and don't come to find me anymore. I can't understand you anymore. Also, don't even mention anything about me and Cassidy anymore. With a serious look, Damien asked, are you sure that you would not regret what you are saying right now? And then Orion holds Cassidy's hand, and with a bright smile she said, I would not regret it. After seeing it, Damien became more angry. He was thinking that why this woman always slipped from my grasp, and always chose this slave over me. He controlled his anger and then he turned away. He said, so you would not regret it. While going away, he said, there will come a time when you will regret this moment. And then he left the banquet. On the other side, Cassidy said, don't worry about it, Orion. I will protect you. And then someone said, I will protect you too, Orion. Orion looked in the direction from where the voice came from, and the person standing there was the crown prince. The prince said, I will protect you first. That's why you don't need to worry about anything. Cassidy was a bit angry. He said, I will protect her. The prince replied, it is not necessary. I will do so because I promised her. And then both of them were fighting, verbally. Cassidy said, it's my task. I am going to protect her. The prince said, what can a mere marquis do to the Archduke? And then Orion was about to say something, so both of them looked at her. She was walking towards them and thinking that, the fight begins now, but with a smile she was holding their hands and said, then I will also protect the two of you. In a low voice she said, because I am also a healer. She was smiling and thinking that the fact that I am not alone makes me feel reassured. On the other side, outside of the palace, Damien was sitting near the fountain. He was remembering the earlier conversation with Orion. And when she was holding Cassidy's hand, Damien was feeling pain in his chest. He said, shit, it's happening again. In his mind he was thinking that this heart disease which I am sick of, and received as a punishment, the pain has started eating me up again already, after Orion stopped healing me. He was wondering that did I ever want to have control over someone this way? And then a conversation with his butler came in his mind. At that time his butler asked, my lord, what do you mean? You want to talk with that woman once again? Why are you choosing the difficult way? It will definitely work if you use her family as an excuse. Damien replied, the most important thing right now is Orion's will. And if I mess with her family right now, she will never agree to cooperate with healing. The butler said, no way, this is the best and fastest way. But why, my lord? But then suddenly the butler realized something and said, no way, did you start having feelings for that woman? At the current time, Damien was thinking about it, and then he said bullshit. However, a woman came near him and said, hey, it's Lillian. She said, I'm sorry, but you're Archduke Damien, right? With a smile she said, hello, I saw you at the banquet. I am Lillian Grace. Damien was thinking that this is an ordinary woman who tried to get attention by using Avli Christine earlier in the banquet. Damien said, if you are in need of a man, you better look for one in the banquet. I don't have any intention to fall over the obvious trick. After hearing this she smiled and said, I'm sorry, Archduke, but I'm not here because of such a reason. I'm here to have a conversation related to Lady Serica. Damien stood up and said, if you want to talk about the incident which happened at the banquet, There is no need. He was walking away from her, but then suddenly Lillian asked, "You like Lady Serica, right?" In an anger, Damien stopped and looked at her. He asked, "Are you here to anger me?" She said, "I did not come here to get on your nerves, my lord. I don't know if you saw it earlier, but I'm Lady Serica's acquaintance. I was wondering if I could help you." Damien asked, "What do you actually want?" She was touching her hair and said, "It's simple. As everyone, I was also supporting the friendship between the siblings, as I had feelings for the Marquis. But because of the truth, I felt betrayed by Lady Serica. I used to think I was close with her." She sat down and said, "That's why I dared to guess that the Archduke and I have the same goal. So, don't you want to use me once?" However, he did not say anything. She closed her eyes and said, "If you can't trust me, you can reject it." But then she looked at him and said, "However, even if you decide to trust me, you would not be suffering from any kind of loss." Damien was looking at her and thinking about it in his mind. He was thinking that normally this would not be worth talking about, but she is the kind of woman who would not even hesitate to approach her goals. It's a fact that she was standing out, because unlike the foolish provocation of Avli Christine, she knew how to use her wits and make a plan accordingly in the required situation. As whenever I see Orion, I act on impulse. It was the same that day when I went to her palace at night. There was a subtle sweet smell from an unacceptably soft and sweet skin. Even if I acted on impulse or tried to be far from her for a long time, I still remember that feeling of biting on her collarbone, and the thirst kept on getting stronger. It's because I can't get you easily. I wonder if you would tear up if I pushed you further to the corner, and also if you would hate me more. And finally, I wondered if I would be the only one captured by your eyes instead of that damn slave. But you always choose him over me." Damien was remembering the moment when in the banquet hall, Orion said, "Don't come to find me anymore." At that time he was very shocked. He wants to say something to her, but he stopped himself. At the current time, with a smile, he asked, "All right, so you are Lillian? I can trust you if you can meet my expectations, so prove your worth to me." He was thinking that I have to get what I want no matter what. Inside the Imperial Palace, Orion was going to meet with the Emperor, but then suddenly the Crown Prince said, "Orion, I will go too. What's there to even talk about alone with His Majesty?" The butler said, "It is His Majesty's order to escort only the lady quietly." Orion looked at both of them and said, "It's fine, I will be back." Both of them were looking at her, and they didn't say anything after that. However, they started to look at each other, and the prince said they might have gone into the room for an audience. He asked, "But why did you publicly reveal the things I hid earlier?" Cassidan replied, "I thought that Orion would be safe if I were to reveal that. I'm the only one who has feelings for her romantically." The Crown Prince asked, "Do you think that it makes sense? And tell me, do you think that Orion is safe now?" Cassidan didn't reply to this question. The prince said, "I don't know what Orion said to His Majesty to ease the situation, but it's obvious that whatever she said is not in her favor. Obviously all of this she did is just to protect you." Cassidan was standing there, and he was very angry, and the reason behind it is, because of him she have to do something which can lead to a dangerous situation for her. He was tightening his fist, and the Crown Prince looked at it. The prince remembered the moment when Orion said, "I love you, Cassidan." He said, "Why does Orion even like a jerk like you?" But then suddenly Cassidan heard some voices, so he pointed his finger, so that Prince can become quiet. He was hearing secretly that what Orion and the Emperor were talking about. Inside the meeting hall, Orion was sitting on her knees. The Emperor said, "Raise your head." He said, "You let the Archduke know about the existence of a healer. you are the one who found the suspect behind the attempted poisoning of the Crown Prince. So you know how serious this matter is. And the reason why the Archduke approached you like that, even by lying, it makes sense if he wants your healing power. Orion said, I'm sorry to tell you this, Your Majesty. The Archduke noticed my healing ability because of my negligence, but I have no intention of continuing to exchange my ability with the Archduke. I will make sure that the thing you are worrying about right now will never happen. She was thinking that the reason why the Emperor is so worried of my surroundings is because I am a card that he doesn't want to be stolen by anyone else. That is why when I told him that Damien found out about Sarika's family ability, his anger was directed towards Damien instead of me. The Emperor was thinking about it, and then he said, if so, did you accept the feelings of Marquis? Just to reject the Grand Duke. With a smile, Orion said, Your Majesty, it's not like that. I love Cassidon genuinely. I did not lie a single time at the banquet. Sir Cassidon is someone who never forgot about the favor. As he is grateful towards me, he must be grateful towards Your Majesty as well. He will be a competent and honest knight compared to anyone. If someone is at fault, it would be me, Your Majesty. That's why please stop worrying about Sir Cassidon. Outside the hall, both Cassidon and the prince were listening all of it. They were standing silently. The Emperor said, even when I was watching him for 2 months, right from the side I noticed that Sir Cassidon is a great person. With a smile he said, I can completely understand your feelings towards him. Orion was a bit surprised after seeing his smile. She said, Your Majesty. While coming towards her, he said, when people talk about the perfect human being, maybe they are talking about Sir Cassidon. After all, he is the guy who even captured the heart of the Emperor. After living in the same house with such a guy, I'm sure you can mistake your feelings as love. You could not differentiate between sympathy and love. Orion was thinking that what is he saying? He's again trying to play tricks. With tricky smile, the Emperor said, after all, you are the kind healer from the Sarika family. Orion stood up and she was about to say something. However, the Emperor said, such dignity and matching ability of the Sarika family has always been a huge help to the Empire. Especially you showed the greatest ability among all those healers. I thought that Leon was acting immaturely after falling for you, but now that I think of it, to make you a crown princess seems right. After hearing this, Orion was shocked. Outside of the hall, Cassidon and the crown prince were also shocked. The prince was thinking that, what is he saying? Earlier, when the Emperor and Cassidon were playing chess, the Emperor said, checkmate. Cassidon said, congratulations, Your Majesty. The Emperor closed his eyes and with a smile he replied, the movement the pawn gets to the end of the chess board, it's promoted to a knight. And if the pawn was moved, you would have probably won. So are you trying to deceive me? Cassidon asked, how would I dare commit such insolence? I was just trying to figure out Your Majesty's meaning. The Emperor said there can be only one king. Only one, and right now, Archduke Damien is first in line to the throne, if we exclude Leon. Cassidon said a pawn can never become a king, even if promoted, it can only be a guard protecting the king. He looked at His Majesty's eyes and said, Your Majesty is trying to keep the Archduke in check, by using me. The Emperor said that is such an ugly thing to say. And at the current time the Emperor said Marquis Cassidon will be the spearhead standing at the forefront of the board. I'm looking forward to seeing if he will show us the performance worthy of his title as second knight commander. And not enlisting the Count in the war is against the law. Right now he was talking about Orion's father, and he said, only a knight who has sworn loyalty to the imperial family can grant you such a difficult request. This can be my way of repaying for the favors done in the past. But for Marquis Cassidon this means more than that. How can I trust the Marquis and grant his request? Outside of the chamber, Cassidan became very angry. The Emperor said, what if you were the crown princess instead? On top of the chessboard, every piece should exist for the sake of the king. Orion also became angry. She was thinking that, you bastard, you are really a cunning fox. After some time, the Emperor ordered his butler to summon the Count Serica. The Count arrived at the Imperial Palace as soon as possible. The Emperor said, forgive me for summoning you, Count. The Count asked, is everything okay for my daughter to be staying in the Imperial Palace? The Emperor said, there is someone who has discovered Orion's healing ability. So please understand that this is to protect your daughter. To ensure her safety, she is not allowed to contact other people for the time being. The Count was shocked after hearing this. With a sweaty face, he was looking at the Emperor. And on the other side, Orion was sitting in one of the imperial room. She was very angry due to the earlier incident. The crown prince was sitting near the fountain, and he was holding a rose in his hand. He was thinking that, Orion, you were just an interesting healer at first. Someone who said the unexpected while keeping a straight face. At that time you asked me why I am so nice to you? I did not reply to you, but I am nice to you because I'm too worried to leave you alone. Because you did not just see me as the crown prince. Because it's fun being around you. At this rate, Orion will end up becoming someone special to me. Earlier, when Orion and the crown prince were talking, Orion said, you don't even love me in the first place. The crown prince was thinking that, no, you are wrong. I wished to see you happy because I knew it, you are the... But then suddenly his mother's face came in front of him. He remembered the old-time memory when he was a child and his mother was crying because she was not happy, due to all of the pressure she faced by the society and the political marriage, and she can't even live her life happily. At the current time, he came back to his senses and said, that is not what I wanted. He asked, what on earth should I do to save Orion? Cassidan was standing beside him and he said, Orion becoming the crown princess means the count will be taken as a hostage, making him the emperor's pawn. The crown prince said, I know. Cassidan asked him, do you wish to protect her? The crown prince looked at him and said, I would love to try, but his majesty would not listen to me. Cassidan said, just one thing, there is a way to make his majesty listen. The crown prince said, what, tell me? Maybe we can do something. Cassidan said, however, this method will only work if you trust Orion enough to risk your life and do as I say. The crown prince stood up and said, just tell me already, I will do it. Cassidan came close to him and whispered it in his ear. After hearing it, the crown prince became angry. He grabbed his clothes and shouted, you crazy bastard, what did you say? With a serious look, Cassidan replied, I repeatedly pondered over this. It's frustrating, but this is the key to solve this matter. In an anger, the crown prince asked, are you out of your mind? Did you think I would go that far to stop the wedding? Both of them were making eye contact, and then the crown prince said, as I always thought, you really are crazy. But then suddenly he smiled and said, and I too might be. Inside the palace, Orion was sitting on the bed, and she looked at the emperor. He told that the count have arrived, and if he finds out you have feelings for Cassidan, I can't imagine what he would feel. I feel so sad for him. Isn't this an opportunity too big to pass for such fleeting emotions? However, she was sitting silently and clenching her clothes. The emperor said, I have given you enough time, now decide. Become the crown princess of this empire. Orion was looking at him with an angry face, but then suddenly someone came inside the room while shouting, Your Majesty. It was the butler and a knight. Both of them were covered in sweat, and they were out of breath. The emperor said, What insolence? I told you to let no one enter. The butler said, Well, Your Majesty. His Highness the Crown Prince has collapsed. He tried to commit suicide by taking poison. After hearing that, the Emperor was shocked. Orion was hearing all of it with a sweaty face, because she was also worried about the Crown Prince. The Emperor rushed towards the Crown Prince palace. In a worried state, he was shouting, "Leon, are you okay? How on earth did this happen?" Cassidon was standing inside his room and he said, "Your Majesty, when I found him, he had already collapsed. I made sure there were no witnesses and called the doctor." In a loud voice, the Emperor said, "Why would Leon willingly drink poison?" The doctor said, "Forgive me, Your Majesty. The poison has already spread to an extent where antidotes would not work, and His Highness' body is rejecting any treatment." The Emperor was gritting his teeth, but then he calmed himself, and in a low voice he said, "The knight and doctor should wait outside." He was holding Leon's hand and he was about to say something. However, the prince removed his hand and looked at the Emperor. The Emperor was shocked. Both the doctor and Cassidon came out of the room and Orion was standing there. The Emperor said, "Orion, please heal Leon." Orion came forward and she said, "Excuse me?" And then she started to touch his chest. With a sweaty face, she was thinking that why did he suddenly take poison? You were so bright even in the banquet hall. At that time, the Crown Prince said, "I will protect you first, so there is nothing to worry about." At the current time when she was trying to figure out, the prince looked at her, and was making some expression like, he wants to say something to her. Orion understood what he was trying to say, so get back and bowed in front of him and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." After hearing this, the Crown Prince smiled. The Emperor was unable to understand what they're talking about. Orion was thinking that you kept your promise by risking your life. Should I call this being reckless? Or should I say it's desperate? The Emperor shouted, "Did not I tell you to heal him quickly? Are you disobeying my order?" The Crown Prince said, "Your Majesty, none of us have any thoughts of getting married. Let Orion go." The Emperor said, "No way, is this why you took the poison?" In a critical condition, the prince asked, "So, what are you going to do now? Would you give up on the throne? I'm truly sick and tired of this." And then the Emperor shouted while looking at Orion. He said, "Orion Serica." However, she was still standing quietly. The Crown Prince said, "I can take this poison again and again, so just leave Orion alone." The Emperor asked, "Are you threatening your father with your own life?" The Crown Prince said, "My life, is it worthy enough? If so, I hope you do the right thing." The Emperor was feeling weak at the current time. He put his hand on his face and said, "I get it, I lost. I will leave her alone, so please just get treated." The Crown Prince asked, "You made a promise?" The Emperor said, "Yes, I promise you." And then Leon moved his fingers so that Orion can start his treatment. After seeing it, Orion suddenly rushed towards him. She unbuttoned his clothes and started to heal him. After healing him completely, the Crown Prince opened his eyes brightly, and he stood up joyfully. Orion asked, "Your Highness, are you okay now?" With a bright smile, the Crown Prince said, "I'm perfect." In a worried state, the Emperor said, "Don't ever do such a thing again. And the fact that you drank poison must never be leaked out. That is how we must proceed," the Crown Prince said. "Understood. As long as Your Majesty guarantees the Serica family's freedom of choice and protection of the imperial family." The Emperor stood up and said, "You are truly foolish." He asked, "Did not you also intend to marry Serica and make her your queen?" The Crown Prince was thinking about it, and then he asked. He stood up and said, "What do my feelings have to do with the current situation? I don't do selfish things and take away people's freedom just for my benefit." He looked at Orion and said, "Thank you." With a bright smile, Orion was looking at him and said, "I should be the one to thank you. On the other side, Cassidy was waiting outside of the room, and the butler was also standing there with a knight. Orion opened the door and came out of the room. However, Cassidy was not able to make eye contact. He was looking downward. After a while, when both Cassidy and Orion were alone, she said, "His Highness has recovered safely." And then suddenly Cassidy came and grabbed her hand. He said this was the only way to save you. "Why on earth did you decide to protect me in the banquet hall?" He asked. "How did you end up in this dangerous situation?" "I was worried that something would go wrong." She said, "You are more precious than any other, and everything you have achieved so far, I did not wish to take it away. I'm sorry." Cassidy said, "It was you who saved me. Didn't we say our path is the same?" He said, "Everything I have achieved was for us to be together." She said, "In the past, Damien got engaged to a woman for his own benefit. There was only one person who could stop him, who was standing next to the crown prince. With natural talent and painstaking effort to get his position, it was the commander of the Imperial Knights Division. She was looking at the flower, which was in terrible condition, and then she said there was no contact between the knight commander and Damien's fiancé. When Damien no longer needed his fiancée, he killed her." Cassidy asked, "Was that when I was fighting in the arena?" Orion healed the flower, and she said, "It was just a tale of a dream of one night." Because she opened her eyes on her birthday, going 4 years back in time. She found a man who was not a knight commander yet, and then she took him in as her family. She was looking at the floor and said she did all of this just to have him for herself, and took his future. She looked at Cassidy and asked, "Do you really believe the story I'm telling you right now?" Cassidy was looking at her silently. Orion looked at him and asked, "Would you believe me if I told you that I returned to the past and took you in, on purpose? That's why I received such a punishment, and ended up loving you more than myself." Cassidy was shocked after hearing this. Orion was standing like she was feeling too much guilt. Cassidy said, "Orion, however," she continued to explain him. She said, "You may not even believe a single word I said. But I feel like I was just fooling you all alone. I just wanted to tell you." After a while in night, at the Marquis' manor, Cassidy was standing alone and he was lost in his thoughts. And then someone asked, "What are you pondering about?" Cassidy looked at the person and said, "Sir Lumen, what's going on?" Lumen said, "I just wish for a quiet conversation with no one eavesdropping." He asked, "Has not today been hectic?" Princess Bella was escorted to the Imperial Palace. "Will you mind the escort?" Cassidy replied it would be appreciated. And then both of them started to walk. Lumen asked, "The roses are still blooming. The garden is taken good care of. But why are they all blue?" Cassidy looked at the flowers and then he remembered the image of Orion. He closed his eyes and said, "I simply like the color," and then he smiled. Lumen did not understand what is going on. He asked also, why would someone be so meticulous with a place they secretly built? It should have been left hidden all along. Cassidy said, "If it's going to be hidden, it should be hidden all the way." And then he looked at the broken flower branch and said, "Sir Lumen, it's possible to return to the past after death." Lumen was surprised. He said, "Excuse me, what do you mean? Have you experienced something like that?" Cassidy replied, "No, that's not it." Lumen asked, "Do you mean the words of the great prophet then?" After hearing this, Cassidy looked at him. Lumen said, "The great prophet Natius once said something like that. Like a riddle with a meaning that's hard to interpret. The moment the wheels of fate meet, the present is gone, and the past soon becomes the present." Cassidy asked, "What does it mean?" Lumen replied, "Well, I only remembered it after hearing the Marquis' words. But it's almost all of his prophecies come true. It definitely means something. Unfortunately, I believe he already passed away. After hearing this, Kassadin was thinking about it. He was thinking that the great prophet Natius, he left behind a prophecy that a great king would be born in Hiran. He must be referring to that prophet. And then he remembered the earlier moment when Orion told him that Damien is going to use me and my father and kill me afterwards. But it's hard to explain it to you at the moment. At the current time he was thinking that she could not tell me back then, but it was this. And the present is gone and the past becomes the present. He was looking at the flower and thinking that, so Orion, you are walking on a path full of thorns. Although it's dangerous, but you maintained a calm demeanor while recalling your memories. The memory of losing your life and your family. At the Sarika palace, Orion arrived to the palace, and she hugged his father. While looking at the rose, Kassadin was thinking that, you are born with incredible abilities that took away my scars. Knowing that this longing for you is one yearning, that's pretty twisted. He remembered the moment when Orion hugged him and he was thinking that, you are unbelievably warm and accepted me as I am. Even if I don't believe your words, isn't it already decided, just like that? And then he closed his eyes and smiled. And at the Sarika palace, Orion was laying on her bed, and she was holding the clock given by Kassadin. She was missing him and said Kassadin. On the next day, Sasha was holding a newspaper and she was rushing towards Orion's room and shouting, "Oh heavens, oh heavens." She opened the door and said, "My lady?" Orion was confused after seeing her in such a rush. Sasha came towards her and said, "Is what is written in the newspaper really true?" Orion asked, "Newspaper?" She took it and started to read it. While reading it, she was thinking that, in the end, it's published in the newspaper within one day. I was ready to receive criticism to some extent, but after reading the article, she said, "What?" In the newspaper, it was written that, popular individual Marquis Kassadin Deus. It's revealed that he is in a romantic relationship with the daughter of Count Sarika. She was thinking that there is no controversy about the public confession. Could it be that Kassadin did something? Sasha asked. So, Marquis Kassadin and the lady are really lovers? Orion smiled and said yes. Sasha was very happy after hearing this. She was holding her hand and said, "Oh, how romantic. Congratulations, my lady." Orion was a bit surprised after seeing her reaction. She asked, "Isn't it weird to become lovers, when we were once labeled as brother and sister?" Sasha said, "But when Marquis Kassadin was staying with us, I could see him being attracted towards the lady." Orion said, "What?" Sasha laughed and said, "I saw him burning the letters addressed to the lady." With a sweaty face, Orion asked, "What letters?" Sasha replied, "Such an invitation letter, and the ones that other young man sent. I saw it by accident. However, at that time he pointed his finger, so that I stay quiet about it." She said shortly after the Marquis left, "And I did not know what to say, so I kept quiet about it." After hearing all of this, Orion did not have anything to say. Sasha smiled and said, "As for me, if the lady is happy, all is good." After hearing this, Orion was feeling very happy. She was thinking that, "Sasha, you are such a lovely girl." Sasha said, "Don't worry, my lady. Probably the Count feels the same as me." However, the Count was looking at the newspaper and then he put his hand on his face, after finding out about this. After a while, both Orion and his father were sitting together. Both of them were looking at the tea and not making eye contact. Orion said, "I know that you are disappointed in me, and you find out about it in such a manner, so please forgive me, Dad." The Count opened his eyes and said, "His Majesty said that there is someone who is after your healing power, so I started to ponder. Such a situation full of danger, big enough to lock you up, isn't it enough to make one shake in fear?" At that time I was thinking that, When will I be able to see my daughter's face again? My dear daughter, the one who spent so much time alone as a child. He remembered an old memory in which he was talking to the Empress. At that time he said, I also lost my dear wife and was with only one daughter as my everything. I know what loneliness is like. At the current time he smiled while looking at her and said, what matters in the end is not the position nor what others think of you. What I truly want for you is to be healthy and happy. After hearing this, Orion was surprised. Her father said, if you can do that for me, that's all I need. She was feeling emotional after hearing all of this. She said, Dad. He said Cassidon is capable enough to leave the family and get the title of Marquis, and he is also intelligent enough to work with me. Yes, he is a proper candidate. And in any case, would not he protect you no matter what? And then she stood up and rushed towards him to hug. While hugging him with a crying face, she said, Thank you, Dad. He was petting her and said, How can I block the path of the man who would go to war on my behalf? So stop crying, my dear. She again started to hug him and said, Thank you so much, Dad. The Count was also smiling. After some time, Orion was sitting alone in her room. While looking outside, she was thinking that, is the banquet ending tonight? I'm sure they will be excited to see us, and they will gossip about us, so I should rather not attend anymore. But then suddenly she heard some voice, so she looked towards where it came from and she found that Cassidon was standing in the room. With a smile he was looking at her. Orion was totally surprised after seeing him. She stood up and rushed towards him. She asked him, Are you planning to attend the banquet? Cassidon smiled and said, Of course. She said, Everyone will be turning their eyes to look at us. He said, So we have to go. Rather than leaving it a rumor where their imagination will fill in the blank spaces, which will lead to speculations being spread. He asked, Would not it be better to show them the truth ourselves? And then he moved his hand forward and said, It's okay, let's go to the banquet as lovers. She was holding his hand while looking at him, and then she smiled. She was thinking, that with someone so precious to me by my side, what is there to be afraid of? We will go just like a lovers. After a while both of them reached to the banquet hall, and Orion was thinking that, as expected, a lot of attention was put on us. All of the guys were talking about them. They were saying, oh heavens, they were brother and sister back then, and now they suddenly change into lovers. One of the women said, Wasn't it publicly disclosed by Lady Sarika yesterday? The man standing beside her said, The newspaper I read said that they are lovers. The woman said, No way. Orion was thinking that, despite the countless gazes on us, Cassidon replied with a calmness. He said, It's true, I agreed to the interview. And while looking at her he said, She is my dear lover, the one whom I love wholeheartedly. And after talking to few more guests, both of them came towards the balcony. Cassidon said, There is no one here. But then he looked at her and asked, Isn't it cold? She replied, I'm fine. She looked at him and said, You still treat me so kindly. Are not you reluctant about it? Don't you consider it a tale of my wild imagination? Cassidon came close to her and said, Orion, you are already my everything. How can I not believe you? And then he started to touch her cheek and said, All this time alone. I wonder how painful that was for you. Orion was thinking that even I don't know how I came back in time, but you believe me. Cassidon said, Even such endless pain has an end. He started to hug her and said, Don't fret over it. There is nothing to worry about. Because I will be with you to the end. And then both of them started to kiss each other. After a kiss he said, I will definitely make you happier than anyone else in this world ever can. With a blushy face she was looking at him and thinking that, all of this time, this must have been a journey to meet you, and this moment could not be more precious. If only I had not prioritized my revenge at the beginning, could I live happily? She said when everything is over, we will get married. Is that still true? After hearing this unexpected question, he paused for a moment, and then he said of course. She said then we can do it now. After hearing this he was a bit surprised. With a bright smile she said let's do it. Cassidy was looking at her, and then he hugged her. In a loud cheerful voice she said, let's get married Cassidy. However, their happiness was not for a long time. Someone was hearing their conversation secretly. The person removed a curtain a bit, and the person was none other than Damien. That's all for today's video. If you want to know what happened next, then like and subscribe. Alchemy Animation YouTube channel.